Good morning, everyone, and good morning to the panelists and attendees. Thank you, everyone, for coming along this morning to this webinar series, The Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty. And I'm going to give an introduction, and if you came yesterday, apologies, it's pretty much the same. But for some of you who may be new today or coming to today's talks, it's worth me just revisiting the logistics and also the reason for this meeting and what it's about. So let me start off with what this meeting is about, then I'll say something about how this works, the logistics of it. In the late 18th century, I think one of the most cogent questions that was ever asked about the organization of human societies was asked by Alexander Hamilton, one of the framers of the US Constitution. And in the first of the Federalist letters, which are a set of letters where the founding fathers sort of put out their view of how a republican government should be constructed, he asked this very simple question. He asked whether societies of men are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend for their political constitutions on accident and force. And there's an unfortunate 18th century sexist bias on that, whether societies of men. But putting aside that, the fundamental question he asked was one that is timeless. And when he spoke about accident and force, I think in the sense of accident, he was talking about powerful families, monarchs, other forms of government where the people running the country have just come about as a serendipitous effect of history rather than through rational democratic choice. And by force, of course, he meant violent dictators and all of their different varieties. And of course, accident and force has been the unhappy lot of most of humanity for most of human settled history. And what the framers of the Constitution, the US Constitution, sought to address was a question of whether humanity can do better than that and come up with some sort of reasonably rational democratic order where we can construct a government that has the consent of the governed. And this has been a perennial problem for humanity. And embedded within that question is also the implicit problem of this balance between liberty and authority, something that was explicitly discussed by Thomas Hobbes in the 17th century. How do you navigate this balance between so much liberty, you've essentially got an anarchic, unmanaged society, and on the other extreme, an autocracy, and balancing those two extremes. Now, as we move into the 21st century, we are now faced with a new frontier, moving out into space. Both government and private companies are moving into the space frontier with intentions or plans to develop permanent human settlements. Elon Musk just being a particularly well-known example of someone who has ambitions to establish Martian settlements, but other people as well. It could just be a research station on the surface of the moon, for example. How is that to be managed? How are we to constitute society in these environments? And we might just lazily repeat Hamilton's question with a modification and ask ourselves whether extraterrestrial societies are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend for their political constitutions on accident and force. And I think that the future of liberty beyond Earth is one of the most compelling and fascinating challenges of human governance in the 21st century. And this meeting was pulled together to think about some of the issues of human governance, legal, social, political, practical, of how we can build free governance in the solar system, government that has the consent of the people who have to live under it. So we have over 30 speakers. We had the first day yesterday. Today is the second day of discussions. They have been fantastic talks. I hope you're going to enjoy what you hear today. I should also say that if you are interested in this topic, we are going to be publishing a book next year entitled The Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty. That's agreed with Oxford University Press. So if you want to see an elaboration, a bit more of a detailed elaboration of some of the things that you will hear today in the next 2 days, that will be coming out next year. Just some logistics on this meeting. The schedule for this meeting is on www.astrobiology.ac.uk/events/extraterrestrial-liberty, although you've also got that link, I think, in the Eventbrite email you probably received as well, so you can have a look there. So how this works is as follows. Each talk is 30 minutes. Thanks. Kelly's put that in the chat, so that makes it easier. Each talk is 30 minutes, constituting about 20 minutes of talk and then 10 minutes of questions. There is a buffer of 15 minutes between each talks. I did that, first of all, to prevent the sort of manic chaos of trying to switch from one speaker to another, as is often the case at conferences, and particularly online, and also to ensure that we start each talk exactly on time, because some people might be coming into this meeting to see certain talks. And I want them to know that they can turn up reliably at the scheduled time, and there's not going to be scheduled drift in the conference as one, often has in meetings. And that worked very well yesterday. It allows us to have a bit more question time, and then we can run up to the next talk. So that's how it's going to work. This meeting is being recorded. It will be online. Haven't quite figured out where to put it, but it will go on YouTube somewhere. We'll let you know where that is. And what we would request is, if you have questions, and please do have lots of questions, put them in the question and answer box. There's a Q&A tab thing at the bottom of the screen. You click on that and you can put your question in there. We're not having a sort of an open chat, open question and answer, just because we want to try and order the discussion. If we have lots of open chat, it's difficult to find the questions at the end of the talk. So there's a little bit of management here and moderation. But if you have questions, please put them there. Please use the question and answer chat area to put questions in, not general chit chat, just so we can keep track of the questions. And then finally, I wanted to say we've done a fairly good job of answering everyone's questions so far, but if we get a talk where there are lots of questions and we run up against the time, we may not be able to answer your questions. So I apologize in advance if we don't get to answering your question, but we'll do the best that we can. I wanted to bring your attention to a keynote talk this afternoon at 2:30. Bob Zubrin, who's president of the Mars Society and author of The Case for Mars, The Plan to Settle the Red Planet and Why We Must, will be coming along and giving us a keynote, 1-hour keynote on the case for space is liberty, his vision of liberty in space, which I suspect will focus mainly on Mars, but maybe he'll speak more widely. So do come along to that, as well as the other talks. And then finally, last few minutes of the introduction, I do just want to draw your attention to the supporters of this series of webinars. Not so much financial support. This has actually been, well, it hasn't been free because the Edinburgh Futures Institute have had to cover the Zoom bill, but the supporters, as in moral support, if you like, for the set of webinars. The first is the Open Lunar Foundation in the US. It's a non-profit organization helping to create a peaceful, cooperative future on the moon for all life. And they work on policy and partnerships to create a sustainable long-term presence on the moon based on open values. We're also supported today by the Institute for Liberal Studies in Canada. This is a registered educational charity dedicated to encouraging discussion of classical liberal ideas in Canada, particularly encouraging discussion and debate around issues grounded in democracy, rule of law, and economic and personal liberties, freedoms. Their mission is to provide a non-partisan environment for discussion on these sorts of subjects. I said incorrectly yesterday, they have this fantastic week, by the way, called Freedom Week. I thought it was next week, but it was last week. So you've missed it this year. But next year, it's worth looking that up. It's almost like the equivalent of this meeting, but focused on the Earth, and it's called Freedom Week. So if you're interested in discussions on liberties and freedoms on the Earth and the future, look out for that next week. It's a very excellent week of talks. We're also supported by the British Interplanetary Society. This is a membership organization that promotes the exploration and use of space for the benefit of humanity by connecting people to create, educate, and inspire and advance knowledge in all aspects of astronautics. It's actually the world's oldest space advocacy organization, founded in 1933. If you're not a member, do consider joining. If you're a person who lives in the UK and you're interested in space and you're not a member, shame on you, join. It's a great organization. It also organizes actually its own technical projects. It has a long history of organizing projects like moon bases, Mars bases, interstellar spacecraft, Project Daedalus. So one of the things it does. So do consider joining that. And then finally, but certainly not least, in fact, most important, is our local organizations. We thank the Edinburgh Futures Institute at the University of Edinburgh, who have really helped put all this on and have, I should say, as I said earlier, covered the costs of the Zoom license and the effort to deliver this, particularly Kelly McCurlane, who's been the moderator in the background. Those of you who were around yesterday and today will notice her tirelessly working in the background to keep this meeting all nicely aligned. This might seem like it's very simple just to open up a Zoom channel and have a meeting, but actually there's a lot of organization and trying to figure out how this works and making it run smoothly. So I thank her for helping us out on that. And then finally, the UK Centre for Astrobiology, based here at the University of Edinburgh. Our interest is to discover how habitable worlds form in the universe and how life emerges, proliferates, and leaves traces on these worlds. We've also done work on space governance. And I would point out that from 2013 to 2015, we ran 3 international workshops with the British Interplanetary Society on extraterrestrial liberty, actually similar to this, but they were a little bit more focused. And there are 3 books that were produced in Springer's Space and Society series that you can get access to. They're horrendously expensive. And I'm not sure I'm supposed to say this, but if you want the books, drop me an email and I'll send you the PDF. I'm not sure I'm supposed to do that, but anyway, that's recorded. So let me know. But they're really good books, and each one of those had about 15 chapters from different authors, and they're all on extraterrestrial liberty. So today's meeting, in some ways, is not a sort of a new discussion on this topic. There's those 3 books as well, of course, and other people's work as well. So today's meeting takes us beyond microbes to think about space governance, human societies, and how they might eventually proliferate in the universe. And I would point out that from an astrobiology point of view, for those of you coming onto here, and I know there are some of you who are astrobiologists, and they think, what is a UK Centre for Astrobiology doing discussing liberty in space? In many ways, this is a discussion about the human response to the space environment. It's actually no different from microbes. Microbes respond slightly differently to the space environment. Humans respond physiologically to the space environment, but also socially. Of course, we build societies. And so the construction of societies in space is very much about the effects of the space environment on the human organism, but just focusing on the political, philosophical, and social aspects of how the space environment shapes the behavior of the human organism in space. So it is connected with that scientific interest and not purely a disconnected philosophical interest. That takes me perfectly to 10:15, and so I'm going to move straight on here and introduce our first speaker, reminding you to put questions in the question box. You don't have to wait until the end. In fact, if you don't wait to the end, it saves me having to think up lots of questions while you write them in. So feel free to write questions as we go along, and we'll pick those up at the end. Our first speaker today, to get us going for today, it's going to be a very interesting discussion, is looking at the ethical governance of world ships. Now, this meeting has thought about near-term problems. We're going to be talking about satellite legalities, for example, in the next 3 days. This is looking at the very far future, which is an interstellar world ship. And our speaker is Stephen Baxter. Stephen Baxter is an extremely well-known science fiction author. He has degrees in mathematics and engineering. So he brings to his work this very strong scientific knowledge of how things will work. He's interested in a whole range of science fiction scenarios, particularly alternate histories based on research into history. He's worked with Terry Pratchett, Arthur C. Clarke on co-authored books, as well as, of course, his own work. He is also the writer, and this I was telling him earlier, so I only discovered this 2 days ago when I was looking up what I should say for an introduction. He wrote the official sequel. I'm going to say official as in supported by the Wells estate, the official sequel to War of the Worlds, which is called The Massacre of Mankind, fairly no-nonsense title. And he's also vice president of the H.G. Wells Society. And the final thing I should also say that I noticed that you had done, Stephen, is you've written a book that includes dark matter life forms, which as an astrobiologist, I can't help but be interested in. Sometime we must talk about how dark matter life forms actually work. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you very much. He's going to talk about the voyage of 600 years, the ethical governance of a world ship.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Everyone hear me okay? Well, good morning.
That's all good.
Yeah, good, excellent. Well, good morning. I have no slides to show you today. I prefer to speak without the slides really on Zoom, I found. But I've got one prop that you can look forward to a bit later in the talk. So thank you, Charles. As you said, my title is The Ethical Governance of a World Ship. So what is a world ship? It's also known as a generation starship or a slow ship. It's a slower than light crude starship. How slow? Typically, you're looking at 1% of the speed of light. So it would take you 400 years to get to Alpha Centauri, let's say. And so if you are normally functioning humans, the crew has to have whole generations pass by between launch and arrival at the destination. So, and to sum up the moral ethical dilemma, it is the fate of what are called the caretaker generations in the jargon. Between the launch crew and the destination crew, you have whole generations who do nothing, essentially, but live through their lives and produce the next generation. And that's where the ethical dilemmas lie. Why am I talking about this? Well, there's three reasons. First, because I think it's something that we might actually be able to build. We've already built some, we already have some precursor technologies. We have the Voyages and the Pioneers and other slow starships already heading out to the stars. Very small automated craft, but nevertheless, even slower than 1% of C, but nevertheless, they're there and they're on the way. And in the ISS, we've got 20 years or so of human occupation with partially closed resource loops, only partially closed. I mean, you need resupply from the Earth and so on. So there's a big gap between that and a generation starship, but it's a start. So we have these precursor technologies in hand already, compared to the Starship Enterprise and a warp drive, which would be the dream. As far as I can see, to build a warp drive, you would need to assemble a relativistic mass the size of a black hole with the mass of the sun to fit a 50-meter starship inside. That's way beyond this. It might be beyond a galactic power, let alone a sort of terrestrial power. But conceivably, we could build a generation starship. So we ought, within the next few centuries, say. So it's something that we ought to take seriously as a possibility. Second reason, it's in terms of ethics. It's an extreme case of a space habitat. You've got the usual issues of isolation and resource deprivation and all that stuff, but with no possibility of escape. And if you're in the caretaker generation, Carter. And in 1985, a philosopher called Ed Regis, in a book called Interstellar Migration and the Human Experience, edited by Ben Finney, it's one of these texts that you really have to read sometime. He said, back then, the concept of a multi-generational flight is a test case. If it will be morally permissible, then so will any other form of space colony, whether within the solar system or outside it. And you see the extreme nature of the case comes from the fact that you can't leave. And this came up yesterday in some of the talks. Charles, in his discussion of the Scottish Islands, said that leaving, the ability to leave, is a key protector of liberty if you have the capacity to leave. And Jim Schwartz mentioned the right to leave, freedom of movement in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. If you can move, you can protect those rights. You can pressure the institutions that are controlling you to keep you from leaving and so forth. If you've got the ability to leave, then consent is valid. If you can't leave, you're in a different ballgame. Just on, as I mentioned, Jim Schwartz, he is the author of one of the best recent survey papers on the Generation Starship issue, and I've got the reference in here somewhere. I'll make sure I mention that to give you a lead if you want to follow this up. And my third reason for talking about generation starships is because I've written about them, and my main crime in this arena is this book, Ark. It's probably reversed. I wouldn't be surprised to see. It's an end of the world story, essentially, near future. So it's a pretty small generation starship, but it's still a generation starship with a couple of dozen young people heading off, hopefully, into the void. What I was really interested in there was the social development, what happens to you if you're in a situation like that. This is the value of fiction. I think Charles mentioned this. Fiction is about people in the end of the day. I love all the science, the engineering, the mathematics, and so forth. But it's about people. You can theorize about generation starships, but if you're writing a book about it, you've got to imagine how it would be to step on one of these things, hear the door clang behind you, how would you feel? How would you live your life? How would you feel to be one of the Kurtica generation when you quickly realize that, you know, this building is all that's ever going to be for you? How would it actually feel? Through that kind of thought experiment, I think fiction can feed into ethical judgments and so forth, because it gives you a series of hypothetical test cases. Okay, so on we go. Yes, and now it comes to my prop, which sums up some of the ethical problems here. My solo prop here is the Mayflower, ship in a bottle. There's the Mayflower, there's the bottle. Apparently it's authentically detailed according to some bloke off eBay, but there you go. And I think I like this little gadget because it sums up the two big ethical challenges, I think, to do with generation starships. The first is the challenge, the pressure put on the crew itself, but also which is represented by the bottle. It's as if you're sealed up in a bottle for 400 years. But the ship is the Mayflower, which represents the other side of the other ethical challenge of all this, which is colonialism. So a world ship will be a colony ship. It's one way. If it succeeds, you dump in the crew at the other end, and they build a colony elsewhere. So we know, don't we, that colonialism is complex ethically, and I think I've grown up knowing that personally, and this is relevant to ships. I'm from Liverpool, born there, grew up there, and Liverpool was a key port in the slave trade in the colonial period. That's how the city grew on top of the Industrial Revolution, and I think we all, my generation, grew up knowing about this. It's part of the background of where you live. Learned about it at school and so forth, and I think there's a lot of awareness of all that now in the city. There's an international slavery museum that was opened in 2007, which is well worth a visit. I go every couple of years, or I did before the pandemic, as a sort of penance, I suppose. Last time I visited there was a horrific diorama of life on a slave ship. There you are, shackled up, in the middle of an Atlantic storm, dreadful. My own feelings about colonialism in space is, I would love to see Charles Cockell leading a team of bright young biologists and geologists on an exploration of Mars right now. I mean, to the scientists, the robots are wonderful, but it must be looking like looking through a pinhole at a wonderful landscape. You've really got to be out there to understand it. I'd like to see colonies around the solar system. It will expand the human spirit, but let's do no harm if possible. Extant life, leave it alone. Traces of extant life, leave it alone. Science traces, evidence, leave it alone. Let's do no harm this time around anyway. Okay, but as I said, the main challenge I'm dealing with here is more the bottle than the ship. It's the ethical challenges posed by bottling up generations of humans for centuries. And just in passing, the inability to leave was touched on by Jim, I said, didn't I? Yes. The reference I mentioned from Jim Schwartz is called Worldship Ethics, Obligations to the Crew, Journal of the British Interplanetary Society, which, as Charles mentioned, is very active in this area. Volume 71, 2018, page 53. So you'll be able to look that up if you need to. What's the background to the concept of the worldship? Well, it's as Lucas Mix said yesterday. There's always been a healthy interchange, a dialogue between science fiction and science in speculative fields, and the worldship is no exception. The earliest speculation goes back to people like Goddard and Tsiolkovsky, the usual suspects probably. But J.D. Bernal in The World, the Flesh and the Devil came up with a spectacular vision in the 1930s of human expansion into space, as it might work in a logical level, if not particularly a technical level. He imagined a kind of Dyson sphere made up of glassy spheres full of green stuff and humans, soaking up all the sunlight, and eventually some of them drifting off to nearby stars. So a worldship, effectively. In fiction, the first true worldship story is, I believe, called The Voyage of 600 Years, and that's where I got my title from the talk, by a guy called Don Wilcox. Published in Amazing Stories, October 1940. And I've seen the cover of this thing. It's got a rampaging robot with two guys with great hair shooting at it, you know. But the story in there is very serious and well thought out. He was a prolific pulp writer, this guy, Wilcox, age 35 when he wrote the story. But he also had a second job. He was a teacher and he'd studied sociology, so he knew about people. And then, as now, writing isn't a great career path, really. So clearly his writing was a part-time job for him. But his story was very perceptive. And many of the issues that I'll talk about today were foreseen in that early story, quite remarkably. You might think Heinlein was the first generation Starship story, with a story variously called Starship and the Universe, or there's other titles. No, he was a couple of years later, in fact, although he went further in terms of extrapolation. So that's the fictional side. The science caught up in the 1980s, by which time we had plausible space habitat designs, reasonably plausible, thanks to O'Neill and people like that, Island 1. And we had interstellar engines of a plausible looking kind. And Charles mentioned the Daedalus project by the BIS. Well, the BIS put together a series of workshops on the Worldship concept based on all these ideas in the early 80s. So you can see, basically, you've got an Island 1 habitat and you stick on the Daedalus engine, and there you are, you've got the beginning of a Worldship. And at the same time as well, the beginnings of the exploration of the ethics of the Worldship were started to be explored. So we could do this, I believe, technically. There's no impossibility as there is with the warp drive, but why would we do it? It's costly. It's going to be costly. I did a back of the envelope estimate of my own based on the Don Wilcox design, which is called the Flash Away, by the way. 100 people off into space. And I figured that just in terms of the kinetic energy alone, let alone the cost of building the thing, that would use up 200% of our global energy output, our industrial energy output. Compared to Project Apollo, say that was 5% of US federal spending in its peak year. So you're looking at a project spanning centuries, probably, just in terms of economic capacity, economic costs. But more generally, I suspect that, as with the logic of the engineering papers, this is a project of a mature solar system society where we already have space habitats. We know how to live in those things to some extent, solved many of the problems perhaps that we're discussing in this seminar, and ready for an extension to a next step. And with access to more energy as well. So, but that's going to be centuries away. So it's expensive, it's centuries away. Why would we need to, it's got ethical challenges, of course. Why would we need to build this thing? Well, in my novel arc, it's existential survival. We're not saving the whole human species, it's a sort of offline backup in case we don't survive the global flood. I think it's got limited applications from that regard. The Worldship technology is an idea. The real calamity will come in the future when the sun heats up. That's billions of years away before the Earth becomes uninhabitable. Only a few billion years away, by the way. But surely by then we'll have something better than the Worldship to cope with that disaster. I think the most plausible motive I could think of is not species survival, but group survival, or perhaps a cultural grouping survival, a threatened ethnicity, a cultural group of some kind, perhaps religious, Pilgrim Fathers, going away for freedom of some kind, independence, freedom of philosophy, freedom of lifestyle. That seems the most plausible reason why we would do this, to me. Economic growth, interstellar trade, we'll hear, I think, later in the seminar about economic growth in space. Conceivably, there might be some kind of interstellar trade if there's an antimatter moon at Alpha Centauri. Conceivably, that seems unlikely to me, though, given the time lag. Science and exploration in general. I think one underestimated motive is simply prestige by the builders or the government that builds this thing. It's a pyramid, it's a gesture. Of course, they'd be long gone by the time the thing gets halfway there and fails. So that's something to be wary of. Okay, now coming specifically to the ethics of the caretaker generations and the handling thereof. There are three factors with which they have to contend. One is the closure. It's the bottle itself, all right? Biosphere 2, which is the largest enclosed habitat, closed life support system experiment we've yet run. A handful of people in this dome in the desert in Arizona. The losses there in the 1 full year of closure were about 10%, which doesn't seem bad to me for a first try. I bet that they would have got that down, you know, with repeated experiments. But 10% in a year, well, on the Worldship, everything's lost in 10 years at that kind of rate. If it's 1% a year, half of your volatiles or whatever are lost in 50 years. You're going out there for centuries. So the containment would have to be incredibly precise, incredibly closed. The ship would feel like a very fragile environment. You couldn't waste anything. You couldn't explore, you couldn't play, and so on. I think this kind of material isolation is a bit underestimated in the literature. This cultural isolation, but this material isolation as well, is going to be a heavy burden, a very enclosing factor for the crew. And there might be, in the end, a selection against curiosity and adventurism. You don't want people tinkering with the fold plates, you know, you want them just to go and play over there. Second limit is vocational. There's going to be very limited choice of meaningful occupations for the ship, you would think, mostly automated. There must be a command crew, there'll be science to do, maintenance to some extent. A lot of human roles, though, like teachers and doctors and writers maybe, and so forth. You may not get what you want to do, though. I mean, there's only so many plumbers you need, you know. Someone's got to be a philosopher, I'm afraid. No, not me, Daddy. So you may have nothing to contribute in terms of the mission itself at all, except your genes, which is the third barrier, and this is the most difficult ethically, I think. You need to have control over reproduction. In recent years, there's been a lot of work on the demographics of this, with a lot of computer modeling, which I found quite convincing as opposed to just making up rules. Computer modeling shows that if you have no regulation at all, you tend to crash or crash or bloom. You know, you overfill the habitat and you crash that way, or you collapse, the population collapses to below some genetically viable level. So you have to have some kind of regulation. However, common sense regulations, as proposed in the past, tend not to work. And one modeled rule set which does work, just as an example, is this. You set some threshold of capacity, say 80%. If the population goes over that threshold, then a ban on reproduction for that generation, possibly. So the death rate brings you down under the threshold, and you're back to no limits again until you go over. If you go under the threshold by too far, you have to have more kids, and it's 3 children per woman, if you think about it, as the replacement rate, exceeding the human replacement rate. So if you're unlucky and you're in the wrong generation, either you may have no kids at all, or you may have to have 3 children. And like most likely for genetic diversity to maintain that, 3 different partners as well. There are plenty of studies that show quite small populations can get away without too much interbreeding, with very controlled choices of partners. I think one experiment on rats used a mere 12 rats over several generations without genetic catastrophes by selective breeding. So look at all 12 rats. But what this all boils down to in the end, the ethical problem seems to me is a woman being told that she can't have kids, or that you're going to have 3 kids, with a limited choice of partners, by the way, more than one partner, but a limited choice because of the genetic diversity problem. And that it's that control over this basic human faculty that seems to me to be the nub of the ethical problems. you have to ask also, would this actually work over the generations, the generation starship model? I think the most basic problem in terms of losing the mission is just cultural drift. Imagine growing up in this an environment of compulsion the whole time. Don't touch that, don't put that, you've got to go over to there and do this. These are the kids you can have or not. A lot of people are just going to turn away, In deprived environments, people make up their own culture. And one short quote from Ark, from my own novel, this is what I was really interested in. The young people moved in swarms like exotic fish in a tank, ignoring the adults and eyeing each other with suspicion. They wore basic wraps that left their arms and legs bare, the flesh adorned with tattoos that matched graffiti on the wall. Markings incomprehensible to any adult, but it backs their allegiance to one tribe or another. Holly knew that few of these kids ever attended formal classes. It was a worry that they were so disconnected from the ship and its mission. This is what we do, in deprived environments, prisons, deprived urban areas, desolate landscapes. You make up culture out of what you've got, and I think that's what the crews would do. They wouldn't care less about Earth, they wouldn't care less about Alpha Centauri, they didn't worry about what the gang over there is doing. So I think it's a pretty iffy concept. Okay, are there any solutions, however? Well, I think that there may be tweaks to the concept that could make it work. People in the future are going to be different from us. The space hab dwellers will be used to many of the issues of confinement. It's just the no escape thing that you're adding on into the mix here. Even for the earthbound, we'll have gone through the climate recovery, hopefully, and we'll have much more awareness of how our individual actions affect the whole, which is certainly untrue on a world ship. But better tech, how about sleeper ships, that kind of thing, as in the movie Passengers? Take frozen embryos or genetic materials and construct the first generation at the end of the mission by robots. My problem with that is the first generation raised by robots are going to be psychopaths. But apart from that, that might work. How about longevity, extreme longevity? Let the crew live out the 600, let the initial crew live out the initial 600 years, the entire 600 years. And then the ethical choice then is their own. And just build a bigger ship is probably the easiest way to achieve success here. Charles touched on this yesterday. Larger populations are healthier in terms of getting away from suffocating central management and more complex societies and so forth. It's a buffer against central control. And I think my guess of a minimum population that might work is something like 5,000. Sounds a lot, but Jared Diamond showed that the Tasmanians on an island that could only support 4,000 people had the most limited material culture of any human culture found among the original peoples. Perhaps you lose key skills if the population is too small. So 5,000, something like that, somewhere above, and you might get away with it. After all, the Earth is a generation starship itself. Shrink it down to some level and it remains viable. Whose responsibility is the plight of the crew? Well, not the people born into the environment, of course. It has to be the founders of the mission, perhaps the first generation of crew, if it's their choice to commit themselves and their descendants to this mission. But a certain complexity for me as a non-philosopher is that we accept putting children into difficult situations. If we're pioneers, you may grow up in a city, you take your children off to some desolate coast to build a new place. You expect your children to work on your project their whole lives, in the belief that the future will be better for future generations. So already children are seen as a kind of asset in the future, for your future, but whether that extends to some generations or not. So my summing up message is, we could build this. I would much rather see it built as a Jeroboam rather than a small bottle with plenty of space. It's a rich environment within itself to minimize the ethical conundrums. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. That was really fantastic. And as I say, everyone, do feel free to put questions into the question box. We'll come to those in a second. I just wanted to pick up on a point you made that I've often wondered about, thought about, is the fact, as you rightly say, we actually live on an interstellar world ship, on a spaceship going round and round a star that's going round and round a galaxy with no particular destination in mind. And maybe that's why we all shop so much, because we've realized that we're living these pointless lives on an interstellar world ship that's not really going anywhere in particular. Anyway, it's sort of an interesting parallel. And then the other thing I'll just take my prerogative asking the first question, and we'll move on to some other questions. One of the things that struck me in what you said is that when you send off an interstellar world ship, you've got this possibility of a culture of great compulsion, because it's difficult to get resources from anywhere, and you've got a very isolated, confined group of people. But on the other hand, you've almost got the first example of an interstellar population that has had independence forced upon it. It's almost got the ultimate form of liberty as well, because it leaves the solar system, heads out across interstellar space. They have essentially become independent forcefully, because there will be less and less contact with the Earth the further and further away they go. So how do you square this apparent paradox of a very confined population that might collapse into despotism with the fact they also have this extraordinary independence from their founder population, and what sort of cultural effect does that have?
I don't think it would help. I don't think it would be much comfort for the middle generations, is my short answer, I don't think. And Don Wilcox in his story has one character who's a sleeper, pops up every century to make sure the mission is okay. And the mission is, in that case, is to build a new America among the stars. And he says he thought he'd just pop up and read out the Gettysburg Declaration every century or so. But in fact, he found that after two generations were still, you got your grandparents, they knew America in this case. And so you've got a sort of, cultural connection in that case. One more generation on, that's just ancient history to them.
Yeah.
I think perhaps too, it's rather like for my generation. I knew the First World War because one of my grandfathers was a veteran there. So he didn't talk about it, but he was there. That's my grandfather. My great-grandfather was a soldier of the Voyage, and it's much more distant. I don't know anything about that really, except that from research I've done myself.
Yeah.
So I don't think that sense of mission is going to transmit beyond grandchildren.
Yeah.
It's a hardwiring as humans, I think. I do think it's much more likely that people are going to try to assemble their own culture from what's around them than read books about Earth.
Yes. So a question here from Itamar. It's interesting. He talks about he's talking about a second chance at Eden, Peter F. Hamilton, 1991. So he describes an O'Neill type world ship where its inhabitants are all connected through a neural network, and they've become this big living system. So it's not so much a question, but I suppose one could turn it into a question by asking you, do you see there's possibilities of sort of post-human existence, if you like, on these interstellar world ships, where you overcome some of the problems that you've identified by, for example, as Itamar is talking about here, connecting everyone through a neural network so it becomes a living system? Maybe you engineer out some of these social concerns that you might have of simply transplanting us as we are at the moment onto an isolated ship.
Yeah, I think that's possible. The more you move away, I mentioned that, just longevity, simple as that. The more you move away from the human norm in that way, the more possibilities there are, I suppose.
Yes.
But I think the point of the thing is can you actually deliver humans there in some way? Another challenge is evolutionary drift, and I mentioned, for instance, selection against curiosity. If you've got enough generations, conceivably, you breed curiosity and exploration and independence of spirit out without meaning to. So we'd see them as less than human, I think. In some of the fictions, Brian Aldiss did a great book called Nonstop, in which it's one of these stories in which the ship gets lost and they forget they're on a ship in the first place. Okay. It's full of vegetation out of control, and they become dwarfed. And I'm not sure if Aldiss was thinking of the island effect, in which population of mammoths well, humans as in Indonesia become dwarfed if they're isolated. All this as humans were dwarfed. Eventually, a ship comes to rescue them, and they're 4 feet high, fit to the environment. So you could imagine evolutionary pressures working on people over that length of time.
It's fascinating, this point you raise of people forgetting they're on a ship. I sort of wonder at what scale that becomes possible, because most of the human population are not aware that they're on a destinationless interstellar world ship. They just live their lives. It's not a pejorative comment, but it's just the truth. But if you have a ship that you deliberately construct and you send it into space, presumably the physical boundaries of that ship remind you continuously that you're in a ship. So I sort of wonder where that transition is, where you could actually have a population that for generations wouldn't even consciously think about the fact that their ship is actually on a mission to go somewhere. They just live their lives, and eventually that mission becomes apparent when you reach the destination. But in the meantime, you're just sort of living. And whether an objective is to create a ship that's big enough to allow for that possibility.
Yeah, the question is how big. It's somewhere between
Yes.
the ISS and the Earth,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, or send off the moon, as in Space 1999. They took the world with them.
Maybe the best way to build an interstellar worldship is to create a planetary scale object which people can live on. I'm not sure what you do about the atmosphere, but
Yes.
something that is large enough where you're living on a two-dimensional spherical surface. You actually don't physically see a boundary. Of course, we have a boundary which is 10 kilometers high, which is the vacuum above the atmosphere, and it's about a quarter of the distance from Edinburgh to Glasgow. So death is not far away, but I don't think about that on a day-to-day basis. But the boundary of my ship is very, very close. It's just down the road in terms of height above the Earth.
Yes.
So it probably doesn't take much to create something where people are actually not physically aware on a day-to-day basis of where the boundary of their ship is. Maybe it's some sort of object that's big enough to hold onto an atmosphere, so you actually don't need a physical structure as such. The boundary is a diffusion of the atmosphere into the vacuum around you that you don't think about. It's interesting.
Yes, yeah. But we are a roaming species after all. We tend to diffuse into the environment we have.
Yes.
And there could be countercultural, is that the right word? Anti-cultural reactions to barriers as well. I've tried this out in Ark. It's a pretty small ship, so the boundaries are obvious. But what's beyond the boundary isn't so clear. You're looking through screens and things. So one faction among the young think it's all a fake. But in fact, they're in some kind of contained laboratory with people having a great time out just outside the door.
Yeah.
Into a crisis when they try and prise off a wall plate to check it. I think Bruce Sterling wrote a story which was exactly that: the buried in tanks as a social experiment in the desert somewhere, just to observe how people behave.
Right.
So you could have this paranoid inversion of reality as well.
Yes.
I think what we're getting to there is, if you could, there must be some limit, 20 miles across, 30 miles across, which is big enough for a person, without a car at least, to think that's a big enough world for me, plenty to explore and spread out.
Yeah.
So, but you are getting onto a world-sized ship, not just a world ship.
Yeah.
But that might be the way.
Okay, there's a really good question here from Bernard Henning, which I think is a very good one, which is that, okay, we build an interstellar world ship, it's going to go somewhere. But at the moment, our knowledge is that saying the main problem I see with generation ships is their destination. So you've got exoplanetary systems that might have uninhabitable planets. So there's sort of no ethical problem with colonizing those, but they're not very interesting to land on and settle. And then you've got exoplanets that are habitable, but that might imply the presence of life, even if it's microbial life, which might restrict you in terms of planetary protection restrictions and perhaps even your own safety. So either way, saying the interstellar visitors will be very restricted in their ability to colonize other star systems. Do you have a way to get around that conundrum?
No, not really. In the sense of I wouldn't go if there was extant life there and if there's any chance of harming it. Just as with Mars, actually, stay away, send the robots down, sterilized and so forth. I think you'd have to be sure before you went out there. And there's a planet in the habitable zone of Proxima, which I wrote a book about, which this is a brag, but I predicted its existence just about the right place by knowing where the habitable zone was before Proxima b was actually discovered. And I got to meet the astronomers who found the thing, and they said, "Did you read our papers?" But not before I, it was just a good guess.
Yes.
There is life, and in this case, we're trying to seed the galaxy by a rather draconian regime, so we don't care. The colony is dumped down there, and there is native life there. But I would say don't go with humans if there's life there. A generation starship might take 400 years to get there, but small probes with the same engine, force equals mass times acceleration, you could get to send a small automated probe there much more quickly in decades maybe, to determine whether there is life there and whether we can ethically go and use it.
Yes.
Just seeing if it's habitable at all, then short of needing terraforming, then it's likely to be inhabited in some way.
I wonder whether you send out a starship to a star cluster, and as you near that cluster, a whole bunch of probes go out and assay it for life, and then you sort of do a final course correction for where your final destination planet is going to be. So you head off generally to a place with a lot of stars in the hope of finding one that hosts a planet that's suitable or something like that.
I like that. Yeah, you could even just send one self-replicating probe out, goes to the first system, sends off 10 with no cost to you. That's a good idea. Yes. But
there's an interesting question from Jeremiah Johnson here. So religion keeps popping up here, spiritual movements, in a number of talks, which is interesting. I mean, it's obviously an important part of human society, but Jeremiah is asking, could religious or spiritual movements on generation ships be the most effective way to maintain loyalty to the expansionist cause for centuries? What would these religious movements look like? I think that's an interesting question because, of course, people build cathedrals over centuries. So maybe the strength of some of these religious movements is such that they might maintain themselves on a ship over these century timescales that you're talking about. So yeah, what do you think about that?
Oh yeah, I think definitely. I mean, I think what I gave that was one motive for a group to leave. A displaced or subject to prejudice religious grouping, just go off somewhere else. And yes, if you look at the monasteries in the Middle Ages, as you say, the cathedral builders, centuries-long projects with consistent faith, preserving the manuscripts, over and over, generations of monks. That could, I've written about that stuff myself in the future. Often in the future, religious orders with this kind of dedication to really an abstract goal, maintaining them over generations. I mean, presumably you'd need a non-monastic order with a non-celibate order. That's the word I'm looking for. But there are plenty of those around. But yes, I mean, and personally, I'd have no objection to that as long as there was no oppression to the crew involved.
Yes.
But preservation of culture is something that we have achieved over centuries with religious orders. The counter to that is destruction of the libraries of Alexandria and so forth. But yeah, I think that's a quite possibly a stable form of non-totalitarian government that could make it to the stars.
Yeah. Good. Just looking at time, but I think we'll carry on because Matt's here, so we can move on to the next talk. So we've still got that 5 minutes of buffer. So I'm going to ask you, let's have a couple of quick questions from panelists. Simon Malpass is asking, could you say a little bit more about, you say that science fiction's value is providing a space for thought experiments about the human experiential impacts of scientific engineering or ethical developments, and whether you could just expand on that a bit more.
Well, I think that's probably always been true since the beginning of the genre. Well, you mentioned War of the Worlds earlier. I did a sequel to the War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. Excuse me. That book came out of a conversation by Wells with his brother, Frank, at the time of the slaughter of the Tasmanians. And I mentioned the Tasmanians, didn't I, in my talk. It seems that the Tasmanians were basically exterminated in a particularly nasty bit of British imperialism. And it was a scandal in late Victorian Britain. And Wells and his brother were discussing this. And the brother said, it'd serve us right if somebody dropped out the sky and did to us, British, what we did to the Tasmanians. And that was exactly the scenario that Wells, or the moral scenario that Wells developed, looking for who would do this. Well, the Martians, at the time, Mars was thought to be an older, more developed world. They would invade us just as we'd invaded the Tasmanians, as opposed to the other way around. And Wells was building on a tradition of invasion literature anyway, when it was usually the Germans in Britain. But he was showing how it would feel to be on the receiving end of a superior technology. And that surely prompted later ethical discussions about clashing biospheres, whether we're on the winning side or not. Also, of course, when that book turned out to be a good predictor of the Second World War, if more than the First World War to some extent, because you've got a high energy, a high technology onslaught on fleeing human civilians, as opposed to armies clashing. And people in the Second World War were saying it's just like something out of H.G. Wells as they fled London, just as Wells has described. So that's one case, I think, where science fiction is intertwining with ethics and ethical predictions in a way.
Good. Okay, and we've got 2 more minutes, so I'm just going to read out a last comment, which I think is very interesting, from Sherry Wells Jensen, saying, "What if we consider recruiting disabled people as first generations? Many of us are used to involuntary limitations put on our movements and to working complex problems without adequate outside resources. To have a ship designed for our abilities for full access would be something many people would go for, and the following generations could be raised with that sense of freedom." And I think it's more of a statement than a question, but I think it's a very interesting statement because, of course, it raises this question about who you pick to put on a world ship, and this assumption that you would pick, certain types of people on the Earth, and maybe there are groups of people, as Sherry points out, who may actually be better able to deal with the restrictions and the confinements that are associated with world ships that we haven't considered, unconventional cross sections of the population that might actually be the best people to lead interstellar world ship missions.
I think that's absolutely right, actually. And there's been plenty of science fiction set in the near future in which disabled people are sent up to space stations, near future space stations, who need legs.
Yes.
So I think that's entirely possible. Yeah. You don't really want super fit astronauts who can run marathons.
Yes.
Because there would be room.
Yes.
So yes, I think that's a great idea.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's 10:59, so we must stop there. There's a couple of extra questions for you, Steve, if you can go into the question and answer. I would love to discuss, but we don't have time, but you can type your answer in there from Tony and Lauren, so that would be good if you could answer those. Thank you very much, everyone. Sorry we can't answer all the questions. That's excellent. So now we're going to, having used up our buffer, go straight over to Matjaz Vidmar. Thank you very much for joining us, Matt. And we're going to be now thinking about sort of perhaps returning to a more Earth-based question, which is thinking about, is ecology antithesis of liberty? Now, Matt is a very interesting and diverse person. He's a researcher and teacher at the University of Edinburgh, here in Edinburgh. He examines technological innovation and interorganizational change from the perspective of science, technology, and innovation studies. And he's involved in a wide variety of links. You can see the social dimensions of outer space behind him, which is one of the networks that he founded at Edinburgh that brings together social scientists and scientists to think about, exactly as its name says, the social dimensions of outer space. He's the chairman and policy lead of Gateway Earth Development Group and deputy chief executive officer for programs and special projects at the Astra Sociology Research Institute, as well as many other affiliations and projects that he's involved with here at Edinburgh and more widely. So thank you very much for joining us, Matt. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Charles, both for the lovely introduction as well as for, of course, organizing this super exciting symposium. I am delighted to be in the company of people I very much look up to, and this talk is basically a bit of a sort of starting point for a conversation that I hope to develop in the forthcoming book, where I will focus more on one of the projects that actually Charles has mentioned, which is the Gateway Earth Development Group, where we are sort of conceptually trying to work out what a geostationary space station would look like. But there's two critical perspectives around sort of ecologies and space exploration, space travel. And I think in a very unwitting way, I think I am actually leading on from the talk that Stephen just gave, because the idea that actually the Earth is the ultimate sort of spaceship in a sense, and that perspective, the relative recency of that perspective, which was specifically shaped with new emerging space technology. And so how is that new technology disrupting the ethical system? So how do we think about ourselves and our ecology? And Charles very importantly noted that actually the bounds of our ecological system isn't too far away. And so how do we actually perceive that differently due to use of space technology on one hand, and on the other hand, going into space, how is space as an environment actually creating, shaping the socio-technical systems of this sort of transition into space? And I'll put forward some interesting observations, hopefully, as well as sign some alarm bells, because of course, the big worry that I think Stephen has articulated, I think, quite well in looking at various aspects of interplanetary travel or intergalactic travel, how far away you would like to go on your starship, is that we are just going to go and replicate existing systems. Are we, is this the objective? Is this something to be avoided? How is this moderated? And what kind of mechanisms are used to actually deal with that? And some of the considerations we need to make around space technology, space exploration, and space travel, I think we need to kind of make now. I think the time's basically now to have a look at that. Anyway, so here's a quick sort of flyby tour. So we'll start, as I say, with the first bit, which is how is space technology shaping and disrupting ethical systems governing the viability of transplanetary ecological perspective? That's a big mouth word. There's like a lot of stuff there. But basically, the question is, how is space technology actually shaping the way we look at our planet and the idea that there is a uniform planetary ecology? Okay, and this is based primarily on my research of emerging space industry. I actually do a lot of my work here in Scotland. I've been studying companies and research organizations that are developing projects for further space exploration. A lot of the stuff that's happening here in Scotland is actually very small. Nobody's building a kind of Noah Ark sort of starship. Things are actually quite the opposite end of the scale, with pocket-sized microsatellites and nanosatellites and rockets. But nonetheless, visions are being put forward for space development and exploration, which critically have a reach far beyond both the current planned technology, as well as its actual application, its actual socio-technical role in our life. In fact, this is a good friend of mine, Steve Lee, who is a director of one of these companies. And his motto in life is every problem has a space solution, which is already implying that space as a perspective is something else, is somehow different from perhaps other fields of technology or other places we explore. So because, of course, when he says space, it doesn't just necessarily mean actually space as in the environment, but actually space as in our technology placed in that environment. And of course, in this case in particular, looking back down on Earth. And we've been quite used to it. So, I mean, interesting, because with the discussion I found fascinating just now about the generational memory. I grew up in a world where we have a planetary perspective, where we have images from, ever since Apollo, even from before, images of the Earth as a whole, images of countries, continents from space, things that are very, very different in perspective from what came before. Yes, we could draw parallels by looking out into space and seeing, okay, Mars, Moon, whatever, and trying to say, well, if those planets look like this or those objects look like this, then our Earth is, probably looks something like it from space. But we maybe sometimes underestimate just the amount of kind of perspectival shift that the ability to look down on Earth or from space onto Earth has actually made in understanding the Earth as a one planet ecology. This has, of course, different kinds of implications. But in particular, it shows in a way in which technology is not only sort of instrumental in understanding ecological makeup of a planet or of a sort of biological and environmental system, but it's also its kind of initiator. Without the perspective, there is no science, there is no sort of mindset that puts everything together. I give here only sort of an example. So what how practically then looking back down on Earth is not only constructing the ecology, but also trying to or is being used for interfering, modifying, configuring things that are actually happening. Using satellite data, colleagues, actually, some of them here in Edinburgh, have been modeling things like flood risks and social vulnerability indexes, where they're basically looking at a variety of parameters in rivers. This example here, I think, is from Senegal, and they basically use space data, that sort of bird's eye perspective that hasn't been afforded to us before space technology. There's an in-between era with airplanes, but it's never really been at that. The airplane isn't at the height at which space technology operates. And then go from the idea that you can recognize some colors, some pixels on the Earth, to the fact that you translate that into an ecological perspective that says, well, there's flood zones, the flood zones operate in this particular way, there's this sort of biology that's affected, there's this sort of environment that's effective, and of course from there's these sort of communities that are affected, and then you model a social ecology or socio-biological ecology when you actually start looking at things like, well, so these communities actually are vulnerable to poverty, etc., because of the changes to their environment, and you go from there to some kind of an intervention, some kind of an action that you can put in place to sort of change the reality, change that, right? So we put down a flood zone risks and social vulnerability index, but that's not the end of the story. That's just the observation and the data analysis and interpretation. The loop closes by actually putting forward policies which effectively serve to change that environment. In that sort of sense, our technology observing from space is very much part of the same ecosystem. It's not an extension or some kind of neutral observer. Again, lots of parallels with that idea that, how can you tell that you're on a spaceship and you aren't just in a lab and everything is being sort of simulated for you? Well, in that sort of sense, how we extend that bird's eye view, we put the telescopes out in orbit, and the assumption is, of course, that by doing so, that's a neutral observing point, and then you're looking down on the Earth as it is. But actually, that neutral observer is not neutral at all. It has social, political, economic consequences, that point of view, and because that point of view has these consequences, it is part of the same socio-technical system. So here we probably already caught on to this, but I'm using ecology in a relatively sort of loose way, because as soon as in one way to look at it is that as soon as you include humans into ecological systems, you also include all the socio-technical stuff with it. And so from that point of view, I think it's a very interesting idea that actually space assets, things that we launch into space, as long as they are somewhat, infused with our ideas, controls, etc., are also part of our ecology. And this leads then to sort of kind of political tensions, governance, which, in a sense, can start to impinge on the ideas of liberty, because ecological perspectives from space are unearthing, both, sort of environmental inequalities, as well as other things like developmental inequalities, colonization, and its consequences, all those sort of things. We then create frameworks which are trying to govern the ecosystem, the ecology that we see, in order to balance things out. And on one hand, I think we'd all broadly agree that's a good thing, because we have the ethical imperative to be inclusive, and as a species, we would like to support all of our kin, as well as be kinder to those to other species. Let's say, in theory, there's of course all sorts of problems with that, but that is, in a sense, a way to, it's a trade of liberty. I give away something, I give away a bit of my free will to just go and do and wreck things, in order to create a communal, ecological bond with our kin everywhere around the Earth, not just in my immediate environment. So that space perspective, is effectively leading to, as a direct consequences, to a framework of governance that institutions such as the United Nations, the COP26, which is coming up, or others, which are designed to basically limit liberty in order to forward a global ecological perspective. So whilst you might agree with that, it's something to be aware of. So there's actually specific, that you could look at things and you can find actually specific ways in which the things like sustainable development framework is directly linked to the ability to have that global perspective. Here I just show some indicators which where satellite data solutions, so this global perspective from space, has actually influenced the way those indicators are measured, and hence are directly impacting policy on the ground in tackling land management, as well as many other things. So where we are basically going towards, and this is kind of something interesting and something that I've been sort of involved with peripherally, is that these sort of systemic perspectives, ecological perspective from space, are going towards in the direction where we have something we refer to as mission control Earth. The idea that you can have a holistic global perspective where you automate using things like artificial intelligence, etc., the data fusion and change detection, so that you have a strategic overview of what's going on inside the whole of the ecosystem. So it's kind of the whole spaceship control panel, with data flowing in from these sort of space perspectives, space satellites that are kind of feeding us this information, and then you're able to sort of direct, again, with implications for free will and liberty and other things, direct responses to whatever red lights or red alarms are switching on and off. And of course, who decides that something is a red light or not is a matter of interpretation. And here the institutional bit kind of comes in, and we can talk about those further. Now, if we want to look at effectively what goes into some kind of a control panel like that, well, on one hand, you have the data and the assets, right? So there's the stuff that is kind of being fed in from these systems, socio-technical systems. Then you have some kind of processing and analytics. And then you have, on top of that, the interpretation of that, so socio-ecological modeling, so figuring out what actually the processes and analytics actually means. All three of these are intensely politically controlled processes. This is actual proposal for something we were pitching a few years back, which is a kind of idea of a kind of a smart planet resilience for development, again, a dashboard-like solution that it's looking for particular issues with things like wildfires, floods, land degradation, and forest deforestation, as well as migration. And so you can kind of see that these are all interlinked processes. There is a joined up global ecology around them, but just the way what each indicator means for each of those processes and what the response should be is an intensely political process. And us understanding what the data does and what's the extent of the data, and at which point the data interpretation is actually can be contested and controlled is I think an important consideration if we try to think about ecologies not only on our planet, but as we expand out into the wherever we might be going. I think that point about destination is a very apt one. By the way, this is just a small aside. If anybody of you would like to sort of see an illustration or a kind of a more meditative sort of insight into this idea of there is that we have this kind of global data sets and global stats and figures around environment and climate change in particular. But what does it actually mean for us on a local scale, right? So what's that connection between the global and the local? Then we've just last week launched this new web application called Awen. You can find it at awen.earth. It's effectively a self-guided walk that you can do in wherever you are, and it will kind of guide you through various aspects of your environment. It will highlight some of the connections we can establish with our environment, but also a little bit of what is the global perspective on your local environment, and maybe there'll be some questions about how or not that is problematic. Good, so that's the first bit. As I said, going into space and looking back down on Earth it creates the idea of a one world ecology that has impact on actually the way that we as society sort of respond to what that global ecology means, and that can then be scaled down to various levels, including quite local and quite intimate. But then there is the other aspect of putting something in space, And that is, of course, that the space environment is shaping and disrupting the socio-technical systems governing the viability of the ecological perspective. So that basically means, well, okay, now we understand what, not to understand, but we've mapped out what we think based on this new perspective, the global Earth ecology is. If you were to transfer it somewhere in space, the environment itself is going to constrain what your socio-technical options are, right? So what can you do in terms of governing a new ecology, and what kind of technical ability you have in actually controlling it or understanding it or developing another such global perspective. So I'll just highlight one small vignette here, really, because this is such a huge field that and the vignette that I highlight is a little bit of thinking we've done a few years back around something called risk renormalization. So the idea that when we talk about sort of alien, new, or emergent sort of visionary ecologies, what we often like to do is use sort of earthly metaphors to describe them, and in particular, I've mentioned previously just how politicized this sort of stuff is. We are putting forward metaphors that make us feel good about our existing world order and not actually challenge it, and that's a big problem. Okay, so I'll show two short stories about risk renormalization. One is about the idea of cleaning space waste. So I talked just about how ecological perspective on the Earth was built around putting satellites in orbit around the Earth and examining the data that's being beamed down from them. But that has a consequence, and the consequence is, for the space environment, there's a lot of debris, space debris out there, both dysfunctional, sort of old, disused satellites, as well as sort of bits that broke off, rocket bodies, all sorts of other things flying around. And then on the flip side of that, we have, so this is sort of the unintentional consequences that we'd like to minimize. On the flip side of that is traveling out into the solar system, and we've discussed now even intergalactic travel, and we've sort of brushed aside, of course, the technical challenges associated with it. But having said that, when you look at something like Journey to Mars, there are obvious, or even somewhere quite near like Mars or Moon, there are obvious technical issues, and the way we conceptualize them or not, or the way we sort of disregard them, sort of again demonstrate the way that sort of idea of a transplanetary ecology is intensely politically controlled, and it can be manipulated. And the way these things are actually manipulated is by the risk renormalization, because it makes everyday and relatable processes and challenges that actually are big and almost unsurmountable in some cases. So I wrote this paper. I'm not going to go into too much detail around it. It was basically a critique of this idea that people can just go to Mars and that's that. And in particular, at the time, this was 4 or 5 years ago, people like Elon Musk, etc., were just sort of making this sort of grand statement. So we're going to send 200,000 people to colonize Mars by the end of the century. And we'll have spaceship. Spaceship is going to take around 100 to 200 passengers every single time. What about radiation protection? Oh, well, some people have cancer on Earth as well, and all this sort of stuff. So it's sort of framed in the debate where there's actually a very nonchalant attitude around risks in the sort of the industrial side of space exploration development. And at the other time, there was a bit of a crisis of confidence in sort of public, academically led space exploration programs. And effectively what was happening is this sort of process of risk renormalization, where first of all, there seemed to be a clear demarcation between figures and statements such as Elon Musk. There was another guy called Bhatt something, who was I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, that's bad. He was the head of Mars One project, which, if some of you still remember, is basically an idea that you sell one-way tickets to Mars and generate additional sort of revenue by effectively treating Mars as sort of a big brother house. So people that go there expect that they're going to spend the rest of the life there, and a lot of that is televised and is sort of presented almost like an entertainment for the people on Earth. But that's the way you generate enough money to fund the mission to actually send the people there in the first place. And so there's clear demarcation between them and what the official space programs were doing on one hand, and on the other hand, there was a lot of sort of understating certain risks and overestimating other risks. And the understating risks to the individual, like the example I just gave, which is like, oh yeah, some people might die on the way to Mars because of low radiation protection we put in our Starship, but hey ho, people die anyways every day, so what's the big problem? And on the other hand, there were other, similarly nonchalant remarks, which were subsequently detracted, like we'll nuke North Martian Pole to release the water in there and all this sort of stuff. So that was on one hand. And on the other hand, there was an overestimation of the risk of sort of almost like an impeding planetary disaster on Earth. A lot of reasons why Elon Musk gives for why we should go and become an interplanetary species is because, well, first of all, there might well be a cataclysmic event coming soon, a meteorite impact, something like that, and we need, better chances for survival as a species if we're on 2 planets rather than 1. As well as there was almost kind of parallels drawn with things like climate change and stuff. Well, we seem like we're gonna, burn out this planet. We're not very good at managing that, so we need to be able to start afresh somewhere else, right? And in a sense, while those are valid concern, the timescales of those concerns are completely mismatched and are deliberately put together as if they were the same thing, so that people feel like, oh, we might be hit by a meteorite and the Earth is gone tomorrow, as opposed to, well, if we send these people there without any radiation protection, they will die, right? And they will die, on the way. So that was kind of the inspiration behind this. And if anybody wants to read the article, it's long and complicated, but it makes that point. What does that mean in practice? Just in this sort of narratives are reinforcing the way we already think about space, and that's a problem because we're not really adapting to the change in the ecological perspective. We're just replicating what we already know. So first of them is this idea about space debris, right? So there's space debris which is left behind. People estimate vary. The 10,000 is the least scary agreed figure of objects. It's only about nobody knows exactly how many, but only about 3,000 or 4,000 of those are actual sort of satellites, and about half or maybe 3/4 of them can be controlled. Everything else is just flying about, and it's generating potential problems like something referred to as the Kessler syndrome, which is an idea that if, of course, have one object that crashes into another object, they shatter and they spread debris, and that debris then proliferates, and it's like an exponential sort of event where they hit more stuff and everything just shatters. This is an illustration of that. This is the NASA tracked sort of NASA tracking of objects in the from since the early days until about 5 years ago. And you can see these sort of jumps in the graphs where things happened, like there was a rocket test that went wrong, or there's a satellite problem or whatever, and you can kind of see how that kind of just escalates and sort of debris it goes up. The problem isn't the fact that there's debris there. Unfortunately, that's the state of fact. There's no point in crying about it. What is potentially more problematic is that the way the industry and the way sort of we treat that. What is if we start treating the debris as part of our ecosystem, which we should, because we are very likely to hit the Kessler scenario if we don't do anything about it, at which point we are trapped on our Earth. And that idea of being a spaceship where we really have no access to anything outside of our window will become very true, because an orbit completely cluttered with space debris means no rockets can pass, no other spacecraft can pass, and that basically means we're trapped in the Earth for at least some time, and it could be quite long. The problem is that the idea to solve this, the main idea to solve, is just to clean, right? Which is this sort of, it trivializes the issue that we're having. In fact, there's nets being developed for catching objects in sort of little nets and just dragging them back down to the atmosphere. There is kind of solar cell propulsion things that kind of go around and sort of stick themselves to objects and drag them down into the atmosphere. There's even harpoons being developed that would go and pierce the body of a satellite, hook it to the spacecraft that was sent to clean it away, and then drag back down. But the problem with that is that these are neither very easy or cheap solutions, and we keep on chucking out satellites while we're kicking the cleaning into the long grass, because as we all know from our own experience at home, sometimes you just can't be bothered to clean that much, and you say, well, you'll do it next weekend, or we'll just do it eventually, until the place is a right pig's mess. And the issue is, however, that if we get to that stage in this scenario, where we end up is possibly uncleanable. It's irreparable. And so a clear question is, if we are in a new environment, and space environment here is putting a constraint, everything that's put into orbit will stay in that orbit for a very long time. How do we respond as a socio-technical systems if we believe that our transplanetary ecology does extend beyond the windows of our planet? Second bit, oh, this was exciting. Second bit is the bit about going to Mars and the trivialization of journey to Mars. And actually, I said more about this than I wanted to when I was introducing risk randomization, so I won't go into too much details. But effectively, what's there on the left-hand side is, on one hand, so the left-hand side of the screen has up first of all Elon Musk's plans for launching an extremely phallic-looking starship to Mars with at least 200 people in its capsules, and then lower down, that's the Mars 1 plans, and those are put into juxtaposition with NASA Journey to Mars, the latest ExoMars rover from European Space Agency, and then some further colonization designs the European Space Agency has actually put together. It's not just Mars, by the way. Just for reference, I also put further kind of it's almost easy visualizations on the right, with the Deep Space Gateway going around the moon there on top, and the lunar village idea from the European Space Agency at the bottom, where again a mixture of launching a bunch of stuff and some light touch terraforming or lunar forming. You come up with a potential habitat and working environment. The problem is, these are vastly different environments, and what we are basically seeing all over there is we're replicating earthly ecologies and technology we've had before. So if we do get to send, those, explorers out there on these bases, on the idea that, that what we are doing is trying to replicate earthly environment and the ecological perspective we have on the Earth out there into space, we might end up in trouble. We might end up, all alone, isolated, etc. And effectively, what the liberty that we, the constructs around liberty and the ability to do things on Earth environments will just try to be sort of copy pasted onto places like Mars, and of course that's not going to work. And people will be, or descendants, or humanoid robots. Well, I don't know exactly what the format of those explorers might well be, but their ecological perspective on what is sort of the where they are from, which in a sense we talked about this about the starship, right? It actually shifts from being descendants of Earthlings trying to replicate a US to being of our own thing, and not actually remembering things just as a distant memory. That shift, if we're not careful, will happen much sooner, and might well happen in a way that basically the old is discarded and abandoned precisely because it's not fit for purpose in the new environmental context. So this is the alarm bell. This is the sort of warning sign. I'll just wrap up by just highlighting two networks that you, as people who've bothered to attend this symposium, might be interested in. That's the Social Dimensions of Outer Space, which is something we launched here in Edinburgh, and it is looking at how actually Charles has done a brilliant introduction. I don't have to say anything more. One thing that I will say more is, if you're interested in some of the musing as to what are different stages in potential expansion to space might look like, we've done this book called Scotland in Space, where we've commissioned 3 short stories. In fact, Simon, who is on this call, was one of the editors of the book. So 3 short stories and some science and social science reflections on space exploration, both in terms of planetary, extra galactic in a sense, and then something really super big as into almost like a multiverse scenario. Do feel free to have a look at the book. It's in Shoreline of Infinity, was published by. And then finally also Social Studies of Outer Space, which is effectively an international version of Social Dimensions of Outer Space, but it's more meant for kind of people to do sociology and social science, rather than a kind of a more interdisciplinary mix that we have in SDOS. And that's me, just gone 11:30, so I think I should probably stop here.
Great, thank you very much, Matt. And we do have time for some talks because we've got the sort of 15-minute buffer, so that's fine. Although you've spoken for 30 minutes, that's good. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat or in the question and answer box. In the meantime, I guess I'll ask you a question. Is that, you know, a lot of the things that you presented are thinking about ecology on the Earth and how we manage data processing on the Earth and how that affects our ability to operate in space. Will these same things translate to other planetary bodies? So I'm thinking about a station on Mars, for instance, where you may have planetary protection regulations or concerns. At the moment, we tend to think about Earth ecology and then space exploration interacting with Earth ecology. We don't know whether there's life on Mars, but we still might, even if we don't know the answer to that question, we still might be concerned about general trash on Mars. People have talked about bits of spacecraft parts lying around, so it doesn't need biology to have an environmental concern. So I wonder how much of the things that you've been talking about will eventually transplant onto the Moon and Mars, and you know, how much will we be thinking about the possibility of being concerned about waste elsewhere? In fact, Space Greenpeace came up yesterday.
Well, and in fact, absolutely. And there is, I mean, so this is again interesting. So we are exporting our own ecological perspective, right? We understand what waste means for us, and we think of that as waste, right? In fact, one of the arguments, I haven't talked that much about solutions here, particularly with the space debris. One of the arguments as to, you know, how do we stop treating it as something just to clean is to stop thinking about it as waste. You know, waste effectively, sociologists have long discovered that, you know, waste is effectively just stuff that's out of place, right? Waste is defined by some kind of degree of utility or some kind of degree. It's in the right place for me to do something with it, and that is a very much of a matter of perspective. So if you, instead of thinking of spacecraft flying around and the bits of debris as waste, but rather as a resource, so something that I'm actually going to want to pick up and build new satellites from, rather than launching all the raw materials from the surface of the Earth, then that creates a different perspective. And I think the same is to be said for Mars. You know, from the planetary protection point of view, I mean, this is because we care about the way our biology works, that we put these things in place. And I'm not arguing to say that, you know, we should just not care and just spray the stuff everywhere. You know, quite the opposite. But you know, the reason the way we think about it is the way we think about it is because it is from our perspective what serves us. But actually, there might well be, you know, microbes on Mars who would welcome, you know, they probably aren't, but they would welcome some of earthly waste that they could use as food or whatever to actually create their own ecological response. So the whole point of this is that ecology is always intertwined, and it's always a matter of perspective. And we've now adopted this planetary perspective around the Earth, and looking outwards, we've modified the sort of the expectation of these planetary ecological perspectives of things further out there. But actually, those are all matters of perspective. We need to be very, very careful, because those are constructed with particular politics in mind.
Okay. And then, thank you. And you touched on a point right at the beginning of your talk, and you spoke about, which I think is a general point, that the environmental difficulties we have on the Earth at the moment, you know, force us to take certain actions, legal, regulatory actions, practical actions that are infringement on liberty. Yeah. And so there's this fascinating discussion about, you know, the necessity for responding to these climate and environmental problems we have, even in an emergency, and the necessary restrictions on liberty we have to expect to deal with those. You know, we just can't live on a planet where we just consume freely, and any control on consumption is tyranny. I mean, this attitude has to go. So there's a very fascinating trade-off to come on individual liberties and the necessary collective response to dealing with environmental problems. And I wonder how this plays out in the space environment. So if I can offer a sort of Machiavellian speculation, you're on Mars and you're in a habitat, and the authority says, no, you can't leave the habitat and go onto the surface of Mars on your expedition, because we think there's a planetary protection concern about a possible place that might be habitable. So you're going to have to stay in the habitat for the next month. And actually, the reason isn't there at all. They just want to control this person who's been a bit of an irritation to the authorities recently. Yeah. So how do we, and given we don't have much knowledge of these other planetary bodies, how do we stop these sorts of environmental considerations becoming instruments of tyranny, unnecessarily instruments of tyranny? Is it just a matter of gathering as much knowledge as we can about ecologies and about environments on other planets so that people can more accurately decide whether they're being tyrannized or not? I mean, how do you stop environmentalism from becoming a deliberate instrument of tyranny?
Yeah, that's a great point. And in a sense, that's kind of what I'm hoping to also develop just a little bit further, because I think there is a partial response that we can offer right now. And in a sense, it's not quite knowledge. I'd say it's multitude of perspectives. It's sort of empathy. It's being able to actually see the same situation from different points of view. So the counter argument, I mean, on one hand, you think, well, there's this person that we kind of invent the reasons why we want to control them for whatever real reason that we have. But actually, the question is, is this person personally being able to empathize with either rules, right? The reason why they are being controlled by the mission control, as well as are they being able to empathize with the bacterial mites, and are they able to judge and value the reason, these two perspectives, and kind of come up with a balanced decision. In a sense, the tyranny isn't necessarily the inability to do things. You're not allowed, you're not able, they lock you in the place, and it's also the inability to sort of perceive, why is that so? Why am I limited in a particular space? Because there might well be good reasons, and if you are able to have the multitude of perspectives, you can weigh them, and you can then make decisions. And in a sense, whilst you might still be oppressed, at least you understand why. And I think that there is some comfort in being able to empathize with the various ecological perspectives that are at stake in these environments.
Yes, and I suppose that empathy, though, is still rooted in practical knowledge.
Yes.
To know where the reasonable limits are.
Absolutely.
You have to understand the ecology. I have to know whether it's reasonable for someone to keep me locked up in a habitat for a month.
Yeah.
Whether the concern about the habitable region on Mars is reasonable or not. So a lot of it is rooted still in a scientific knowledge.
Absolutely.
To be able to make those judgments.
Yes. The question is just at which point that actually isn't giving a satisfactory answer, because at the end you could say, well, it is almost as important for me to stay in as it is important for me to go out.
Yeah.
Right. Because there could be this sort of ambivalent, there's the science won't just give you an answer. Yes, go out. No, don't go out. There is a matter of interpretation. And from that point of view, I think that the question is, are you able to fully empathize with the thing that's out there? Right. So this is always the shift in perspective, the same way in which, we talked about colonization earlier. Right. I mean, in a sense, we still do the same thing. We think like, the alternative that was given was like, if we go to a planet, it's either going to be barren and not very interesting and difficult to kind of, inhabit, or there's going to be life there and we might sort of, jump on it. Right. This is precisely the dilemma of all of the colonization that's ever been. The problem, the big problem around that is that up until very recently, we weren't able to empathize with that life that's there. Or rather, we as a society, the structures weren't geared towards empathizing with the other, and that's a lot of the reason why people just went and did awful things, and so the answer when you empathize, I suspect the answer to those things is you never go until you're called to come, and I think this is a very interesting, and this is actually nothing to do with my work. But it's something that I've been thinking about over the past few days, also just thinking about this sort of idea about, what is the destination? I think that's a critical point. I think in the end, if you even think about science fiction, a lot of the times the aliens show up because the Earth is in big trouble, right? I mean, sometimes they come and try to do nasty things to us. And that's, of course, a useful lesson as to what colonization looks like if you are the one with the inferior technology, as was discussed earlier by Stephen. But actually, a lot of the times they come because we've messed it up and we need help. And I suspect the only really ethical way to go to pick a destination is if they really need help, if they would actually welcome us, rather than trying to say, how much are we treading on their toes, or going somewhere where actually we're not interested in going, because that won't also work either.
Yeah, of course, a lot of life in space may be microbial, and they will never call us for help.
But then you've written some beautiful books.
We will impose ourselves on their environment.
You've written some beautiful books where microbes do talk to each other, and so maybe that's the whole point. Maybe with people talk to what you send advance is, first of all, sterile robots that are not interfering with things, etc. Maybe what you talk is some benign microbes, right? When you send in as well, the first is maybe the technology, then is the benign microbes that figure out how are the other microbes feeling about them, and somehow be able to communicate that back to us, and then and then the bees will be third to go.
Yeah.
So I think that's another point.
From
multi-species travel, I think, is a really important thing. Actually, we always think about the Noah Ark idea, right? We take our zebras and everything with us, and we'll just go and plop everything down. But actually, might well be staged, right? It might well be that the first thing we need to send is something super tiny, but some kind of a marker of recognition, and then you move on to something smaller, and then there's another thing, and then humans really turn up, thousands, if not millions of years later.
Yeah. Okay. And then I'm just looking at time, so we should finish in a minute or so. But just very briefly, just to respond to Itamar's question, he's wondering whether we have the right to terraform another planet. Of course, that's a huge question in itself. But just briefly, what's your view on the large scale alteration of an entire planetary environment in terraforming, how that fits in with your?
Yeah, so again, if we're terraforming, we're basically trying to take our ecology with us, right? And as I said, I have serious reservations around that. So again, I'll maybe put the other answer: don't terraform unless you've been invited to, right? I mean, I'm not entirely sure what constitutes an invitation. That is a matter for another day. But don't go anywhere unless you've been sort of invited to, or unless you're really super sure that it is just something for you to explore. But as I say, quite often terraforming, really you need to have already quite good conditions, so it's probably better to be invited to.
Excellent. Good place to finish off. Thank you very much. It's 11:44, so we'll stop there. Thank you again, Matt, for your talk. And again, interesting discussion. So we've gone straight in through our buffer zone to the next talk. And the next talk is being given by me. And I'm sorry for taking 2 slots in this conference. It actually wasn't my intention. We had a change in schedule on Friday last week, and it was too late to start moving people around because people are committed to their time. So rather than leaving a big empty space in the schedule, I've put in a talk that I thought might be interesting related to extraterrestrial liberty, a talk I gave in another conference. So that's what I'm going to discuss, freedom engineering as a means to mitigate tyranny in space. So again, I'm in the slightly strange position of introducing myself. I'm Charles Cockell. I'm a microbiologist here at Edinburgh, interested in life in extreme environments and the habitability of extraterrestrial environments. I've been involved in a number of space experiments to study microbes on space station and other space missions, but I also have an interest in political philosophy over a long period of time, particularly this question of liberty, hence this set of talks over the last 4 days. It particularly fascinates me. I don't have any professional training in philosophy, I just warn you, but I have a scientific interest in how environments in space might influence humans, which has sort of got me into social sciences and political philosophy. So this is, for me, a very interesting subject. So I'm going to share my slides. Hopefully this will work. Good. Can someone tell me whether that's showing up okay?
That works.
Yeah,
Great.
we can see.
Thanks a lot. Good. So the title of this talk, as I say, is Freedom Engineering, a Means to Mitigate Tyranny in Space. And what I want to do is talk about whether we can engineer our way out of more illiberal behaviors in space. So if you look at this image, this is a sort of image that gets those of us who are space geeks very excited. You can see some astronauts here drilling into rock. Maybe they're looking for life. We've got a huge, ambitious station there that we would all like to see. Maybe there's an aircraft there, maybe a follow-on from the Ingenuity helicopter. We've got a wind farm. This is a vision for many people of the human future beyond the Earth. But if you look at this more carefully, you will notice a number of things. First of all, there's no one outside any government offices with placards complaining about their working conditions. There's no one sitting in cafes, outside cafes, drinking cappuccinos, discussing the political environment of their society. Everyone, for reasons that I don't need to explain, is utterly confined, either in habitats or in spacesuits. Freedom of movement is curtailed in a way that would please some of the worst dictators on the Earth. And the environmental conditions in which these people live are instantaneously lethal. They depend upon the provision of oxygen, even when they're walking around outside. So despite the fact that this excites a lot of us, when we look beneath the surface, we start to ask, is this actually an image of abject tyranny, the worst sort of tyranny that you could expect from a human society? And this is really sort of the discussion we're having over these few days. And the hypothesis that I will propose, I don't think this is particularly novel, because I think this comes out of many of the discussions we've seen so far and will do, is that the extraterrestrial environment can lead to more tyranny-prone social arrangements. I'm not saying tyranny is a given. There's no reason why we shouldn't create successful democracies in space, but I would say it's more tyranny-prone. There are more opportunities for autocracy to find its way into the sort of society of which the image of which I've just shown. Certainly, there's more freedom that can come in escaping from the Earth. For example, we might escape Earth's government bureaucracies. We might escape some of the restricted spaces on the Earth. We might escape entrenched views on the Earth. I suspect that Robert Zubrin will touch on some of these things later on in the afternoon when he talks about his vision of liberty. But there is potentially tyranny that comes from within, and that is the lack of freely available oxygen that I bold, because I think that's one of the primary problems in the space environment, something you need on a second-to-second timescale. But there's also a lack of liquid water and food in the natural environment. There is no environment in space in which these things are found naturally, that are at least in terms of water drinkable, even where you do have liquid water, say in Europa or in Enceladus. I don't think you want to drink that straight from a subsurface ocean. So all these things need processing. Generally extreme conditions, I'm not going to go into that, but I'm talking about radiation, the lethal atmospheres, not just lack of oxygen, but low atmospheric pressures. Economic isolation that causes economic autarky and distortions in price mechanisms and other things that tend to result in can result in more centralized economic orders. There's also a restriction in the flow of information in isolation. The very fact that laws of physics means that you cannot communicate in real time if you're a long way away with the Earth or other settlements. So there's a natural barrier there to the free flow of information and so on and so forth. I don't want to discuss this anymore in this talk. It's not the focus of this particular talk. I merely point out that there are a number of ways in which illiberal behaviors can creep into an extraterrestrial settlement. And although none of these are unique, and we find them on the Earth, what I would contend is that the concatenation of all these extremes is unique in the space environment. It's the possibility of all of these things coming together in a nexus of tyranny that you find only very rarely in the most extreme environments on the Earth. And that is the essential problem we have to deal with. So a couple of years ago, I published a paper called Freedom Engineering, where I essentially discussed how we could use engineering to mitigate some of these problems, because many of these problems come from the physical environment and they cause social environments that can result in tyranny. We can't say that the lack of oxygen or the lack of food in space is tyranny. It's just a natural fact of the environment. So the denial of the ability to walk around freely on the lunar surface is not a denial of liberty, but it can result in social conditions that are illiberal and tyrannical. And so this is the concept that I discussed. I call it freedom engineering. I think that's fairly self-explanatory. And the idea is, can we use engineering to mitigate tyranny? So here are just some examples of some of the thoughts that I discussed in that paper. consider two settlements, A and B. In settlement B, we have one food production, oxygen and power unit that provides those resources to the entire settlement. And in settlement A, we have multiple oxygen, power and food units that are split up across the settlement and provide these resources to the whole settlement. And what I would contend is that in B, the resources, because there is more centralization of resources, there is a greater opportunity for despotic control over those three vital machines compared to settlement A, where the machines are more distributed. Now, I should point out that what I'm trying to illustrate here is not fail-safe. Of course, a corporation could easily control the whole of settlement A as it could do the whole of settlement B. But what I would contend is that as a general matter of principle, the more we fragment the means of production of things like food and oxygen, the more difficult it becomes to control all of these units, particularly if each one of these units is engineered to be able to create overproduction. So say, for example, our oxygen machine on the left-hand side here can produce enough oxygen for the entire settlement. Then even if a governing body was to control 3 of these oxygen machines, this one oxygen machine left over can still control or provide the oxygen required for the whole settlement. So if we want to prevent a single oxygen machine coming under the control of an individual or a group of individuals, then we might say that one way to freedom engineer a settlement would be to multiply the means of production, to diversify the providers of vital requirements such as oxygen, and to provide as much as possible the means for overproduction in each commodity. So the control of even a substantial number of these machines still does not give you control over the whole population. And I would point out that this notion of freedom engineering is consistent with the general engineering requirements of redundancy. So engineers would agree with this. They would say that what I'm proposing here is what they would propose from a point of view of redundancy. You don't want a single point failure of a single oxygen machine. So in some sense, freedom engineering is nothing new. It's just a different angle of thinking about the way in which we can engineer a settlement that also happens to be compatible with redundancy. But I'll point out an example a bit later on how freedom engineering may actually be inconsistent with redundancy, making it a separate thing that we want to think about. We could think about spacesuits as well. So I mentioned this restriction on freedom of movement, which is not, as I say, a denial of liberty as such. It's a reality of the environment, but it creates the opportunity for control. And in space, the environment of space is lethal in any environment you want to go to, Moon, Mars, interplanetary space. Freedom of movement is difficult. Spacesuits and pressurized habitats are required. And apart from terraforming, no technology can overcome this basic problem. I mentioned terraforming because, of course, if you can make Mars Earth-like, then you have a planet that has similar freedom of movement, similar movement liberties as the Earth. But apart from that, you are stuck with spacesuits and habitats in some form. So here we have an ineluctable method of control over freedom of movement and people's ability to just walk away from a habitat and get some time on their own. The question is, can we use engineering not to get rid of this requirement, because we can't get rid of it, but to mitigate, to take the edges off it, if you like, and to increase freedom of movement. So this is an example of where I think of freedom of movement as mitigating the physical restrictions on people's ability to operate in the extraterrestrial environment that has knock-on effects on the social environment by improving the freedoms people experience socially. So here are some of the things that we might want to do. If we were going to freedom engineering a spacesuit, we want to make them as reliable as possible, so there's no excuse to continue continuous servicing of these spacesuits. You know, sorry, you can't go out on your expedition because your spacesuit needs servicing. That's a nice way of controlling people. If spacesuits are very reliable and need very little servicing, there's less excuse to continuously be servicing them and thereby controlling people's movements. We might also want to have as many spacesuits as possible, so there's no shortage. So if I want to don a spacesuit and walk out and go for a 2-hour walk outside the Martian habitat, no one can stop me because there's plenty of spacesuits for everyone else. You know, people can't say, well, you can't go out today because we need these spacesuits for an engineering problem we've got to solve, so you have to stay in your habitat. We can remove that mechanism of control by producing many spacesuits that are very reliable. So I can pick up a spacesuit just as I would my coat and go outside. We want to be able to take them off easily and take them off, put them on rather and take them off easily. So it's not a great rigmarole to have to put these things on and do degassing or gassing or whatever else is involved with making sure your spacesuit is ready to go outside. We want to be able to walk outside just like we might put on a coat on the Earth. Of course, it's never going to be quite that easy, but we want to make it as easy as possible because that makes freedom of movement easy. And we also want to make spacesuits that allow long duration of excursion, so I can get away from the habitat for several hours without the restriction of only being able to go out for, say, half an hour. So again, I would point out that these are the sorts of things that I would think engineers would want to do anyway from the point of view of redundancy, but I'm thinking about them from the point of view of liberty, and I'm thinking about using engineering to maximize freedom of movement. That's a separate thing from redundancy, but it has consistencies with what we might want to do from a point of view of redundancy. It's just another way of thinking about engineering. Returning to the oxygen problem, this is a particular problem in the space environment because oxygen you require on a second-to-second timescale. Someone removes that from you and you're dead within minutes. So it has the opportunity of making itself a lever of tyranny, but also a perpetual source of fear for people in an extraterrestrial environment if that oxygen is being controlled by a single individual or a single group. You don't have to have tyranny imposed upon you in a physical way. You merely have to fear that you are in a condition of slavery for that to be good enough to impose a condition of tyranny. No other physiological requirement for humans has this extreme level of requirement on a second-to-second time scale. So it's true to say that water and food will also be produced by manufacturing processes in the extraterrestrial environment, but at least if someone removes those, you've got a matter of hours or days even to somehow mount a rebellion and get your water and food. Oxygen is an immediate concern, and there is no extraterrestrial environment where this requirement can be met without technological intervention. In other words, there is technology between the natural atoms of oxygen and a breath of air. And that will always be the case in the extraterrestrial environment. So how might we freedom engineer oxygen? Well, what we might want to do is create a situation where we maximize local production. What I mean by that is the possibility of people owning their own oxygen producing machines. And as you will be aware, there's this wonderful machine on Mars at the moment called MOXIE, which is on the Perseverance rover and has already demonstrated production of oxygen from carbon dioxide gas in the atmosphere. And the reason why that machine interests me from a liberty point of view is because another way to get oxygen on Mars is to dig permafrost and get water and clean it up and then electrolyze it to make oxygen. But of course, that's a quite involved process. You've got to dig the permafrost, you've got to melt it, you've got to filter it, you've got to electrolyze it. And in all those industrial processes, there are people who could control that process. Whereas the interesting thing about the MOXIE machine is it takes atmospheric CO2 and turns it into oxygen. So here is the possibility of a personal oxygen machine. So I think unwittingly, the group who designed this machine and put it on Mars don't actually realize that they've demonstrated an extraordinary piece of freedom engineering by producing a machine that is small, lightweight, and could be owned by individuals. And this, of course, works on Mars, but it doesn't work on the moon, and it doesn't work on asteroids. So here is an example, of course, how freedom engineering might be specific to the body that you live on. And this machine allows you to produce oxygen. And now if everyone has one of these machines and it's connected into their habitat, to control oxygen, an authority has to get control over all of these machines or their servicing. Now, I would point out that this machine requires a zirconium catalyst to function. So, of course, even if everyone owns a machine, it's no good having private ownership of oxygen machines if the central authority controls the zirconium catalyst factory. So what you also have to do is make sure that the spare parts for this machine are also not tyrannically controlled. So freedom engineering asks us to think about the entire industrial process and to make sure we maximize the plurality of the means of production, not just the ownership of the machines, but the parts of the machines and the materials that make the machines must also not go through a single point provider who suddenly realizes they have a point of control over the entire oxygen producing capability of a settlement. So we might also maximize the ways to produce oxygen. So in case we do worry that there's some part of this machine that's being controlled by some individual, we might also produce oxygen by plants. We might also have a permafrost production unit on Mars. So this may look like unnecessary redundancy to have oxygen produced by lots of different methods. But what we're generating here is not just engineering redundancy, but social redundancy. It becomes more and more difficult to control oxygen because there are more and more corporations, organizations, associations producing oxygen in various different ways, all of which could on their own produce enough oxygen for the settlement. And thereby the capacity to control oxygen would actually become a monolithic exercise. You would have to control the personal oxygen machines, get control over all the plants, get control over the permafrost. This is difficult to do without people realizing that that's what you're up to. So freedom engineering allows us to find a way out of the potential for tyranny, to engineer our way out of tyranny. We might also engineer settlements to remove the fear of violent disobedience. So what we want to do in extraterrestrial settlements is have healthy, constrained dissent. And in extraterrestrial environments, people will probably fear violent disobedience because of the possibility of instant depressurization. Any sort of dissent that expresses itself as group dissent will probably be regarded with fear, because as we know on the Earth, crowds are unpredictable. And what happens if that group that is dissenting suddenly decides in an instant to smash up the habitat, cause a depressurization, and kill everyone because they've decided life isn't worth living, they're fed up with everything, and they're going to cause destruction. This will create a social environment of tyranny because there will be a tendency to quash dissent, and the people within the settlement will demand it themselves. It won't just come from governance. The people in the settlement will fear their fellow settlers doing something extraordinarily dangerous. So one of the things you could think about is engineering a settlement that can handle physical destruction. For example, we could have modularity in design. So if a group of people suddenly go AWOL in part of this settlement, it can instantly be shut off, and it prevents the rest of the settlement from being depressurized. So what we're doing is creating modularity to forestall the possibilities of damage causing damage across the whole settlement. We could create physical structure that's strong enough to deal with physical damage. So if a group suddenly decides to start doing what's depicted on the bottom right here and causing physical damage, the actual settlement is designed to be able to cope with that damage. And we could also create spaces where dissent is deliberately allowed. So public spaces where people are encouraged to express dissent. And that would mean engineering public spaces into a settlement. In settlement A here, it could be the central region where people are encouraged to go and complain about things they don't like, to have disagreements or even rallies if they like. So we can engineer the possibility for dissent into a settlement. And then finally, I would touch upon the possibility of freedom engineering the whole solar system. I mentioned earlier that tyrannical political behaviors might be encouraged by extreme isolation. And I mentioned that with respect to St. Kilda as an example yesterday, where you've got a small isolated group that is far from external influence, and there's a tendency, or at least an encouragement, for people who have a tendency towards coercive behavior to be coercive because no one's watching over them. Isolation also results in economic isolation and limited economic activity, with all the problems that causes in distorted price systems, limited availability of goods that encourages rationing, that itself then feeds into the political system because economic want tends to cause political control, because politicians then feel that they need to control economic activity to stop people from going short of things. So economic isolation can result in the tyrannical tendencies of political isolation. And these problems are simply caused by the vast spatial scales in the solar system, the great isolation of settlements. So could we freedom engineer our way out of this? Well, I think we probably could, not necessarily completely, but we could create reliable, mass-produced spacecraft that can allow rapid and frequent exchange of materials, goods, and people across the solar system. And people like Elon Musk are already thinking about this with his Starship system, but I would contend this is not just about engineering and a desire to build settlements extensively across the solar system, it's also motivated by liberty. The desire to move rapidly through the solar system can forestall some of these tyrannical behaviors in the political and economic realm, as well as just naturally improving our ability to settle the solar system. Essentially, it sort of turns the solar system into a free trade zone where economic activity is more vibrant, it's more varied, it's more rapid. And that means there's less excuse for political control in extraterrestrial settlements. It reduces isolation in the political and economic arena. So I think we can think about freedom engineering the solar system. So just to conclude here, I think that the problems with tyranny in space are so great that we should consider actively thinking about how we can use engineering to mitigate tyranny. And I call this freedom engineering. There's no reason why one shouldn't think about this on the Earth, but I think it's not as needed as is the case in space. And one could argue, of course, that people do freedom engineering on the Earth today. You know, they build vehicles that give you greater range or greater mileage per gallon. You know, these in some sense are freedom engineering activities because you're increasing people's liberty. But what I'd like to suggest is this should become a systematic way of thinking about engineering in space because of the special problems of autocracy. It's generally compatible with the needs of engineering redundancy. So engineers will be doing this anyway, but sometimes it may be incompatible. Imagine, for example, that engineers decide that they need to watch over a habitat to watch for structural failures. And the best way to do that is with cameras. Now, from a liberty point of view, we may disagree with that because that offers the opportunity of a surveillance state. The authorities can pretend they're monitoring the structures, but actually they're monitoring all of us. Of course, this isn't a new problem. We're all familiar with this on the Earth, but it lends itself to the particular problems of tyranny in space. So here is a redundancy engineering solution using lots of cameras throughout a settlement to monitor structures that is inconsistent with freedom engineering. And that's why I suggest that it's a separate consideration in engineering, because it doesn't always automatically emerge from the things that you're doing anyway. And finally, the thing I want to really point out, which is important, is, of course, as you all know, freedom and liberty is a highly contested word. So there's no right way to freedom engineer. And freedom engineering could become an instrument of tyranny in itself, because the authorities could say, well, we're doing things this way because we've spoken to the engineers and they think this is scientifically the best way to do things. And this is freedom engineering, whereas in fact, it's an excuse for tyranny. So we must be careful here. This freedom engineering is not scientifically ordained in any way. It's just another consideration in engineering design. And because it revolves around a contested idea of liberty and freedom, it should always be a matter of debate. You cannot freedom engineering an oxygen machine in the same way that you can work out the load-bearing capacity of a bridge, for example. It's underpinned by a social concept, not a scientific one. But nevertheless, I still think that there is a link here between engineering and political philosophy. And I think the political philosophies and social scientists should talk more to the engineers about how some of these ideas could be incorporated into engineering. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much. I've run over time. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to share them in the questions box or in the chat.
The chair, Charles. So it's not just you asking yourself questions.
Sorry? Yeah,
you
feel
want me
free
to chair this, so it's not just you yourself asking.
Yeah, sure. That's great. Ask me some questions.
Yourself.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Otherwise,
I'll
I'll
ask you
read
some
out
questions. I'll start with, first of all, thank you very much. Brilliant talk. I'll start with something that actually, I'm not saying it's an obstacle, but I'm just interested to think about what your response will be. But Itamar has had a similar thought than me, which is effectively, the more you create modular, fragmented infrastructure, the more is that actually an opportunity for social fragmentation as well. And to the point that actually, theories on working in space have shown that the fact that people are forced to work together is an important component for mission success. Of course, on a much smaller scale, which we're talking ISS and smaller missions. So, is there an extent to which is there too much freedom? Is there a moderation with freedom engineering as well that you actually have to draw and say, well, we make certain things distributed and easy, but there still needs to be structures that actually force people to work together, so we don't nurture individualism on the other hand.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. And Sherry's raised this as well in the chat, because probably unintentionally, I've given a very individualized view of freedom, particularly because I think that's a particular problem in space. But of course, we can talk about the freedom of the group, and this highly individualized version of freedom is a slightly sort of Western view on it. And of course, part of the way in which you achieve your freedom, if you like, is being part of a group. You realize your capacities by being part of the polis, you know, that humans being political animals, as Aristotle realized a long time ago. Your freedom is also about being part of a community. So I think you're absolutely right. And I would go back to the comment that I make. What I would never want to do is make out that freedom engineering, what I've suggested, is something that can be calculated mathematically and exactly. And I appreciate there's a great danger in what I've suggested by suggesting this is something that can be worked out in the same way in which you can design a bridge. I think what I would want to suggest is that there's never a right answer to this notion of thinking about ways of expanding liberty using engineering, but it is just something that I think is worth including in the calculus of engineering in totality. If you're building a settlement, I think it's worth thinking, how is this settlement going to affect the freedom of the individuals to be part of a group where they can experience some individual freedom, but also group freedom? How do we ensure the group feels free and isn't threatened by instant depressurization? This is never going to be something that everyone's going to be happy about. Like liberty on the earth, it's something that's always going to be contested and discussed, as it should be. But I think in the space environment, it's an extremely important discussion. It will irritate the engineers no end, because they will just want to sit down and do their equations and design their habitat and their bridge. And they won't want a bunch of pesky political philosophers coming along and telling them, no, you need to design it like this and you need to design it like that. And in something that cannot be prescribed in an exact way. But I think they're going to have to deal with that. And I think the political philosophers and the social scientists need to make a very strong case that the engineers do need to think about these factors in an environment that's instantaneously lethal and where there's a potential for tyranny in much greater ways than there is on the earth. And I think there's a really productive discussion to be had between the engineers and the political philosophers, and a very interesting one. And I'm sure there are many engineers, I was being a little bit cynical earlier on, who would actually be very interested in sitting down with political philosophers and thinking about how all these ideas of liberty and freedom might impact the way in which you actually design a settlement. So that's a very long-winded way of answering your question, saying, I don't think there's an exact answer to what you say. All these things are open to discussion. My only point is, I think it's a discussion that should be had in engineering.
Absolutely should be had. And I suspect that in a sense, redundancy in itself is a political concept, right? I mean, mission failure is to be avoided, primarily because of political reasons. Of course, the fact that we say this is bad, mission failure is bad and need to avoid it at all costs by introducing redundancy is actually, if you think about it, a political argument, right? I mean, the system failed, so it failed, right? It must not fail because of lives are at risk. It must not fail because money is at risk or whatever. So actually, that's a very good point. Bernard made another, I think, interesting observation, which of course is you can also control the number of engineers present.
I see that. Yeah,
and I think that's a really good point. So are we also then trying to think about knowledge redundancies and skills redundancies to again disperse similar sort of social infrastructure as the physical one?
I think this goes back actually to what Jim was saying yesterday, which is having redundancy so that people do not have to be coerced into forms of labor. So this is a slightly different angle on the same problem, which is if you have a few number of engineers who know how to work machines and they come under the coercive control of the governance structures, you can have as many oxygen machines as you like. But if there's only 2 or 3 people who know how to service them and they're in cahoots with a tyrannical governance, then freedom engineering has got you nowhere. So you can freedom engineer the engineers by having a sufficient number of engineers in a settlement from different corporations, maybe from different establishments, but also coming in and out of the settlement. I come back to my comment about increasing the freedom of movement between settlements. Again, it's congruent with what Jim said yesterday. If you've got engineers constantly coming in and out, it's very difficult for them to come under the control of the authority in the settlement, unless, of course, that settlement is controlled by a corporation on Earth from where those engineers come from, but you can avoid that easily enough. So I think that's a very good point. It's the old thing of, who watches the engineers? The engineers are watching over the tyrants, but who's watching the engineers? An old Roman problem. But yes, I think you have to think about how you organize the human resource in these settlements so that you can genuinely have a plurality in the means of producing these different things and servicing the machines.
Yeah, there's again, I mean, this is a very speculative question, but there's another question which is basically sort of how many settlements, is there a way to say what's the minimum number of settlements perhaps? I agree that, we can't ever be specific about it, but is there a point at which there is the minimal number of redundancy as a way to steer the discussion as to what is freedom?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting question. I think that's a question for people who do have more of a background in social sciences and political philosophies to think about. These questions actually came up again yesterday, these transition points in sizes of societies. Like we had the discussion about when do you transition from participatory democracy to representative government. There are similar discussions here about the viability of sizes of settlements. When can you get to a size of settlement where you aren't dependent upon just a few machines? How quickly can you get to that point? Because of course these ideas I'm putting forward are all very nice when you've got the capacity to have lots of different oxygen machines. But if you've landed your first crew there and you've got 10 or 15 people on the moon, you maybe don't have the luxury of 20 different oxygen machines producing oxygen in different ways. So how quickly can you get to that state of affairs where you've maximized the plurality of oxygen production? And what is that endpoint you're trying to reach, the minimum point you're trying to reach, say on Mars? How many permafrost and plants and MOXIE machines do you need to be satisfied that you've freedom engineered a satisfactory environment? I don't know what the answers to those questions are, but I've no doubt you could get to that point. And I think it'd be a fascinating discussion to have between engineers and social scientists.
Well, noticing the time, I think that there's one little observation that Edam has made, which is I suspect this is to do with Mars Desert Research Station. We had 2 technical guys and 1 competent financial manager in our desert colony. They were all powerful. Yeah. So I mean, that I think that the skill question is as we've highlighted, I think it's important.
And I want to point out that everything I've said is not particularly novel. It's and I would say, the point I made yesterday, it's a magnification of a problem that already exists on the Earth. So people freedom engineer things on the Earth, they just don't call it that. And the problem, as Itamar rightly points out, there's plenty of examples of despotism on the Earth that have resulted from limited resources or limited personnel, particularly in extreme environments. There's absolutely nothing unusual about this problem. It's a question of recognizing it to be a particular problem for the space environment and maybe bringing into being an area of thought in engineering where you specifically go after it to try and solve it in a technical manner.
So I'll wrap up with a question that Jarita's posted, which is, it's not really a question, I think it's a philosophical point that we want to maybe take into the afternoon as well, which is how we actually consider why people would want to have control, right? So isn't there some kind of if you are in a super stressful environment in which, things are extremely dangerous for you, isn't it almost easier and better from a psychological point of view, and maybe perhaps many others as well, that you actually are not in control and you're told what to do? Yeah, and that there is some comfort in that actually. So I think there's an interesting sort of flip perspective.
Yeah. So we should finish off because I want to give everyone a chance for lunch before we come back at 1, and I don't want to ramble on. But anyway, let me finish off with that. That is a fascinating question. It's sort of voluntary tyranny, just because strong central control is not tyranny. It actually isn't tyranny at all. It's just you could see it as a well-organized settlement. I think that, Jarity, you're right to a certain extent that people may want and legitimately desire strong lines of command, particularly in early stages. I just have to point out, this wasn't entirely Jarita's question. I took it a little step further.
Okay. The Jarita just asked, would people want extreme control as opposed to wanting to rebel against it?
Yes.
But I think I took it a little bit further.
And they may want that, and they may want very strong lines of central command to make sure there aren't disasters in an instantaneously lethal environment. What I would say is this: that however much they want it, I think that there is a limit beyond which we should desist from allowing that to happen, for the simple reason that if you do allow a settlement to come under total control of an individual or a group of people, the end result is usually not good. I'm not saying that it cannot be good. There's no reason why you shouldn't have a settlement on the moon or Mars that's very centrally controlled and works very well. I think I would go back to the comment that was made twice yesterday, which was Madison's observation that humans are not angels, that you might well end up with a benevolent situation, a benevolent dictatorship, if you like, where that very strong central control works out and everyone's very happy and it keeps things well ordered. But there's every chance with human beings that it gets abused. And you only have to go and read about the Stanford prison experiment if you want an example of something that was academically controlled but still went catastrophically wrong. When you put people in that situation, you're inviting extremely unpleasant forms of coercion, even if it works for a while. So I would say that there may well emerge settlements where people are quite happy with very strong central control, but you want to try and prevent that from happening in an extraterrestrial settlement, simply because the result of that with humans as they are is usually not felicitous for the people living underneath it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. There's also, Paul's mentioned that this looks like a great template for a video game or a sort of simulation game that could be built around, freedom engineering. Yeah,
it would be that would be fun. So Lucas has made the final point that I'll finish off with here: paternalistic preservation of liberty. That's a really nice phrase there, Lucas, and captures the whole paradox and challenge, I think, of freedom in instantaneously lethal environments. So thank you very much for sharing that, Matt. That was great, and stepping in there. We'll stop there, everyone, and let you go and have lunch. And at 1 o'clock, we're going to come back, and Chris Newman is going to tell us about the Artemis Accords and space governance. So I'm really glad that we're covering that, just because, of course, that is an example of discussion about organizing social interactions on the moon. So it would be remiss of us not to, in a conference like this, discuss the Artemis Accords. So we'll talk about that at 1 o'clock. Have a good lunch. See you at 1. Thanks a lot, everyone, again. So I'm very pleased to introduce Chris Newman. Thank you, Chris, for taking the time to join this. Chris is a professor of space law and policy at Northumbria University at Newcastle here in the UK. He's active in teaching and research of space law and has published very extensively on the legal and ethical underpinnings of space governance. He's regularly invited to lecture at universities and specialist conferences, and I should also say, different committees in different places on space law and policy in the UK and internationally. And you got your PhD in cross-comparative public law, I think, and then became a reader in law. So very much from a legal perspective, but now applying this to space exploration. And today he's going to talk about something that, just as I said before lunch, I'm really glad that you're going to address this, because this has obviously come to the fore recently as, I suppose, one of the major activities where there's an attempt to create some structure or regime of space governance to do with the moon. And this is these Artemis Accords that were proposed by NASA, and now several nations have joined. So it'll be interesting to see what you have to say about that. So Chris is going to tell us about the Artemis Accords and space governance, revolution and evolution. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you so much, Charles. And as I was saying earlier, such a privilege to be here with such a wonderful array of speakers, a diversity of speakers. It's a great sort of gathering, and one that I hope will become regular or semi-regular. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk us through some of the ideas underpinning the Artemis Accords, some of the ideas underpinning contemporary space governance. We've heard a lot about governing in the future and colonies and colonizations. And yes, I do use the word colonization because I think we need to be mindful what it is we're exactly talking about. So when I say the word colonization, like Stephen this morning, I'm aware of how loaded it is. And I think it's useful to remind ourselves just the industry and the environment that we're getting into if we do talk about that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at some of the wicked problems in contemporary space governance, how they translate themselves into the key principles underpinning human activity in space. I'm going to revisit an old friend, the Moon Agreement, and then I'm going to move on and look and see how the problems, how the values, how the extant treaties have then fed into these Artemis Accords and what the future is and what the future could look like. And I've used the title Revolution and Evolution because I should have really put a question mark at the end, because I'm not sure which it is. I think it's a little of both. I think all of the space activity that we're seeing is revolutionary, but I also think that the path it's taking and the path that we're following in a legal sense is very evolutionary. I should also say that all the views and all the comments here are my own. They don't represent the views of any other organization. My observations and critique come solely from within, as it were. So law and order in the cosmos. I'm going to talk generally and introduce some of my assumptions at first. And I'm going to talk about the American polemicist P.J. O'Rourke. And I saw him give a speech a few years ago talking about Trump and talking about the evolution of the American Constitution with Trump. And he said something that actually was like a light bulb moment to me. When people talk about law and order, they're not really interested in the law. They're interested in the order. And that's one of the things that I've seen time and again in the way that in which we do business in space. We're not really interested in the law. We're interested in having an ordered system. That's why I talk about space governance. A definition I've got for you: formal, informal arrangements by which stable practices and organizations arise. Well, okay, so what does that mean in practice? Well, what we're actually talking about is the laws, the regulations, the mechanisms, the standards, the guidelines, the normative behaviors, the processes, the notifications, all of the things that cut in to the way in which human activity is managed. And I've said there, not exclusively in space. There are a number of governance models that we can pick from. Those of you with experience environmental law, environmental governance, there's public policy governance, there's, health governance, there's a whole range of governance models that we can draw on. But the uniqueness of the space environment, I think, limits their utility. Again, go to various space conferences, I'm sure you do yourselves, and you'll hear, what about maritime law? Can we not import that? Well, the space environment is a unique one. Yes, there are things we can learn from different areas of law, from the different domains, but space is a unique environment. We're operating in an environment that is inimical to human life, where we have to operate in spite of the environment, not because of it. So I think there's a number of things when we talk about space governance that we need to bear in mind. And one of the first things I'm going to say is, as Charles said at the beginning, my background is I'm a constitutional lawyer. And looking at the institutions, looking at the methods, looking at the way in which space law is emerging, we are nowhere near ready to talk about broader constitutional questions of powers and structures of different organs on the moon and different rights that citizens on the moon may enjoy yet. We're not technologically there yet. And I suspect we may well not be within my lifetime. We will still be exploring and developing the infrastructure. But if we are looking for order, on the moon, it requires consent, and it requires an accepted value system that everybody's going to come into. One of the criticisms, one of the observations we always get is, well, how can we enforce this? And the answer is, it's very, very difficult, and especially given the current geopolitical polarity that we're seeing. Because actually what we're trying to do is we're trying to impose a vertical relationship. That is the apparatus of states and individual citizens, where sanctions are easy to enforce. If I decide to drive my car in a reckless fashion, leaving debris across the road, then there's punishments that can be put in place. You can stop me from driving. You can imprison me. You can fine me. There's lots of things we can do. The international system doesn't work like that. It's a horizontal system. So it requires consensus. It requires individual agreements. It requires negotiation. And ultimately, there is no way that, short of drastic action that states will always fall back from doing, to try and enforce the will. And I was tickled by the mention of Edmund Burke yesterday in your talk, Charles, because I think that we have this paradigm. When we're looking at the moon, do we want a divine architect to come down and to map out the society that we're going to live there, the rights of the individuals, the rights of companies, the rights to mine, property ownership? Or are we going to look for an evolutionary process? Pragmatically speaking, I don't think it's a choice we'll be given. I think that things will evolve as technology and infrastructure evolves. The law will follow that because the law does tend to follow that. But I think it's an interesting question that we can ask theoretically of, should we start with a blank piece of paper, or are we doomed or blessed in the fact that we've got extant structures that we can transport up to the moon and use them and learn from them? So that's some of the assumptions I'm operating under. And I'm operating under the fact that we're going to base ourselves on the moon. And I'm also going to, sort of base the discussions on the fact that this is going to be a template, whether we want it to or not. The fact is the moon is unusual and it's unique and it occupies a distinct place within our culture. But I don't think there's any way we can get around it. The template, the legal, the technological template that we use for going to the moon, for working on the moon, will be transplanted to different celestial bodies if and when we get there. And I think the first thing we see is the lack of legally binding environmental protection. The moon isn't like the Earth. The scar tissue of human activity, a phrase I borrowed from Mark Williamson in his excellent book, Space, the Fragile Frontier. I'd urge you to read it. It's a really, really interesting book. There's no legally binding environmental protection there. We see the difficulties of securing environmental protection on planet Earth, where people can manifestly see the issues. It's very difficult to secure that in space. We don't know what it's going to look like. There are, YouTube is full of videos proposing various structures and infrastructure projects, but we still don't know what it's going to look like. We still don't know the problems that we're going to encounter and how that's going to develop. And it's very difficult to build a legal regime in speculation because there's always the unknown unknowns. There's the question of lunar resources. What happens if? And I know we've got Ian Crawford speaking either tomorrow or a couple of days' time, a world-renowned expert on this. But what happens if we go up there and discover the precious metal that's going to change the world? How do we deal with that? How do we manage that? How do we stop and I hate the phrase, but how would we stop a gold rush? But there's other issues regarding resources, right? There's the dilemma between in situ resource utilization and commercial resources. There's traveling light and living off the land, and the actual physical act of mining, which I think are two different propositions, both legally, practically, and politically. Are we going to work on first come, first serve because we know the interest that is going to serve and that is going to further? Or should there be some sort of, equality and equity in dealing with it? And if you look at the treaties, and I'll talk about treaties next, but the treaties talk about the moon and other celestial bodies. And the Moon Agreement talks about the moon and other celestial bodies. Should we talk about the moon and other celestial bodies, or should we talk about them separately? They're very different. We fall in love by the moon. We may worship the moon. Our moods may be affected, but there's all sorts of things. There's an ineffable relationship between humanity and the moon in the way that there isn't with, the moons of Neptune or whatever. Okay, so I think we do need to think about whether we want to separate these things out. So I've talked about revolution, I've talked about evolution. What are the evolutionary principles that we've got in terms of governance and in terms of space law? Well, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space was founded in 1959, right at the outset of human space activity, to discuss these issues. Legal subcommittee, which is sitting right now actually discussing lunar resource issues, and the technical subcommittee. Space law predates the Outer Space Treaty. I'm going to talk about the Outer Space Treaty, but actually it predates it. There's 1911 discussions about the law above the ether. There's discussions from 1926 by the Russian Information Ministry talking about the law of outer space. So this has not, been contemplated. When Sputnik 1 went up, there wasn't just right, we better have some law here. There was discussion on this. And the UN General Assembly resolution in 1961, it kind of predates the Outer Space Treaty, but it reflects a lot of what was in there. Certainly the freedom and usage, freedom of usage and exploration for all states, the non-appropriation principle, the use of space to be governed by international law. But yes, 1967 saw the Outer Space Treaty come into being, which is the central trunk of space law. It sees the origins of obligations which are reflected in national space legislation today, a really fundamental and foundational piece of, legal history. And I think it's crucial because, again, one of the things I sometimes hear is the talk of the Wild West in outer space. It's not the Wild West, because Article 3 specifically establishes this notion of the rule of law in outer space. All activities got to be carried out in concert with the general principles of international law. And it's got to be done for peaceful purposes. Okay, not mentioned too much in the treaty, but clearly that's one of the foundational principles. Now, peaceful purposes, okay, what does that mean? Well, looking at the UN Charter, it means non-aggressive. That's how we can have militarization of space. And I say militarization as opposed to weaponization, which is a different thing together. But what we have is this what I call accountability triangle for states, where states have international responsibility for space activity, a launching state, which is different to the international responsible state, a launching state being jointly and severally liable for damage caused to another state's space object. And then we have jurisdiction and control of space objects upon which registry is attached. So it's, as I say, it's this accountability triangle that tethers space activity to a state. There will always be a state on the hook for space activity. You'll always be able to trace it back, be it an individual, be it a company, be it a national actor. There'll always be a state on the hook. And exploration and use guided by principles of cooperation and mutual assistance. States shall conduct activities with due regard to the corresponding interests. Okay? And then, as I say, Article 10, Article 11, this notion of international cooperation and informing and transparency. These are going to be important when we come to look at the Artemis Accords. But sitting alongside that, I think we've got wide acceptance of the Outer Space Treaty. I think there is an argument, certainly a discussion to be had, that it might have even become customary international law. Principles within the treaty developed in other treaties. We have the Rescue Agreement, we have the Liability Convention, we have the Registration Convention. But then we saw the Moon Agreement. Now, the Moon Agreement, I think, was drafted at an unusual time. It was drafted after lunar exploration had ceased. Human lunar exploration. And it was kind of the beginning of the end of international treaties. And I'm going to point you to the reason I think it died, because of Article 11, the establishment of an international regime when it becomes apparent. And this notion of the common heritage of humankind principle, forgive me changing the gendered language of the time, compared to the province of humankind in the Outer Space Treaty. And with the Moon Agreement, we saw movement away from big international treaties governing space activity. The Memorandum of Understanding governing the International Space Station pointed a possible direction, but I think the unique characteristics of the ISS limits its application to human habitation beyond Earth orbit. The ISS is accessible to Earth. You don't have the distance, you don't have the sense of isolation that you would have for a human colony or a human worldship. Because we've now got these wicked problems that are very difficult to address in a horizontal system, and the technology is now emerging to manifest these problems. How do we deal with it? Well, one solution is the Artemis Accords. Simple, universal principles that will enable the next generation of international partnerships for the exploration of the moon and beyond. Senator Bill Nelson, NASA Administrator, May the 31st this year. What it is 10 nations who have joined with the United States, to make 11 in total, to sign up to a series of political principles. And I think that's the first important thing I want to stress. These are political commitments rather than legal commitments. What we're seeing is participation in the Artemis program. America's going back to the moon in the Artemis program, and participation is going to be based on accepting a series of key principles: the notion of peaceful purposes, transparency, interoperability, emergency assistance, registration of space objects, freedom of scientific data, the protection of heritage, dealing with space resources, deconfliction of activities and orbital debris, and spacecraft disposal. The thing that struck me when I first read them was that there is nothing here that's new. There's nothing here that's surprising. There is no, no groundbreaking work here. It's a statement of extant space law, or it's identifying the norms that we know are emerging in human space activity. It's a political rather than a legal declaration. There's some discussion whether it's bilateral or multilateral. I'm going to leave that as an open question, but I think the point is this is not legally binding. This is instead developing the Outer Space Treaty. The American delegation to COP call it operationalizing. I'm saying, is this a sort of a 21st century cover version? Because I think it's recognition that a binding treaty isn't going to be practical given current geopolitics. And it also accepts that technology is going to outstrip that. And it moves from arguments over idea and abstraction to laying actual foundational principles. It allows for the ambient developments in technology, and I think it much more recognizes that there is difficulties of enforcement in international law. So let's make it a partnership agreement. Let's make it membership of the Artemis program is contingent on accepting these. It moves away from that aspiration of vertical, enforcement to a recognition that there is a horizontal, if it's slightly asymmetric, world order. And I wonder if it's not setting a broader norm for collaborative partnerships to establish these recognized declarations. I'm conscious of the time, so I'm going to sort of rush through these last points. And I wish I hadn't talked so much earlier on, because actually these are quite significant, because yes, the Artemis Accords do serve a really useful purpose, and I'm broadly supportive of them. But I think there are some things that we need to be mindful of. State activity does shape the legal framework, especially in international law. Norms of behavior can very quickly translate themselves into the legal framework. Political declarations can morph into customary international law. So what does this mean? Specifically, what does it mean regarding safety zones? What does it mean regarding the protection of heritage? How's that going to manifest itself? There is this asymmetry of negotiating positions, and that kind of leads this impression of imposition rather than general multilateralism. Would you like to sign up to our accords? Certainly. Well, if you don't sign up to our accords, you're not getting the program, you're not getting the lucrative contract. So there is a sense that might be happening. Will there be genuine transparency? Will interoperability be used to leverage commercial advantage? And then we have the opposition. We have VHS in terms of the Artemis Accords. Will we have Betamax, for those of you that are old enough to remember that, in terms of the International Lunar Research Station, a joint venture between Russia and China? If we do that, will we have a fault line in the Outer Space Treaty? And if we have a fault line in the Outer Space Treaty, I'm going to suggest that is extremely dangerous for international peace and security. And one of the criticisms of the Artemis Accords is that they have bypassed traditional lawmaking mechanisms. This could have been done collaboratively within UN COPUOS. Of course, the counter to that is, well, it would have taken too much time, and we're going to the moon. Final thoughts. Sustained lunar activity is inevitably going to shine a light on the Moon Agreement. And actually, the real sort of issue here is many principles of the Moon Agreement are simply restatements of the Outer Space Treaty. And actually, Article 5 of the Moon Agreement embodies transparency, consultation, and could, in fact, have the safety zone provisions that we see in the Artemis Accords. Non-appropriation, I don't think, is particularly controversial. And the Accords actually go further than the Moon Agreement in terms of a number of places: heritage, interoperability, and space debris. I think a real point of interest will be Australia. They've signed the Artemis Accords and they've ratified the Moon Agreement. So it'll be interesting to see if there is a conflict there, how that is resolved. So law will emerge from the order. The infrastructure that emerges will dictate a lot of the legal mechanisms. Those seeking enforcement are going to be disappointed. It's not a vertical system we have, and it's not going to be. Law remains part of the governance jigsaw. The principles of the Outer Space Treaty are accepted by all major space nations, and the Artemis Accords don't deviate from that. I think there are deeper constitutional questions, but that's going to depend on the value system of those engaged in space exploration. I think crucially, one message I would say is space at the minute still belongs to them. Political declarations like this are signed by politicians. Politicians are susceptible to influence from people like us. We need to claim ownership of space and ownership of the values going forward. And will we see a moon agreement? Because I don't think we'll see the moon agreement, but I think ultimately we're on the road to it. Thank you so much for listening. I hope that was of some interest.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, it was. It's fantastic. Thank you. And a really nice overview of the Artemis Accord as well as your own views on it. So thank you very much. And as I say, as usual, anyone got questions, please do put them in the question and answer box. I'm just going to start off by asking you a question that came to mind as I was watching it. You discussed a lot. I mean, that was in the title of your talk, this revolution versus evolution. And you gave the impression, I think, that the Artemis Accords is very much a sort of an evolutionary development of the moon agreement, sometimes going a bit further. So here we are on the Earth, coming up with these accords that we think are going to apply on the moon, and they're sort of evolutionary developments of things we have already. And this is probably a very crude and inaccurate analogy, but let me make it anyway. I sort of have this feeling, it's just a personal thing, that it feels to me a bit like, I don't know, the Brits tinkering with suggestions with the early US or the early Americans, you know, of trying to make it work. But ultimately, it's a waste of time because they actually want to sweep the whole thing away and establish their own constitution. So I sort of wonder whether we're tinkering at the edges here of agreements when we're not actually on the moon and we're not the people experiencing this environment. And when we ultimately get there, given that there is no infrastructure and no society there, will people be forced into a revolutionary frame of mind to come up with something completely different? Could it be possible that none of these ideas will really apply well enough to be used, and that from evolution, people will actually be forced into a revolutionary state?
I think that's a really interesting question, Charles. And it kind of pulls me back to my constitutional roots, because as a general rule, and this isn't always the case, as a general rule, constitutions come from revolutionary events. That's why the UK doesn't have a codified constitution. That's why America does, and France has, you know, variations on it. So we generally see constitutions manifest themselves in popular uprisings. I think we're going to be a lot more driven by the technology here. I think we're going to be driven by the capabilities of what we can do. Yes, there may be a body of workers on the moon and a body of people on the moon and a body of those companies and individuals who interact with the moon. But I think for the very foreseeable future, it's going to be fleshing out ideas such as transparency, interoperability, and, you know, recognizing how they're going to manifest themselves and how they're actually going to work. The thing about the Artemis Accords that I find is there's actually surprisingly little detail in there. You know, they don't say what sort of interoperability we're going to use. No reference to ISO standards. It's very much a foundational series of principles. And, you know, to throw the horrible cliche, the devil is going to be in the detail.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. There's a really interesting question here from Itamar saying, with the countries carrying rights and obligations with these accords, how will we secure the representation of suppressed national groups, such as he's got listed here, Kurds and others, and religious and political minorities as well?
Yes, I think that's that's where I think the Artemis Accords take us into interesting territories, because I think in straight treaties, that is a really legitimate concern. When it's state negotiating with state, is, you know, after all, that's what treaties are. They're relations between states put in a formal footing. These are much more political aspirations. And as I said, political aspirations, you know, made and dealt with by politicians. So they're part of the political process. So I think actually, by using these mechanisms, there is a way to impose or to sort of, you know, insert concerns such as that.
Yes. Okay, and there's a question here from Saskia that's also been actually answered by Christopher Johnson, but maybe you have a take on this. She was asking, can you please explain the legal difference between the province of humankind and heritage of humankind? And maybe you can see the response there from Chris.
Yeah, well, the first thing I'm going to say is the province of mankind is, or the province of humankind, is a sort of a general, more amiable discussion that was meant to mean everything and nothing. The common heritage principle is a very specific idea that deals with the sharing of the resources and, you know, the equality and equity of distribution of resources. So if the moon being the common heritage, would mean that nations would be entitled to a share of the, crudely putting and cutting a lot of corners here, would be liable to some sort of equitable profit sharing. And the problem with it is it depends which theorist you ask as to what the common heritage means. Cristol has a theory, Fabio Tronchetti's trying to articulate one, Ricky Lee's, there's been a whole range of people in space resource land who've tried to articulate what the current common heritage principle actually means. So states are never going to sign up, or the majority of states are never going to sign up when the principle is uncertain. I'm sure Chris Johnson would have put it a lot better than me. He is a lot finer lawyer than I am.
Yeah, that's good, thank you. There's a question here saying, have you read and have an opinion on the proposed Lunar Governance Charter from SCAG just released? I think that was that Eagle group that released the charter last week. I saw, I don't know whether you've read that.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet. That is on my to-do list to read, because I think that, I think, again, what we're seeing is popular interest and ideas coming forward. And this is the way that we develop governance, by not just by treaty negotiation, not just by political declarations, but by popular involvement, by idea, the exchange of ideas.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I haven't read it, but I printed it out and I've got it at home, and I had the same impression. I looked at it, and obviously it's not, it's not been initiated by nations, but I think that's what's so nice about it, right? This is a place where hopefully a lot of us will end up going, if not physically us, but next generation will go to the moon. And rather than having these things developed top down by nations, it's really good to see groups, particularly of early career people and youth, developing these things, because it gives them a vested interest. But also, I would have thought, and maybe you have a different view on this, but I would have thought these things would have much more chance of success if they are more organic and democratically developed, and even if ultimately they're synthesized from different sources and some people's ideas get accepted and others, at least everyone feels like they've had some input into this. And this would seem like
it works, Charles. It's the only way it works. We've seen before that the European Code of Conduct on outer space activities fell by the wayside because it felt like a top-down imposition. Yeah. The Artemis Accords are the product of negotiations, the restatement of existing principles. They reflect the groundswell of opinion in space law. There's nothing controversial in the accords themselves, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the rapid pace of technology, and that these things are not keeping up with that. So that's just another aspect I wanted to ask you is, the technology is developing very quickly. A lot of it, I accept, is through NASA. Even if it's SpaceX, it's through NASA. So there's no truly, independent companies launching things to the moon yet. So NASA, and thus the US state, has some degree of control over what happens on the moon. But could it be that in the next couple of decades, if there are more launch providers, you do get people landing on the moon who do just decide, now we've spent the time and effort and the resource to get here, we're just not interested in the Artemis Accords, and we're going to do what we want. And then again, we're back to this question of how do you police that, if at all?
Yeah, I think that's a legitimate concern. I think that's why the free flow of ideas, in the way that we sort of talked about earlier on, in political declarations, in proposals for the legal rights of the moon, ideas like that will help embed that things are right and things are wrong. And that's the only way we'll get enforcement, because enforcement isn't going to happen. The actual mechanics of trying to remove colonists from the moon, it's mind-boggling to think of how you would try and do that, how you would try and prevent somebody getting to the moon. It imposes a whole range of questions that I don't think we're able to answer. Mm-hmm. Instead, the best way to do it, and this is where the outer space treaty regime, it gets knocked, but it has worked. It's established some principles that we accept. It's established, this idea that exploration and usage is free for all states and the province of all humankind. We accept that international law goes into outer space with us, that it's not a lawless environment. So I think that's the way we do it. It's a slow, it's uncertain, it's unsatisfactory. I can't point you to a policeman who's going to stop it. Yeah. But I think it's a much more culturally edifying and reasonable way to do it.
Do we know what the Chinese view is on the Artemis Accords? I know they're not engaged with it, but has anyone got any sense of what their view is on it? Is it well, that's interesting, we might talk to you someday, or is it we're not having anything to do with this? I mean, do they have a view on it that's known?
We know that China has its own lunar program. That's what I'm going to say.
Sure.
We know that China has its own lunar program and its own plans and proposals for dealing with that. And I think we can infer from that that they're quite happy to pursue their own course. What I will say is China is a signatory to the Outer Space Treaty. They're active in UN COPUOS. So, you know, there's not they won't diverge on too many ideas that are in there, I think. You know, there's no sort of sense of a divergence of the Outer Space Treaty regime.
Mm-hmm. And there's an interesting question from Billy Kapoor that's sort of aligned with this, which is, could the Artemis Accords be signed by entities not recognized as states? And maybe I might add also to Billy's question, I can take the liberty to do that. You know, what do you also think about non-state entities and their future on the moon? That could be corporations or even private foundations that find their way onto the moon some way.
So this is where I'm going to fall back to my comfort zone of space law and say, there will always be a state on the hook. Article 6, international responsibility for national space activities and for non-governmental entities, the authorization and ongoing supervision required, there'll always be a state on the hook. So at the minute, it will always tail back to, so, you know, we talked about let's say a multi-billionaire who decides to land on a celestial body. There will be a state that we can trace that back to. And so I think for the time being, we're very much sort of in that zone where there are going to be, you know, we're going to be hidebound by the Earth structures, and we're going to be hidebound by state structures, by national sort of governance and those mechanisms there. So kind of, I think when this is where the evolution sort of is going to set in. I think the notion of a company that goes out and tries to break away from those bonds, I think it's going to find itself almost on a piece of elastic, pulled back to state responsibility.
Yeah, and I think that also answers Simon Malpass's question here to see that it was about non-national, multinational corporate sovereignty. So I think you've answered that, and it ties actually then into another question, which is going that one step further that Scott Cassingham is asking. He's saying, is it too early to consider how actual communities off Earth could be legitimately set up to form some self-government? And I guess this is something that's come up on and off in the last day and a half already, which is, you know, thinking beyond the Artemis Accords. What's your view of what that step is when you do actually have a settlement on the moon that, okay, maybe has this connection with the state, as you just said, but it's beginning to develop some sense of self-determination and self-government just because it's put the effort in to survive on the moon, and it wants to get on with things in a minimally sort of interfered with way. What are the instruments that one would then develop, legal legal instruments that one would develop to allow that to happen?
Yeah, really interesting, because we're then into the realms of colonial constitutions and how they develop. And my advice is keep an eye on what the norms and what the accepted behaviors are now. Look and see at where we are in 2021, what's accepted, what's politically viable, what is regarded as unacceptable, and keep tracking those. Because as we move forward, as the technology changes, do they change? Do they move? Because that will then steer you in the direction of what an off-world constitution is going to look like. It's very difficult to draw one up in abstract. George S. Robinson has done a wonderful job. There's a 2006 paper that George S. Robinson's done on a transhuman constitution. It's a fantastic piece of work. But there are just too many variables in there that we can't really predict, that we wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't have any confidence in saying, I think there'll be this, this, and this, because the technology, the social development, the cultural development, it can all change, and it can all change. I mean, you think about if we were having a discussion in the 1980s about this, we wouldn't be thinking about global connectivity. We wouldn't be thinking about the internet. We wouldn't be thinking about 42,000 satellites from a private company. And that's 30, 40 years ago. There's so many variables in there. And I know that's a cop-out. So my thinking is, let's keep an eye on those values that are going to form the Constitution. Let's keep an eye on the value system that is going to form the shape and the texture and the feel of the rules and of the organs of government, because that way we can track them, and that way we can sort of keep inputting political pressure into them.
is there also not a fundamental principle here? I mean, if the British, sorry to go back to this analogy, had attempted to impose a constitution on the early American revolutionaries, and it sort of turned up and said, "Oh, we've drafted this. You can be independent, but we've got this great constitution that we've developed for you. You can implement this." Of course, it would have been torn up. So, how much more arrogant is it to even be trying to come up with a constitution for a society that doesn't even exist, on a planetary body where there's no one there? And surely a point of principle is that a constitution should be drawn up by the people living on the moon or Mars when they come to do that. And that's not to say we need to get too sort of morally extreme about this. It's fine for people to write Martian constitutions for the fun of it, for educational activities. I mean, no one's going to, start restricting people in that way. But nevertheless, when it comes down to it, the ultimate step of drawing up a constitution for the moon, as a matter of principle, should be done by people on the moon, and we should accept their prerogative to tear up everything that's been suggested from the Earth. And is that not a fundamental political principle that trumps all else?
It's almost the historian R.G. Collingwood said that in order to understand the mind of a 19th century man, one has to truly be a 19th century man, and it's pushing that forward. To understand the constitutional needs of 22nd century settlers, you really need to be a 22nd century settler.
Yeah.
But I think there are basic constitutional principles we can draw on. I think there are basic normative principles that are emerging now that we can use, and we can use almost as a waypoint, as a flag in the ground to say, okay, right now, right here, we think that there should be no appropriation. We think that space should be free for all states to use and explore. And have those as principles that become foundational, that then lead to the natural organic development of constitutional rights.
Yeah. And that brings me, I'm just looking at time, so we should probably finish after this, 3 minutes before the next talk. But there's one final thing I think will nicely wrap this up, which is a really nice question from Fayez Sari, who's basically asking about language. And just to, sort of quite a long question, let me just try and summarize this. I think the point being made here is that, of course, the way in which we discuss all these problems is framed by the language that we use. Like we were talking earlier about interdisciplinary work. Everyone develops their own vocabulary. And the way in which you think is unknowingly, but sort of necessarily limited by the language that you use and that language that gets into your head. That's how you frame your ideas. And so I think the question here is, as we're talking here about settlements on the moon and constitutions, but maybe we don't even have the language to articulate what these people will experience. And they actually have to go to the moon and maybe create whole new vocabularies that capture particular experiences that are found on the moon. We don't know what they are. Maybe it's something to do with the perpetual grayness of the soil, makes you develop a new mindset and vocabulary that then becomes part of your political thinking. So I think the question is, surely this limits also what we can do in terms of thinking about these problems. And I suppose it ties back to what we were saying earlier. Ultimately, surely it's for people living in these environments to give birth to a whole new language from which they then develop their own constitutional views.
I think that's right. And I also think that we look how language has developed since the signing of the treaties. Cassandra Steer writes brilliantly about this, the use of gendered language in space treaties. And I think that is a real sort of issue that we have. That's why I unashamedly change the language of the treaties, because I think that is a consideration. And I also think that's why we should write Martian constitutions now. And that's why we should speculate as to the governance of a worldship. Because if we can feed forward these ideas, then it goes back to what I was saying about political declarations being as valuable as treaties, because we can be part of that marketplace of ideas. Imagine a 22nd century explorer reading George S. Robinson's 2006 work and thinking, actually, there's something in there.
Yes. I mean, I suppose it's like this meeting, right? It's not arrogant of us to discuss this, even though we're not on the moon or Mars. And I'm sure that future people will be thankful for any thoughts that came from anywhere. I suppose the critical thing is that when you get to the point of these people writing a constitution or developing their own accords or whatever they have to be, one has to learn from history and have the respect to step back and give them the support to establish that independent line of thinking that we've all been so terribly bad at doing here on the Earth in the past. maybe that's a good place to stop.
That's like
Thank you very much, Chris. That's really fascinating. You know, the legal aspects of all this are interesting. We've seen, had, you know, several of these discussions now in a day and a half. It's really, really fascinating. So thank you very much.
so much.
Good. And that is perfect again. I'm glad we had this 15-minute buffer zone, because it's allowed us to have a bit more of a discussion. Otherwise, we'd be constantly cutting off these talks early. So this has been a lot more fun, I think. So we're now 1:45. I'm going to go straight into Mukesh. Bhatt, who's, I can see, is online. So you're ready, Mukesh. Do you want to share your slides? Okay, let me just give a brief introduction and then you can start. So very happy to have Mukesh Bhatt here. He's from Birkbeck College, University of London, Department of Law. He's a researcher, a guest lecturer in space law, with a very wide range of projects at the intersection of law, society, and space. So going back to that comment we were making about interdisciplinary research, he really operates at the boundaries of these areas, which is always very interesting in applying them to these sorts of questions. So he's worked in physics, languages, and law, and he's interested in philosophies, culture, and migration. And today he's going to talk about freedom and agency in the cosmos, liberty beyond the North Atlantic. Over to you, Mukesh.
Thank you, Charles. I had a look at the program, and I was very grateful that you had given me an open brief about what sort of topics I could actually address. So the best thing was I decided that there was an overrepresentation of the dominant cultures on either side of the North Atlantic. And as such, what I'm going to be presenting today is trying to redress some of the balance, because after all, something like 6 billion people in the world do not live in either Europe or North America. Hence the title, Liberty Beyond the North Atlantic, added to the original proposal. Right, so the talk essentially is to aim to introduce a non-Western perspective. And I've titled this slide, The View from Afar. Afar is a region in Ethiopia, which is presumed to be the original source of migration from Eastern Africa into the rest of the world. My apologies for the extremely poor pun. However, it is relevant after all, because we are looking at the rest of the world and how it will migrate into space at some stage. What I will do is I will introduce some key Western paradigms which I found to be relevant here. Please note these are not comprehensive, they're just the ones that are relevant. I'll try and pick out some relevant concepts from the Indian and Chinese cultures. And here you need to bear in mind that both India and China have and Southeast Asia have consequences from Buddhist philosophy and the Indian philosophies, which have shaped their cultures over the last 2,000 or more years. I'll then look at what the consequences of these paradigms and the introduction of these Eastern concepts are for space and space law in particular, and how that might impact what space settlements in future would actually do or require in terms of law. And obviously I will end with some conclusions. Now, key Western paradigms, the international paradigms, is essentially a taxonomy of rights versus obligations or responsibilities. This is the Hofeld taxonomy, and we are not all lawyers, so it is often necessary to revise some of these ideas. Now, within the United Nations, there was a Declaration on Human Rights in 1947, which was put together by the imperial powers of the time, and which has developed over the next 60 or 70 years after that. That was a declaration, and it is therefore not necessarily international law. It may be considered to be soft law or the like, it may be considered customary, but it is not mandatory. However, what that does is it introduces a number of basic or fundamental rights, and I would recommend reading the very long document that it is in order to determine what they are. I will refer to some of them later on. Later on in 1967 or 69, there were two covenants introduced. The first generation of rights was civil and political rights. At about the same time, economic, social, and cultural rights were introduced in the Second Covenant, and both of these documents actually explain in further detail what these rights are. Now, we talk about these as generations. There's considered by various lawyers and other jurists to be a third and maybe even a fourth generation of rights. Now, the third generation rights is essentially that of shared, common or group collectives, that sort of thing that affects entire populations. And in the context that we're discussing it, it would impact the population on Earth as a whole. And this would include concepts like the environment, the local or global ecosystems, access to air, whether it's polluted or not, whether it's oxygen or not, water, shared resources, particularly if you're building a dam in the middle of a river or the like, whether a lake will destroy fertile land, so on and so forth, food and other shared resources, natural or otherwise. Now, having basically pointed out the basic concept of rights, I'd like to go on to Quentin Skinner's genealogy of liberty. He derives a number of characteristics for liberty from Roman law and tries to work out what essential elements are needed for various populations to live in freedom. You can see the list on the screen, but for those who can't easily read these, they consist of individual power or effectiveness. This counts as perhaps a vote or the like. There should be no dependence on effectively on other systems or other people, whereby people can be coerced into doing things. So there is a necessary independence, if we can call it that. Similarly, in interactions with people and systems and the like, there should be no interference, and there should be the possibility of actualizing oneself through perhaps education, wealth accumulation, whatever else that the current society considers to be relevant or necessary for actualization. At the same time, there is a concomitant need to realize oneself, which might be beyond the necessary needs of life. And that requires both freedom of action and freedom of thought. And again, I reiterate that there should be no coercion, physical or mental. This was basically a presentation by Skinner that I saw on the relevance to slavery, and that's why there's an emphasis on coercion. And slavery in particular, I think, becomes relevant to space settlements because we would be in a risky environment where we may not be independent of other people who control our lives, our needs, or access to resources. Now, given the last century and a half, it is impossible to ignore Marx. Hegel and Marx basically effectively come together, and one of the reasons for introducing this is there is a deterministic approach based on history. There is an inevitability to history. And Marx's comments are essentially that freedom is determined by history, and that the state within which a person is free requires the state to allow the self-realization of the individual's potential. However, this is the interaction between individual and community that's important. And so, as will become apparent later on in the Eastern concepts, community and individual become inseparable. He also, given that we are talking about the basic document of the Declaration of Human Rights in the United Nations, he also considered rights to be essentially alien in the sense that they were necessarily imposed or allowed by other people. They were also time-bound in the sense that they would respond to the circumstances of the time, not necessarily applicable in the 12th century or the 25th century, what is relevant in the 21st century. He considered these rights to be ineffective, and in terms of the French Revolution, he also considered that people thought, aha, the Constitution has given us rights, therefore everything is fine. Of course, the people in the French Revolution discovered that that was not the case. However, at the root of all this, he saw law as part of a superstructure to economics, and he describes essentially, or we can consider him describing law as agency, with the immortal phrase, "the point is to change it." However, he did see law, and particularly contemporary law in the 19th century, as selective. It allowed things like property, and in modern terms in space, not necessarily the right to shelter from a risky or hostile environment, nor access to things like oxygen, air, water, or other things, or even the right to emigrate, as Jim Schwartz pointed out yesterday. Law he sees as political, and again delusive, because people consider law to be something that is on their side. However, it often isn't, and perhaps privileges the interests of a particular group. But law, as with most of his ideas, rely on material conditions, hence the term historical materialism. And these material conditions are primarily economic and economic relations in general. Now, that's a very quick summary of that. There are obviously nuances and the like, and people will understand this in different ways. Now, why do I introduce determinism? Because in modern science, particularly classical mechanics in physics and the like, there is the tendency to interpret, as Laplace did in the early 19th century, about 20 or 30 years before Marx introduced his concept of determinism, historical determinism, to basically see the principle of least action in physics as deterministic, as in you start somewhere, you end up somewhere, and the end result determines the path that is taken from the start to the end. In essence, I see this as a method of control and constraint and dominion over nature. And an example, as Laplace puts it in his discussion on probabilities, a way of looking at teleological goals through a theological prism. So essentially, there is a religious element to this, which is reflected in the Enlightenment Christian paradigms, which have dominated the international law and society over the last 2 centuries. Now, one of the things about this form of determinism is that it requires a degree of conformity. It tends towards a fatalism. It becomes inflexible in that it cannot be changed, and it contributes to inequality. There is a deterministic version in Buddhism. Buddhist karma is retribution without choice. There's no chance of rehabilitation or the like. This is for past misdeeds. And of course, you can be rewarded for good deeds as well. What I'd like to emphasize is this is not actually teleological, purposeful, eschatological, and so on. There's a whole list there. There are no gods or otherwise involved in this. And there are no aliens manipulating us, nor are there evil humans or corporations. What I suggest, however, is that the same formulation can be seen as a version of contingency. And this is because it's been modified by new science since Laplace looked at it in detail. Chaos, complexity, emergence, non-equilibrium thermodynamics, probability approaches in quantum mechanics, and so on are all new science from that period. So if we read it as contingency, rather than the end result determining the path, a similar or equivalent statement would be an action is taken in the belief that a certain event or result will take place in the future. It effectively turns it round. Rather than looking backwards, you are looking forwards. So an optimum path can be chosen to lead to a specific end result. And this coincides with a version of the Hindu text called the Bhagavad Gita, where action is seen as a means to an end. What this also implies, taken in its totality, is a freedom of choice. And we can consider that to be, in other discussions, to be agency, free will, or the like. And of course, in modern science terms, biological or the like, as we heard yesterday, it may also be considered to be goal-directed, teleonomic. Wonderful word that I had forgotten I knew, but I was reminded of yesterday. So what do we actually do with that? One of the things I realized when I looked at these particular paradigms is that on the first column on this screen basically lists the various ideas from Eastern cultures. We have liberation, moksha, which is often considered to be mental or psychological, but we also have a physical equivalent of freedom, which is kaivalya, which actually means self-reliance, self-dependence. There is a tendency to interconnectedness, and there is, of course, the concept of personal and communal development, which is part of self-actualization. I've also recently written a chapter on astrobiology and big history, which actually connects the cosmic history and evolution as seen by the Indian philosophies as part of a historical evolution, which links back to not just Marx, but obviously to modern science and big history. And we already know that the dissolution and regeneration of the universe is very much part of the concept of the Indian cultures. So the second column effectively is from the Western paradigms. And as you can see, I've used more or less the same terms. The concepts remain the same. Some of the terms are more modern, obviously, like astrobiology and big history, but given that many of these have been around for quite a while, I'm not surprised that they tend to be common to the embodied human on Earth. Now, one of the interesting things about the liberation and freedom in the Indian philosophies is encapsulated in the Buddhist concept of nirvana, where you return to the void. What is the void? The void is a source. And in these philosophies, this void or source is actually the origin of the universe. It's a term called Akash. Akash has now started meaning sky. It originally was translated as ether. When I say originally, there is a whole history of translation where things can be translated, mistranslated, but the context, and especially the cultural context of the translator, can affect what it is that the translator uses in order to translate from one language to another. Now, simply put, the origin of the universe in Indian philosophies comes from a void or a vacuity. These are essentially points or nodes in this void which are out of balance or in disequilibrium in modern terms, and these give rise to the universe. At a very simple level, when we look at the way the Big Bang and the singularity of the Big Bang is viewed, that is also a void or a vacuum. There is a singularity or set of singularities there, and there are quantum fluctuations which are in equilibrium or out of equilibrium. There are perturbations which then give rise to the universe. Now, the important point here is a similarity of the origin of the universe between modern science and that of Indian philosophy. And the term Akash can be traced back in an oral transmission to at least 1200 before the Common Era, so about 3000 years or so, and in written form to around about 2800 years ago. In Europe, this term would have become known after about 1600 through trade, conversations and the like, and printed translations of these texts would have been available after 1750. So we are squarely in the middle of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment period in Europe. The important part of this is that when translated, this term, void and vacuity, at the time it was translated in the 1600s and 1700s, had already come to mean void, meaning not just space or vacuum, but to deprive of legal validity. And vacuity itself is very interesting in terms of its origin in Roman law. Remember the mention of Skinner earlier on and its derivation from Roman law. Vacuity implies freedom from obligations and specifically legal obligations. So you notice already there is a concept of legality within the origin of the universe for Indian philosophers. Now, once you get past that, what you need to remember or recognize is that there are two terms that even the West has come to recognize apart from yoga. And these are karma and dharma. Karma is recognized not just in the Buddhist sense of retribution, but it is a sense of agency. It is an action that is delayed in time. Dharma is a term that is often translated as religion. However, it is also used in the Indian languages as law. It is the rule of law and how society organizes itself. Therefore, what we have in these philosophies is the origin of the universe already provides concepts of agency and law, where law is essentially action at a distance, perhaps delayed in time, and agency is, karma is essentially a delay in time of any action. There are many consequences to this, but I will focus here on the fact that the entities, i.e. the individuals, the humans involved, there is a sense of interconnectedness, there is a sense of community, there is competition and cooperation involved. There is no a priori reason for either competition or cooperation to actually exist in society. It has to be both. And there's a sense of community which is inseparable from individuals within it. Now, what this also does, given the notions of agency and law, is it leads to a number of consequences which are not arbitrary, they're not divine or theologically based. They lead to a social or societal ethical structure and set of institutions. And in this sense, this was first explained or elucidated in the 8th century of the Common Era by an Indian philosopher called Shankar, who is the primary expositor of the Indian philosophy known as Vedanta, which is based on the idea that humans are so essentially part of the universe, they are inseparable. You might find the same sort of separation in the Kantian approach in the 18th century Common Era, and questions of who did what first are open to discussion. Right, so how does this apply to outer space? I realize I've gone through to my 20 minutes, and I will rush through this in the next 3 to 4 minutes. The Outer Space Treaty is the important document here, and in particular, it's Article 3. Akash relates to astrobiology and natural cosmopolitics. Law becomes an emergent institution. It's anthropogenic because it is agential. So in terms of space law, Article 3 mentions that the Outer Space Treaty is part of international law, therefore human rights laws apply. And in particular, it specifies the rights to science in terms of space and space exploration, but also to economic activity. And these are part of the 2 covenants that I mentioned earlier, which are essentially the covenants on civil and political and on economic, social, and cultural rights, and especially of the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Covenant. So what happens when we apply these concepts of Indian philosophy and law to space? Well, one of the ideas is that the individual can remove himself or herself from society. There is a derogation from societal norms, whether it's social, political, economic, or geographical. There is a sense of freedom, individual or otherwise. There would be no obligations of terrestrial law or other human law, especially in space. And given the necessity of going out into space, it may be that terrestrial laws do not apply in space or cannot apply in space. This also has the consequences. I mentioned renunciation and derogation earlier on, is that a nation or group can withdraw from or state that the various space treaties do not apply. However, in terms of space settlements, what they can do is they can develop their own legal systems independent of terrestrial norms, and this can cohabit with legal pluralism or hybridity of legal systems, new laws, novelty in particular, and cross-fertilization of ideas, as opposed to the type of ideas which are based on dominant paradigms that I'm currently opposing. And in particular, there is one of these rights, which is the right to self-determination, particularly because you are away from Earth. Now, what this approach to law also allows is in terms of looking at how this grows, it allows the establishment, growth, and evolution of non-Western cultures and approaches and value systems. There can be new models of political economy which are not necessarily based on neoliberal capitalism. They might be non-libertarian, they might be more fair, they might be more equal. Of course, they might not be. There may be, of course, a reconfigured environmentalism. We heard about this earlier on. There may be new forms of Marxism or socialism or even capitalism or the like. The approach here, because it is based on the origin of the universe rather than anything specific in terms of arbitrary values, human or otherwise, is that they would be independent of both religion and of culture. And in fact, the entire approach is a hybridization fertilized through the interplay of science, Indian philosophy, and Roman law. So not anything particularly dominant, but certainly bringing in as many cultures as possible. So I mentioned the right to self-determination. Remember, in the 1960s, that is what happened, independence from the various colonial and imperial powers. I would say that self-governance is required because of distance and other factors. If you look at the trading companies that were proxies for government in India or the Americas or Australia and elsewhere, self-governance was actually very important. And of course, it became more important after independence. I would also like to point out that it is at this point that the human rights issues began to change in terms of the United Nations documents because of the introduction of new ideas from the cultures outside the imperial powers. So what we now have and will have, I hope, is diverse valued human rights, which are specific to new ecosystems and environments in space, which may be functional, but they will be new norms because the environment itself will be different. But given that this is based on science, and in particular by analogy with the laws of science and nature, we can consider these to be both legal positivist approaches or natural rights approaches, but I would say it's a hybridization of both. So law in space will be regenerated. It will become, of course, continue to be an anthropogenic artifact. I've already mentioned that the approach is an analogy to physical systems. They are not derived from physics or biology or other laws of nature. They are only by analogy. We may be able to reconfigure the internal elements from Earth because we are going to be immigrants into space. We will be taking our values with us, but we will be reconfiguring these to attain a new form of law, at least that I hope. And of course, it will be a system that communicates and responds to external stimuli. And this is essentially a method of engineering freedom and societal organization, which has to be used with care. And I have come to a few conclusions which are not comprehensive, but essentially they are the concepts of self-determination, self-governance, self-reliance, law as emergent human concept, and of course there is the inherent idea of an effective diversity. With that, I end. And if you want to see more of what I'm doing, you can find me on ResearchGate, Academia, and LinkedIn as usual. Just search for my name and Birkbeck, and Google or somebody will come up with the relevant links. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mukesh. That was great, and it's really nice to widen our perspectives because undeniably there's a sort of Western/Enlightenment strain running through a lot of what we've discussed up till now. So it's really good to get that perspective. And without any flippancy, good to see Marx out there. I was feeling bad for him. So anyway, on a less flippant point, by the way, as usual, if anyone has questions, please do put them in the question box. I was wondering, what you were suggesting, which is these alternative views of how to build societies, and then you came to those conclusions about self-determination, self-reliance. And your vision very much seems to be that, if you do try and disconnect yourself from this quite Western focus that we tend to have, there are actually a huge variety of possible trajectories that a society could go in. Are you saying, therefore, that it's actually a hopeless cause for us to try and predict how a society might emerge in space and therefore plan for it, and that we should just send people out there and they should develop in their own way in these varieties that are possible? In other words, are we sort of going back to this revolutionary view that we start from scratch and what emerges is not something we can really plan for or should attempt to plan for? Or if you were going to sort of offer advice, a sort of list of ideas for people moving into space about how they should start, how would you choose between all of these different possibilities without imposing some sort of predefined prejudice?
I'm going to need to have a word with Jim Schwartz about this concept of planning at some stage. As scientists and engineers tend to know, and I think public policy experts as well, no plan is perfect. No plan is going to survive actual contact with reality. Now, the approach that I've outlined effectively suggests that what should be introduced into any plan is a degree of flexibility. So going out with a single plan is not a good idea. Going out with a plan which is very specific is, again, not a good idea. However, going out with a plan with inbuilt choices, or going out with several plans, would, I suggest, make much more sense. Throwing people into the deep end or telling them to go into the jungle and survive is, again, not a good idea. It's always a good idea to make sure that they learn how to make bows and arrows in case their gun stops working. In the same way, if you look at the migration of the European populations into the Americas, into Australia and various other countries, you will find a number of emigration organizations which were set up to help people. However, what they did not do was tell people what they should do when they get there, apart from say, contact such and such representative, they should be able to help and advise. What we do not have at the moment are space organizations on Earth which can help with emigration or the like. What we have are lobbying groups in order that try to change the law and so on and so forth. So I do not see anything that contradicts the notion of choice and the notion of agency, but certainly at the very least, I would say anything that is planned must have safety and flexibility built into it in some way. So there must be many choices allowable. And of course, whoever's on the ground out there is going to need to have to respond to the reality rather than say, oh, we need to check with Home Office or whatever. 6 months later, you get a reply, and by then you're already dead.
Yeah,
that ain't going to work.
Yeah, it's interesting. Thank you. So it's really about opening up choices early on and allowing a settlement to go on whatever trajectory it can. Although, of course, that may conflict with the necessity to survive in an extreme environment that might mandate certain behaviors and actions. So I suppose it's always that balance that we've come across several times in the last day and a half of the freedom for the group of people or even individuals within the group to act, but the need for certain things to happen to survive in extremes.
Yeah. However, if I can add to that, yes, the necessity for survival and the like is an imperative, but certain behaviors will need to change depending on what those survival imperatives are. I mentioned the gun and the bow and arrow. That is a survival imperative because that's one way you can get food or defend yourself or the like. And obviously, there's no way you can rely on the gun if you run out of ways to manufacture bullets.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's a great question from Michael Mealing here. So this is walking straight into a minefield, but let's walk into a minefield and try and keep it focused on the space discussion. There's a great deal of decolonization discourse that stresses disallowing values from former colonial powers in space. Specific ones mention the individual freedom, e.g. libertarians, freedom of commerce, capitalism. How do we engage with decolonization advocates in the way you outline that allows everyone, or can we? So, you know, trying to avoid a huge discussion on decolonization, I'm not saying isn't interesting, but it sort of veers away from the focus of this this conversation. But nevertheless, there's an interesting general question, I think, behind this, which is how do we sort out the wheat from the chaff? How do we avoid errors of the past, which are recognized in modern decolonization discussions, but not throw out all the good aspects. We don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, maybe capitalism and certain aspects of things that were associated with expansion, say in the 19th century, may actually help us survive in space. So how do we divine between the good and the bad of our history and make sure we pick the good bits?
Right. There is a straw man version of this that I can approach immediately. If we take the extremes of either side, whether it's the imperial powers or the decolonial advocates, the first problem with the decolonization approach is if we throw out everything from the imperial powers, that immediately means we can't use modern technology. We can't use spacecraft. We can't go into space. So a compromise is inevitable. This is the necessary approach at all times that comes in within what I've described. I mentioned that there is not just competition, but cooperation as well. And it's necessary to recognize, I think, that the decolonial approach is based on primarily a freedom of thought and concepts and ideas. It does not seem to be something that says we must go back to the 18th century or the 14th century or whatever in terms of how the situation was in India or Malaysia or Angola or elsewhere. So the physical technologies, the engineering, the science is not being denied. However, what is being recognized is, for example, the idea that the approaches that the imperial powers had were perhaps based in, say, patriarchal approaches. And Southern Indian cultures, for example, or some of the Indonesian groups would turn around and say, but we are matriarchal in our approach. Our approach to property is different than yours. We would like to implement that particular approach in space as well. Whether it's implementable on Earth or not is different. But you can look at previous settlements, whether in the United States, whether in Australia or the like, where religious freedom or communes were set up. And in fact, there are communes in parts of Europe as well, where you are only allowed to join if you have values in common with them. They are effectively closed. They claim to be very tolerant and accepting, but they are closed. They are essentially imperial powers on the left-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that at the end of the day, there is a recognition in any case that you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. You really need to recognize that there is a growing cooperative evolution of human society, which is going to be necessary wherever we go. But of course, once they mature, perhaps they will also close off in the ways that some of our societies have here.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Excellent. And I think one last question, I think. So we have a sort of 5-minute break before the next lecture, the keynote. There's a question here from Jeremiah Johnson. He says, interestingly enough, I'm writing a story about a Hindu-inspired Martian civilization. How do you see the future of construction of temples of any faith, really, and places of worship on other celestial bodies? And also, do you value a system of law with strong theological components for our spacefaring age?
It'll be easier for me to answer the second part first. No, I do not support a theological-based system of law at all. They tend to be restrictive and become inflexible very, very fast. And despite the fact that I have brought out the positive aspects of Indian philosophies, we are also aware of how static and stagnant the social structure, which is based on certain types of theology in India, has become over the centuries. So I would definitely not recommend it. However, it is functional because it regards a division of labor. It ensures that people know what they're doing and the like, and this might be important early on in a risk environment. But would I say that a Martian culture, building of temples and so on? Well, all religions have a way of consecrating or defining belonging or citizenship, whether it's national citizenship or whether it's religious membership. And Hindu cultures are no different to that. And in particular, there is a definition of, because Hindu culture also allows inanimate objects to be part of the religion, that can certainly be used in order to consecrate ground or territory or otherwise wherever in the universe it is, because apparently the universe has already got aliens in it, according to Hindu philosophy. And so all we'll be doing is stepping on their toes once we get out there.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that's a good place to stop. We haven't actually discussed, liberty and values of settlement when confronted by aliens. Actually, at any point in the set of talks. If that's one thing that's missing, maybe next time. Anyway, thank you very much, Mukesh. I think we'll end there. And thank you for joining us today. We've got 5 minutes, everyone. So just going to take a break, go and grab a cup of tea, cup of coffee, and then hopefully Bob Zubrin is going to turn up online anytime soon, and we'll start the keynote talk at 2:30. So see you in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much, and thanks everyone for coming along to our keynote talk today. Very happy to have Robert Zubrin come and talk to us about the case for space is liberty. Bob Zubrin is probably known to most of you, I'm sure he is, aerospace engineer, author and advocate for the human exploration of Mars. He got his degree in mathematics from the University of Rochester, a master's in nuclear engineering, and also in aeronautics and astronautics, and a PhD in nuclear engineering, all from the University of Washington. So when Mars exploration sort of became a low priority to the US government, it was he and David Baker, Martin Marietta, who developed the Mars Direct concept, which, as its name suggests, was a plan for a single stage to Mars, or single step to Mars. And it became highly influential in his book, The Case for Mars, in re-establishing the interest in Mars exploration. And since then, Bob has been involved in leadership at the National Space Society, and of course, establishing the Mars Society in 1998, which is an international organization advocating a human mission to Mars as a goal by private funding if possible. And if those of you who are not familiar, you should go to the Mars Society International Conference, which happens every year. And Bob has also been involved in many other things in parallel with his Mars interests, such as, for example, in Pioneer Astronautics and Pioneer Engineering. These companies have demonstrated ISRU for the surface of Mars, developed machinery to capture flares from oil rigs, and a whole variety of other impressive projects that have application both on Earth as well as on Mars. So really interesting to hearing what Bob thinks about liberty beyond the Earth. The case for space is liberty, and perhaps the future of liberty on the surface of Mars. So thank you very much for joining us, and I'll hand over to you.
Well, thank you for inviting me, Charles. I really appreciate this. So I'm going to talk about the case for space is liberty. That's a very broad subject. At first, though, I want to step back a little bit and talk about liberty. Okay, now, the word liberty has originally a Roman root, but I believe that it entered the English language through Norman French. And, there's two words for everything in the English language. There's the Norman word and the Saxon word. The Norman words is the Normans were the upper class after the conquest, is the polite word, and the Saxon word is the direct word. So, for instance, you can acquire or you can take, you can dine or you can eat. Someone could be deplorable or they can be bad. And you can possess liberty or you can be free. Okay, so freedom is the direct word for liberty. And in World War II, the Roosevelt administration wanted to try to define for Americans what they were fighting for, what was worth risking fighting and even perhaps dying for. And that was not just to get back at the Japanese for their Pearl Harbor attack or something like this, that there was some more fundamental principles at stake. And so they enunciated this as the four freedoms, as they called them. And so there was something, a bit of political science that everyday people in uniform and out could truly understand. And these four freedoms were freedom from want, freedom from fear, freedom of speech, and freedom of worship. Okay, now And this, by the way, was quite effective. I have the letters. My mother kept the letters from my father and her brothers, all of whom were in the army, and they occasionally talk about the four freedoms and this. But in any case, you take these four freedoms. Okay, now the first two are easy to understand. Freedom from want, freedom from fear. These are aspirations that are not even unique to humans. We share them with the other higher animals. These are certainly something, any border collie could comprehend. But as smart as they are, border collies might have difficulty with the next two. Now, freedom of speech, they might get in the narrow sense, but in the broader sense in which it's meant, which is political freedom, no, this is a unique human, on Earth anyway, concept, and it's something that we treasure, and it's something that people today, certainly in the West, can all still very much understand as something worth fighting and dying for, and risking life for, certainly. And they do. The last, freedom of worship, is something that is perhaps we have lost an understanding of the importance of, because most people in our society are secular. I certainly am. I'm not here advocating religious worship or anything of the sort. So it needs to be unpacked a bit as to why it was so important that it would be listed along with freedom from want, freedom from fear, and political freedom. And because I think to the people of that time, this was really freedom to actualize your soul, freedom to be who you really are. And I think if it's unpacked as a specific form of a broader human aspiration, a freedom to realize your true purpose in the universe and reality, then I think it's something that we can grasp. And I think that space is fundamental to the future of all four of those freedoms. Now, I want to, just before I go forward into talking about the space per se, I'm going to go back in time just a little bit more to 1876. There's a remarkable speech, in my opinion, one of the great speeches in American history, and perhaps all of human history, was given by an orator named Robert Ingersoll to an audience of Civil War veterans in 1876. And he's trying to tell them what were they fighting for. These are veterans of the Union Army. They had defeated slavery. And what was this all about? And he defines the war in terms of slavery. He describes the cruelty of slavery. He says, why are we able to get rid of slavery? Why don't we need slavery anymore? How did we defeat slavery? And he says, we don't need human slavery anymore because the forces of nature are our slaves. We make the lightning run our messages and errands for us. We make the steam hammer and fashion what we need. The forces of nature are our slaves. They have no backs to be whipped, no hearts to be broken. And we have enslaved these forces of nature through the machines. And where did the machines come from? Where have all these machines, these marvelous machines that adorn our age, the steam engine, the railroad, the steamboat, the telegraph, and now just in 1876, the telephone, they come from free thought. Free thought, he says, has given us all the machines. Okay, and this is the root of all of our progress, and it's the material progress that free thought that has enabled, which also enables full political emancipation of everyone. Okay, so now what does this have to do with space? Well, free thought gives us the machines. Let's talk about this. Okay, now the space age began as literally a contest between the free world and the unfree world, the communist world. And this was going to be the test. That is, if you wanted to sail this new ocean, as John F. Kennedy said, we're going to show that free men can do it. And in fact, they can do it the best. And of course, despite being behind initially, the United States caught up to the Soviet Union, surpassed it, and was the first and to date the only country to land people on the moon. Okay, now, and this was, and the purpose of Apollo, by the way, okay, the purpose was not scientific. It was to astonish the world with what free people can do. Okay, and I can tell you for a fact that it did, because when we landed on the moon in July 1969, I was in Leningrad. I was a kid and chess player, and so I was over there, and it happened, and all the Russians I knew were just amazed. It's like, Molodets, it's great. How did you do this? How is this possible? And it made a point. This is something that free people can do. And so now, however, the system that was set up to enable Apollo certainly exploited the creative potentials of a free country to solve all the manifold engineering challenges required to send people to the moon in the 1960s. But it was an imperfect model, and it apparently reached its limits. I mean, certain political decisions had been made differently in the early 70s. We might have proceeded further. We might have established a moon base. We might even have gotten to Mars by the 1980s, which NASA had plans to do. But ultimately, as a top-down enterprise, sooner or later, if the political system failed to live up to its responsibilities, which was going to happen sooner or later, as it happened sooner than I would have preferred, the failure in the Nixon administration. But if it hadn't happened then, it would have happened in the next one or the one after that. And so we stagnated in our space program. Relatively speaking, there has been some progress in the period, the post-Apollo period. Certainly a number of planetary probes were done. But the stagnation in the human spaceflight program was remarkable until something else was activated. And this was the entrepreneurial potential of creativity in enabling space activities. And so right now, we're seeing this. We're seeing the enormous power of entrepreneurial creativity enabled by, yes, freedom. The price of space launch was stagnant from 1970 to 2010. $10,000 a kilogram to orbit. It was like a law of physics, and this is never going to change. But since 2010, the SpaceX company, led by Elon Musk, has cut the cost of space launch by a factor of 5 in the past decade by first just having a more rational company structure, eliminating overheads, but then introducing partially reusable launch vehicles, the Falcon 9, which reuses 9 of its 10 engines, and the Falcon Heavy, which reuses 27 of its 28 engines. So the cost of space launch has gone from 10,000 a kilogram to 2,000 a kilogram. And if they are successful in creating the Starship fully reusable heavy lift launch system, they will be cutting the cost of space launch down to under $500 a kilogram. So this is a remarkable thing. And the point here, by the way, is not only has the SpaceX company introduced some very useful cost-effective launch systems and Dragons and so forth, but they've proven a point. that it is possible for a well-led entrepreneurial team to do things that were previously thought needed to be done by the governments of superpowers. And not only that, do it in 1/3 the time at 1/10 the cost or less than was deemed necessary. And not only that, do things that they had deemed entirely impossible altogether, such as, for example, reusable launch vehicles that come back and land at the landing pad instead of being crashed into the ocean. This was something that was deemed more or less impossible by the space establishment. Now it's happening. Okay, now SpaceX has set off an entrepreneurial space race in the space launch area, in the spacecraft area, in the space flight systems area, all of which are going to serve to bring the cost and effect of these systems down and increase their effectiveness. And of course, the cheaper space launches become the more space launches there's going to be, which means satellites will be cheaper. They can be mass produced. Satellite designers, spacecraft designers can be less conservative if the launch cost is less. So the spacecraft will become much more cost effective and much more advanced rapidly. And furthermore, there's a competition going on here, which, there's some free world competition to, would-be free world competition to SpaceX, Rocket Lab, what's this? Relativity Space has now gotten over $1 billion in funding to try to create a mini starship, basically. Blue Origin, if Bezos finally gets out of his hot tub, could be a formidable competitor to SpaceX. But there's also would-be Chinese competition. There are at least 5 Chinese entrepreneurial launch companies that I'm aware of that have actually gotten investor funding, who are currently trying to create some things that look, frankly, a lot like Falcon 9s. And they will undoubtedly do so because the laws of physics are the laws of physics, and they'll be able to do it. Which is one reason why Musk is going to have to do something better and is trying to do that right now. And so, and once, if Starship is successful, they'll copy that and so forth. But if they ever really want to compete, they're going to need to invoke the forces of liberty. I mean, the reason why there is not a SpaceX in Russia right now is because they do not have liberty under law. That there are certainly technical talent there. There are certainly people with large amounts of money who believe in the importance of human expansion of space, but nobody's willing to start a SpaceX because they could be expropriated instantly by the Kremlin if kleptocrats, if they were successful. So reason is a stick, okay? If they're going to truly be competitive in this arena, they're going to have to create increased degrees of liberty. And this is true all around the world. Now, this is just the most immediate aspect of this, but I think that, okay, and certainly I know the subject of this conference is broader than this, although certainly liberty on Earth is something of great importance. It's liberty in space. Now, why will there be liberty in space? Okay. Liberty will be necessary for us to settle space. We will need to create ever cheaper and more cost-effective launch systems and spacecraft and space transportation systems, and this requires liberty. But why will liberty be necessary, for instance, on Mars? Okay, and there are people who, I mean, I know Charlie has speculated that there might not be liberty in extraterrestrial colonies because of the degree of dependence that the authorities in an extraterrestrial colony could turn your air off and kill you. And therefore, these will be totalitarian in their nature. Now, I think that this is false. And I'll give you a number of reasons why. Okay, first of all, if you look at the situation on Earth, the populations that are easiest to subject to tyranny are not highly urbanized, highly organized societies. They are peasant societies in which no one individual is particularly essential. that is, the peasant populations and similar rural, dispersed, nominally self-sufficient populations are the easiest ones for tyrannies to tyrannize. As the medieval saying goes, city air makes a man free. And because in a highly organized society, basically individual people are more important qua individuals, and they're more necessary. They can do more damage. They have to be respected more. Their rights have to be respected more. And there's no one who will need to be respected more than the inhabitant of a space colony, because he or she could wreck the entire space colony if they were upset with the government. So this goes two ways. So the individual dignity cannot be ignored in a highly organized society in which individual human skills are at a premium. And that's one point. But then there's another point, which is, why would anyone move to Mars if they were going to move to a place that gave them less freedom? They would not. Okay. I believe that there will probably be many Mars colonies founded with different ideas behind them as to how they should be organized. But which are the ones that will grow? The ones that are most attractive to settlers, the ones that offer them the greatest potential, the greatest opportunity to realize their human potential. Okay, that this is why, you know, the 13 colonies and then the original United States attracted so many more immigrants than Central America, in South America, because they offered more liberty. Okay, there's nothing more valuable to people than liberty, and people will cross oceans and take enormous risks and leave their whole lives behind in order to obtain it, not in order to abandon it. So from a Darwinian point of view, a extraterrestrial tyranny is an impossibility, because it would not be able to grow. It would not be able to blossom. It would be outcompeted for immigrants by ones that offer greater liberty. Okay, this is what will be at a premium for extraterrestrial colonies to offer. Now, furthermore, in order to grow not just in population, but in prosperity, extraterrestrial settlements will have to offer liberty, because the extraterrestrial worlds are frontier worlds. They are places, one, with a severe labor shortage, which means they're going to need immigrants. That's fundamental. But also, they're going to need technology that is unique to their challenges. Okay, now, in colonial and 19th century America, Americans became famous as gadgeteers, primarily in the area of labor-saving machinery, because, once again, frontier creates a severe labor shortage, and we attempted to deal with that. Actually, there were two ways to deal with it. One was through slavery, and the other was through invention, and invention won, as Ingersoll pointed out. Invention wins, creativity wins. Okay, so we invented labor-saving machinery. There's the labor shortage in frontier America, which also created such innovations as female school teachers, which then propagated east during the labor shortage induced by the Civil War. But anyway, this labor shortage, which induced our gadgeteering, our labor-saving inventiveness, it's going to be magnified 1,000-fold on Mars. So the Martians will be innovators, not just in labor-saving machinery, for sure, but also their more modern equivalents, which include automation, robotics, artificial intelligence, which is a way to multiply the diversity of labor skills within a population. The others are, of course, ways to multiply its quantity. And so the Martians are going to have to invent this stuff. They're going to have, in order for them to survive, they're going to have to be inventors. And these inventions, which are essential for their survival. And once again, invention requires freedom, okay? Free thought, as Ingersoll said, gave us all the machines. And these inventions will not only meet their needs in terms of local needs, but will provide income, because these are patents that can be licensed on Earth and create cash income, which could be used to pay for necessary imports. Okay, other things, I mean, energy, we know we need energy on Earth, and we have lots of different ways to produce it. One way that people thought about, and a few people are working on, is fusion energy, but it is not a social priority because we have so many other ways we can generate energy on Earth. We can burn fossil fuels. There's tons of it here in an oxygen atmosphere to burn it in. There's waterfalls. There's solar energy. There's wind. There's all these things. Now, some solar energy on Mars, but it's only 40% as strong as the Earth. There won't be waterfalls there until we terraform the place. The wind is too thin to be much good. You can make fossil fuels, but it requires energy to make them and the oxygen to burn them. So they are really on Mars. Fossil fuels are simply a way of storing energy, not a way of producing it. Nuclear fission could be used on Mars, but nuclear fission requires a massive industrial base involving in mining or refining it chemically, and then isotopic separations and so forth. It would be very difficult to implement that on an early Mars. However, Mars has deuterium. Deuterium is 6 times as common on Mars as it is on Earth. And furthermore, all Martian life support systems involve electrolyzing water on a very large scale, it's in proportion to population. And the water electrolysis is the fundamental power requirement involved in separating heavy hydrogen from light hydrogen. And it will be done as a matter of course on Mars. So Mars is going to have lots of deuterium. And so Mars is going to want to develop fusion power. Okay. And I predict they will. Just as while steam engines were invented in Britain, the steamboat was invented in the United States because we needed it for transportation, because the only highways we had in early America were the rivers. And sail would not do. Fusion power, once again. So free labor gives us all the machines, as Ingersoll actually closed his speech. Free thought will give us wealth, free labor. Okay. So this is what is the driving force. This is what is essential for extraterrestrial settlements. It's essential in order to create space launch and space transportation systems in the first place to get there, and it's essential for their growth. So you might say, from the point of view of natural selection, okay, only free societies can become spacefaring civilizations, only free societies. To be unfree is to fail. Now, then one can go beyond this, okay? What kind of freedom do we obtain by going into space? Okay, we have the freedom to go places where the rules haven't been written yet, okay? And then to be able to write those rules, to try noble experiments in many places, on Mars, the asteroid belt, and then ultimately the stars. And once again, by the way, if the Martians develop fusion power, we'll have fusion rockets, and fusion rockets will give us interstellar capabilities. So that, in fact, if we do what we can do in our time, which is establish the first human footholds on Mars to begin humanity's career as a spacefaring civilization, 300 years from now, there will not only be a diverse set of free nations on Mars and among the multitude of the asteroids and other bodies in the solar system, but on thousands of planets orbiting thousands of stars in this realm of the galaxy. And these will be, they must be, highly innovative free cultures. That's the only free cultures can be highly innovative, and they will have to be highly innovative if they want to be able to deal with the diverse, novel environments that we will encounter as we move out to space. And so there will be thousands of new nations with new cultures, new languages, new literatures, fantastical assortments of contributions to social thought, technology, and invention, histories of great deeds that will be used to inspire people to go further. And that is something grand and wonderful, something that we can be responsible for creating and have the joy of creating. And so the freedom to create that, to make a grand creation, a grand future, is what we get by taking on the challenge of space. Okay, but there's more to it than that, because if we can even see that future, if we can begin that future so that we can see it, we can affect not just that far future, but the near future, the one that we and our immediate descendants are going to have to deal with within this solar system and right here on Earth. And let me explain what I mean by that. Okay. What is the great threat facing humanity today? Humanity today is under threat. Okay. Now, probably the most common answer to that today would be climate change. Now, climate change is real, but I do not believe that it is an existential threat facing humanity in this century. Not at all. It's quite real. It's there. Not denying it at all, but it's not the immediate and existential threat to be faced. Some people might say resource exhaustion. That's not real for reasons that I'll explain shortly. Our resources are growing exponentially because resources are a function of technology, which is a function of the number of inventors you have, and the more inventors, the more inventions, and the more resources, which is why our resources today are vastly greater than they were 100 years ago or 200 years ago. But some people might mention that. Few might mention asteroid impacts, certainly in this audience, but in fact, that is a remote probability. And if we become spacefaring, we can certainly develop the capability to deflect asteroids. No, why do I disregard climate change and resource exhaustion and asteroid impacts as the threat facing humanity? Because they were not the things that caused the great disasters of the 20th century, not in any way, shape, or form. Okay, the great disasters, the catastrophes of the 20th century were caused by something else entirely, and that was bad ideas. And in particular, one bad idea that came in a multitude of forms. And what that bad idea was and is that there isn't enough for everyone. And so we need to take what we need from them. We need to kill them because otherwise they're going to take what they need from us. And this is, if you get right down to it, this is the root idea that caused Europe, in its most prosperous condition that had ever been in human history in 1914, to tear itself to pieces and almost destroy Western civilization. It is what caused it to happen again in 1939. And these were insane ideas. You know, you take Hitler saying the laws of existence require uninterrupted killing so that the better may live. Germany needs living space. Now, this was absolute nonsense. Germany didn't need living space. Germany today is smaller than the Third Reich and has a larger population and a vastly higher standard of living. Why? Not because they succeeded in invading other countries and killing people so they could steal their land and their cows. They failed at that. And had they succeeded in that, it would not have added anything to their wealth or living standard. No, the reason why Germany today is vastly more prosperous than the Third Reich is because of the advance of science and technology. which has been a worldwide project accomplished by humanity at large. I mean, it's true, Germans have contributed to it in significant ways, but it has been much more broadly contributed to by people of many nations, including, one might add, groups that they had a high priority for exterminating. And had they succeeded in that, they'd be much poorer, okay? But nevertheless, this wrong idea propelled them to these catastrophic crimes. And, you know, the same with Japan and China in the 1930s. One of us is going to get Asia. We're going to have to fight them sooner or later, the Japanese militarists said. Should it be sooner or later? Let's make it sooner. They're weak now. And in fact, if you come to the conclusion that you're going to have to fight someone sooner or later, it's always going to be the case for one side or the other that sooner is better than later. And I happen to know for a fact, because I have spoken to them, that there are people in highly responsible positions in the American national security establishment who believe that war with China is inevitable. Why? Because there's 1.3 billion of them, and if they all got cars and start driving around like Americans and Europeans, there won't be enough oil in the world for them and for us. And you could bet your bottom dollar that there are people in Beijing who, their counterparts, who looking at this issue from the opposite side of the chessboard, who think analogous thoughts, except the people to be crushed are us instead of them. And if this kind of thinking is allowed to prevail, there's going to be war. But as I've alluded to, this is a false idea, okay? Because we are not in competition with the Chinese or anyone else for natural resources. We never were, okay? In fact, there's no such thing as a natural resource. There's only natural raw materials. It is human inventiveness, human creativity that creates the technology that turns natural raw materials into resources, okay? Land was not a resource until people invented agriculture, and its value as a resource is multiplied as agricultural technologies advance. Oil was not a resource until we invented oil drilling and refining and machines that could run on the product. Okay, if Napoleon Bonaparte had gone to his general staff and asked them to list the natural resources of a country that they were contemplating invading, they wouldn't have even listed oil, let alone aluminum or uranium. That would not have occurred to anyone. And of course, uranium was not a resource until we invented nuclear power. And Mars, it's not we're going to get oil from Mars. There's no natural resources on Mars today, but there will be plenty of resources there once there are resourceful people there. And it is to see that, okay, to refute this concept that there's only so much to go around. This is why we must do this, why we must make this visible. Because despite the fact that it is outright false, the standard of living of people has gone up and up and up as the world's population has increased. So we are not competing for limited resources. The nations of the world are not, as Hitler claimed, in a struggle for existence over limited resources. I mean, look, why is China progressing so much in this period? Well, it's because of inventions like ranging from electricity through computers that were created essentially in the West. But the West only had its renaissance because of inventions like paper and printing that were made in China. So we're not nations in a struggle for existence over limited resources. Rather, what we are is a family, a disorderly family, I'll agree, but nevertheless, a family of nations in a joint project to expand the human prospect, okay? And through our collective creative capacities. And if people can see what that can do, they'll understand that there's no point going to war over provinces when working together using the better side of our natures, we can open up planets, okay? And that's the case for space. The case for space is liberty, and liberty is the case for space. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Thank you very much, Robert. That was just fantastic and very broad-ranging discussion. We haven't really talked about, the liberty on the Earth and the way that that has meshed with private space exploration. So it was also really nice to hear that perspective. So just to remind everyone, put your questions, please, in the question and answer box. And while we're waiting for some questions, I wanted to pick up on one observation you made that I think is interesting. You said you thought that tyrannies beyond Earth would be impossible, and I completely understand and agree with your arguments that there'll be a need for innovation, and also that there will be a selection for settlements that are not tyrannous, just simply because people will move there. However, on the Earth, of course, you've got the US, which attracts people who want liberty, and yet still on this planet, even with relative ease of movement, we still have tyrannies. So I wonder, first of all, can we really believe that despite these strong forces against tyranny in space, in those extreme environments, there won't be any tyrannies? And then the second question I would ask is sort of parallel to that, is even if we think that there won't be, and one would hope that there won't, surely it would be better, like, I guess, the founding fathers, to assume that people are or can be intrinsically evil. They will form tyrannies, and it's best to construct systems of governance that create checks and balances on the assumption that tyrannies will emerge. So I wonder what you thought about both of those points.
Okay, well, first of all, in terms of the second, I agree. Now, if you understand, and I think, successful space settlers must understand that tyranny is maladaptive to successful space settlement, and therefore they must create forms of government that prevent tyranny. It's actually an existential question for them. It's not just a question of preference; it's an absolute existential question. They must ensure liberty, or they will fail, and the consequences of that will be extreme. So yes, and so now some people are going to fail. Okay, I think that there are going to be a lot of different groups of people are going to go into space, and they're going to have different ideas on how society should be organized. And those that actually get it right, okay, and they may get it righter than we've managed to get it. That's also one of the attractions of this process, that if there can be, the founders called America a noble experiment. They put their ideas of 18th century liberalism into practice in a way which, these ideas were certainly well understood in England and France and so forth at the time, but because of pre-existing presence of institutions, they could not be readily realized as much as they could in a place with essentially a kind of a tabula rasa, or relatively speaking anyway. They tried this experiment, and it worked well enough that millions of people voted with their feet to come here, and the project was successful. Now there are other places. I believe in Paraguay, someone tried a theological totalitarian utopia that was a catastrophe. But there are other places that could fail. And the founders, they could have gotten a lot of things wrong. If you look at the debates of the Constitutional Convention, the Federalist Papers, and so forth, and people today will still debate whether they got it completely right. Electoral college is controversial, so forth, and actually, there's been a number of amendments to the Constitution since that time to correct deficiencies in their work, but they got it right enough that it worked, so I just think that, yes, a proper constitution that does protect liberty is essential for extraterrestrial settlements. And I believe that it is so essential that there will be natural selection against extraterrestrial settlements that fail in this respect. And that is why there will not be extraterrestrial tyrannies, because they will be eliminated by the laws of nature.
That's assuming they are eliminated before they can really exist. I mean, as we see on the Earth, countries like Northumbria persist for a long time, even with people, in a state of extreme social deprivation. It's remarkable how long enclosed tyrannies can persist for with enough determination. So I wonder whether, if you have an isolated settlement, say on Mars, that maybe belongs to a country on the Earth that is itself quite illiberal, whether it's quite happy to allow that settlement to continue if it's doing something economically useful. And those people cannot really get away because they have no means to escape if that settlement is itself overseen by a group of people who have illiberal views towards that settlement. So ultimately, I would accept your view that they won't succeed in the long term. And I think that settlements that pursue liberty, countries that pursue those ideas, will be more successful as they have been on the Earth. But I don't think that can give us a complete reassurance that tyrannies cannot exist, and when they come into being, they will not persist for uncomfortably long periods of time.
Well, I would say I agree with part of that. That is, I think tyrannies can come into existence, but I do not think that they will last for, centuries or anything of the sort. If you look at how the Earth has changed in the 2 centuries since rapid long-distance communication has become possible, this has been extremely corrosive to traditional tyrannical societies. In other words, when people can see what other people are doing, now these societies are in competition with free societies, and it tends to break down the traditional tyrannical structures.
Yeah. And so just moving on to these, some questions from others. So Scott's Cassingham, I guess related to what we've been discussing, is wondering whether you have any recommendations for nations or others as they grapple with immediate questions of governing our conduct in space. And I suppose this is tied in with things like the Artemis Accords. I mean, if we want to build societies in space that do pursue liberty, what are the best near-term steps that nations and organizations like SpaceX should be taking?
Well, yeah, there does need to be liberty in space to support its development. In particular, for instance, private property rights in space. There's a serious problem with space law right now. The Outer Space Treaty of 1967 bans claims of national sovereignty in space because they didn't want a superpower claiming the moon or Mars because they landed there and planted a flag. It's mute on the subject of private property, although the question of private property is somewhat tenuous in the absence of a government. That is, you only own your house because you have a deed that a police force will enforce. So that if a bunch of people barge into your house, you can have them thrown out. That is how you own something. There has to be a government of some kind. Now, if you take this problem, so there has to be some way to establish private property in space, because people are not going to develop places in space unless they have some sort of claim to it. Then they're not going to make what someone else can just take. And the the most immediate area where this is relevant, I think, is in mining claims. A few years ago, there were a number of companies started that claimed they were going to mine asteroids. And these companies have either failed or pivoted to do a different kind of business altogether. And because you can't mine asteroids right now, the technology isn't there. The technology actually is there right now to explore asteroids. If there was some way that someone could stake claims on asteroids, you could probably fund private asteroid exploration right now. In other words, if there were laws that said, well, if you image an asteroid to, 1 centimeter a pixel resolution or do something else of this kind, you get to mine that asteroid or that part of the asteroid that you surveyed in this way. I believe that actually it's potentially possible to establish some form of claim office of this kind based on, essentially modeled on patent law. Okay, the US Patent Office is actually of great benefit to inventors all over the world. Because let's say you're an inventor in a small country like Finland. Okay, well, you could get a Finnish patent for your invention, but no one's going to care. They'll just implement your technology everywhere else in the world and not pay you. So your intellectual property has no value. On the other hand, a Finnish inventor can go to the US Patent Office and get a US patent. There's no prejudice against foreign inventors in US patents. And if he gets such a patent, he'll have the rights to a quarter of the world economy. And there are some provisions that enable, if you got a US patent, the Canadian Patent Office will readily give you a patent, and with somewhat greater difficulty, European patents can be obtained. I think that if a space mining patent office was established and we had international agreements to honor them, and it might be viewed, it could be the US does it, although that might be viewed as too imperial a kind of thing, that we're claiming space because we're awarding the patents and everyone else honors them. But maybe this is something that Luxembourg could do, and no one would feel threatened, that they establish a space mining claims patent office, and then we get international agreement that the United States, France, the UK, Japan, everybody will honor these patents. And then all of a sudden, now you could have privately funded space exploration.
Yeah, that sounds very sensible. I hadn't thought about, the idea of an international patent office. And I do agree with your views that unless people can appropriate resources, there's no motivation for anyone to go into space. Why would you spend the money and risk lives potentially, if you're doing it with human explorers, to go to somewhere and establish a mine when you have no guarantee that you can lay claim over what you get? I've never quite understood the provisions of making parts of the solar system the province of all humankind, at least with respect to resource acquisition. There's an interesting question here from Alan McKenna, who's asking, given, let's say we assume that you can go into space and you can claim resources, how do we stop that leading to inequalities, assuming that's a bad thing? I mean, inequality is sometimes it is just a fact of life, and people who go into space will acquire wealth. But I suppose the question is, how do we prevent that from leading to gross inequalities, such that, you have a few corporations dominating the capacity to go and get resources in space, and those resources being inaccessible to others? That's the question.
Well, resources are not, there's no point acquiring a resource in order to make it inaccessible to others. You acquire a resource in order to sell them to others. That is why you do it. And the reason why you can buy gasoline is because there are oil companies. And as villainous as they've been portrayed, if there weren't oil companies, you would have no gasoline. And guess what? They sell that product with only a small profit margin, enough to allow them to keep expanding. And if they try to extract a larger profit margin than was reasonable, they would be subject to being undermined by competition of people who would undersell them. Now it is true that certain individuals have gotten incredibly rich from those oil companies and similar companies doing similar things, but they've gotten it by providing people the stuff they need. Okay, that is how. If we're talking about the productive economy, which includes physical products and intellectual products, even software and so forth. It was done by people creating stuff that they need. Now, I do have a soft spot for the claim made by some on the left that there are people getting very rich by skimming the economy, by basically taxing it through various financial subterfuges. I think that needs to be prevented. But the people who are actually taking stuff, in other words, if there is useful materials on extraterrestrial bodies that currently no one on Earth has access to, okay? If some company was to come along and say, we can get this, we can bring it to Earth, and we can make it available for sale, that benefits everyone on Earth, because ultimately the standard of living is the total product divided by the population.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, I want to move on to so far we tend to talk about liberty on Earth, the possibilities of liberty in space, as if they're disconnected. But I wonder whether, the way in which liberty develops in the solar system, do you think that can have a knock-on effect back on Earth? So, for example, let me just speculate. Let's say we create a solar system of free societies that have done very successfully and created liberty in extreme conditions, where even, the oxygen you breathe is controlled by someone else. They almost become, if you like, a standard bearer for the capacities to make free societies in such an extreme environment. Can we use that to motivate improvements in liberty on the Earth, or do you think that's too far-fetched? I mean, is there a connection between what we do in the solar system and the future of liberty on the Earth, and how states on Earth respond to either liberty or tyranny in space?
Well, I think absolutely. Look, the Statue of Liberty, New York Harbor, faces east, and people today, most Americans in any case, tend to view her through the lens of Emma Lazarus's poem, Welcoming Immigrants to the United States. But in fact, that was not the original idea at all, okay? Because the full title of Statue of Liberty is Liberty Shining Her Light to the World. And she faces east to shine her light at Europe, and to say, wake up, see the light, pal. Okay, and in fact, American standards of liberty, or viewed most broadly, have become accepted as normative. That is, that if a country doesn't have liberty, if it doesn't have freedom of speech, if it doesn't protect the individual rights of common citizens, not just nobles or something, that it is somehow defective. This has become the norm for the world. And yes, and these are ideals that are honored in their breach frequently, including in the United States as well as other countries. But nevertheless, these have become the norms because of this. Now, look, if you take our society, any society is generally blind to its most central forms of oppression, okay, because it views them as normative. So, for instance, you can read through almost all the classics and you will find no objection to slavery as an institution. You will find people noting that it's very undesirable to be a slave, but not that there shouldn't be slaves, because that was the basis of their economy. That was the basis of their society. Now, what is, I think, the most widespread form of oppression in our society? I actually do not believe that it is some of these ethnic prejudices and so forth that are the subject of many protests recently. I think the most general form of oppression in our society is a denial of rights of employment to the uncertified. That is, and I can say this without fear of being accused of just pushing for myself, because I got a lot of certificates. But people who lack various educational certificates, college degrees, other forms of certifications are denied access to employment. The college degree in our society has become something equivalent to a poll tax, where you know, if you want to be among the officers instead of the enlisted men of the army of industry, so to speak, you got to have a college degree. And even if it's in fact completely irrelevant to being able to do the job. And of course, there are many places where you have to have certificates to be barbers or, you know, or whatever. Now, why? Now, we didn't used to have that. Okay. You didn't need all sorts of certificates even to be a doctor in 19th century America. You just had to do it. And frankly, the ones without certificates were probably no worse than the ones that had certificates. But but in any case, certainly to be a carpenter, you didn't need a certificate. You just needed to be able to do it, and you were known by your work. Now, why could we take such a liberal attitude towards that sort of thing? Well, because we had a severe labor shortage, and nobody wanted to put red tape in the way of somebody who could do a job doing the job. Now, I think that this is going to hold abundantly true on Mars. Okay. I think that if you have a society that has a severe labor shortage, you're not going to be looking to create artificial obstacles to people engaging in professions that they're fully qualified to do. You're just tying your feet together that way. So I think that, for instance, in this way, if this is how it goes on Mars and it's shown to be successful, it might help liberalize things on Earth. I certainly think that, you know, you take this COVID epidemic, okay? You know, the Moderna vaccine was actually invented in 3 days in January 2020. And the entire delay in its deployment of almost a year after that was due to various regulatory obstacles. Now, first they did safety testing, which you can make a fair argument for, and they found it was safe. Safety testing is very easy to do with the drug. You give it to 1,000 people, and if everybody's fine, then it's safe. But then they did effectiveness testing, and effectiveness testing is much harder to do with a preventive medicine, because you've got to administer it to a large population and also have a control group, and then you got to wait for the statistics to see if the vaccinated group over time had statistically a lower rate of infection than the other group. And this takes a lot of time, and this stalled the whole process, in my view, greatly unnecessarily, and at significant cost of life. These sort of things, now, as we have created obstacles to technological progress, even areas of emergency priority, let alone in other areas, nuclear power being crippled by an incredible assortment of regulations. I think that a society that is more pragmatic in its attitude towards these things will succeed and be demonstrated. You know, the characteristic American ideology is pragmatism. Okay, this comes from the frontier. This is, if it works, let's do it. No respect for tradition. No respect. Well, this is how it's done. No, well, this works. Let's just do it. So this is frontier ideology, and I think the Martians are going to take pragmatism to the next level.
I would agree with that. I think they're going to be forced to in those sorts of conditions. Thanks a lot, Bob. This has been a really wide-ranging, fantastic discussion covering everything, and it's really great to have expanded, you know, just beyond the discussion of liberty and settlements, which is, I think, a lot of what we've focused on to think about.
Now, by the way, I have a more recent book. It's called The Case for Space, and it discusses some of these things that we've talked about today.
Great. Thanks a lot. That's great. All
right.
Go now. It's 3:35. Really grateful for your time. Thank you very much for joining us. As I say, that's been just an excellent discussion. So thank you very much.
My pleasure. Okay.
Yeah.
Best of luck on the conference.
Thanks a lot. Cheers. Bye.
Okay.
So we now continue with the rest, three talks for this afternoon, three of the last talks of the afternoon. The first one is by AJ Link and Jonathan Lim from Jus ad Astra. And they have been working on a number of ideas for developing legal and rights regimes in space. John Lim is the project co-lead of the Jus ad Astra project, and AJ Link is a research director for Jus ad Astra. Maybe in your talk, you'll have a chance just to say what that is and what you've been doing. I think people will be interested to know. It's basically a project examining the intersection of human rights law and space law in hopes of developing comprehensive and inclusive human rights protections for current and future space travelers. I'm sure the rest of the group here would be interested to know, who's involved in that and how it works, if you get a chance to explain that perhaps in the talk or perhaps at the end. So they're going to talk about From Earth to the Stars, Human Rights Across the Final Frontier. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Charles. It's a pleasure to be here. So hi, everyone. I'm John, project co-lead to Jus ad Astra, or Jus ad Astra. I'm not too picky with the pronunciation. And presenting alongside me is AJ Link, research director at the project as well. And today we will be advancing the need for a human rights-based approach in promoting sustainability and responsible governance across outer space affairs. So it is argued that the continuing absence of an international human rights law framework, IHRL, across outer space activities centered upon sustainable development, equity, accessibility, liberty, threatens the fundamental dignity and value of every human being. Herein, human rights provides the opportunity to coalesce and operationalize existing and anticipated ethical and moral concerns within the context of international law and outer space affairs. AJ?
Thanks, John. Hey, y'all. I'm AJ. My pronouns are he, him. I'm currently wearing a shirt that has the NASA logo, but with the words nerd on it, and then a red hat. And I have a nice gallery wall behind me that my partner's done for our house. I just wanted to note that accessibility is something that is truly important to me personally. And with that being said, we have to take note of the lack of accessibility when it comes to captioning and cart services for this presentation, but also for other presentations. And I apologize for that. Whenever you're doing Zoom conferences, please always try to keep that in mind so we can make sure that everyone has an opportunity to participate. Before we begin, I'd like to make a quick land acknowledgement. I'm currently based in Washington, D.C., which is on the land that was stolen from the Piscataway and Acostan people. This acknowledgement is especially important today, not just for naming the genocide and land theft that has led to me being here, but because we're all attending a conference where words like colonization and settlement are being used pretty frequently and oftentimes without recognition of the historical gravity of these terms and how they've impacted natives and indigenous populations. As we imagine a future in space, we must be committed to an anti-colonialist approach that recognizes the inherent humanity of every person and the dignity of natural environments on celestial bodies. And with that, I'll turn it over to John.
Okay, thanks. So the Jus ad Astra project was started in January 2020 as a legal research project under Wise law. And the project is focused upon promoting broad discussion and analysis concerning the relationship between human rights and outer space. Since then, the project has issued several documents exploring the right to peace and moderating international conflicts in space, the issue of disability rights in space, and the need for a right to breathable atmosphere as well. So what are human rights, to start off? Well, firstly, human rights represent rights inherent to all human beings, regardless of sex, ethnicity, religion, or any other status. These rights are interrelated, independent, and indivisible, reflecting the minimum standards required for people to live with dignity, satisfy their basic needs, and to take full advantage of all opportunities. In a broad sense, human rights encompass the following principles. Firstly, universality of such rights. All people everywhere in the world are entitled to them. Second, all human rights are indivisible. Deprivation of one right adversely affects the others. Third, fulfillment of one right often depends wholly or in part upon the fulfillment of others. Fourth, all persons and institutions are accountable to just, fair, and equitable laws. Fifth, all people have the right to participate in and access information relating to the decision-making processes affecting their lives and well-being. And finally, states and other duty bearers are answerable for the observance of human rights. They bear the responsibility to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights obligations internationally. So the formation and enforcement of these rights are contingent upon an established framework specifying the duty and obligations of governments and policymakers to refrain from interfering with or curtailing the enjoyment of human rights, to proactively protect individuals and groups from human rights abuses, and to take positive action to facilitate the enjoyment of basic human rights. So under the contemporary IHRL framework, universal human rights have been codified and guaranteed in the form of treaties, customary international law, general principles, and other sources. The framework is primarily comprised of what's been referred to as the International Bill of Rights and complemented by a host of subsidiary agreements. Accordingly, the benefits of human rights for promoting sustainable economic and social development can be viewed through several aspects. In that sense, firstly, human rights ensure that every person's need to access elements central to leading both a healthy and active life are provided and protected. Second, human rights protect the environment by encouraging sustainable practices. And third, human rights provide a universal standard for holding governments accountable to each other. And in that sense, what we have under the existing framework is governs mostly within the UN system. So we obviously have the three foundational documents, which are the International Bill of Rights, UDHR, ICCPI, and ICESCR. And beyond that, we have since, the international community has since created a number of other human rights documents under which they have dedicated UN bodies and UN rapporteurs that help to update developments, to monitor the enforcement of these rights, and to assist nations in outlining how to best adopt their practices in line with the international community. So the intersection between human rights and outer space can be viewed through two perspectives. Firstly, the use of outer space applications to support the monitoring, enforcement, and realization of human rights terrestrially. As an example, we often see satellites and Earth observation technologies assisting policymakers in comprehending trends, evaluating needs, and creating sustainable development policies in the collective interest, such as its use for sustainable purposes in Africa, in helping manage urban development and agricultural purposes, but also within the civil and political sense across conflict zones such as Myanmar, where satellite observation technologies have been used to hold states to account and prevent human rights abuses. And the second intersection here is the extension of terrestrial human rights into the domain of outer space affairs. And it is this second intersection which proves most relevant to our concerns regarding potential human activities or in outer space on the lunar surface, and the issue of liberty in that sense, including in situ resource acquisition or colonization in the long run. So the integration of a human rights-based approach, HRBA, across the legal, policy, and programmatic levels of humanitarian action and human rights issues provides an effective means of operationalizing IHRL and international agreements. The requirements of HRBA provide for several guidelines. Consequently, the utility of human rights lies in its broadly endorsed normative and legal framework, which sets minimum standards and holds and clarifies the rights and duties of governments and rights holders. Right, so just long. Okay, so we'll go over to AJ now.
Great, thanks you, John. I'll try to be brief. We'll move on. We'll talk about pressing human rights issues in space. One is space debris, and part of that is space traffic management. With the number of satellites orbiting the near-Earth environment set to exponentially increase over the coming decade, this mass proliferation of interconnected technologies and systems and the unique nature of subsequent risks which accompany them may prove unmanageable for many governments and private space companies. I'm sure we're all familiar with the Kessler syndrome. The need for a robust and effective space traffic management regime is all too apparent, especially when there is currently no definitive space traffic management framework outlined in the core space law agreements that John mentioned earlier. The introduction of a human rights approach across space traffic governance frameworks can help the international community assess and manage the risk of an increasingly congested LEO environment and an increasingly complex and interconnected space-based infrastructure. A human rights-based approach may also address lax compliance with updated guidelines and heighten the ability of the international community to collectively respond to the ever-increasing number of space debris. We must be acutely aware of the nature of evolving risks posed by an ever-increasing amount of space debris, which will present an unsustainable risk to human spaceflight activities over the coming decades. Some of these dangers will also be for human beings on Earth. Satellites and space debris that are unable to sustain a stable or controlled orbit have the potential to accidentally collide with the Earth or other celestial objects, resulting in biological, radiological, or chemical contamination of sensitive environments. This raises legal issues about the responsible disposal of space debris. Debris mitigation has become an integral part of the space and space law conversation. A human rights-based approach, specifically focusing on the right to a healthy environment in this context, would be invaluable when making decisions about space traffic management and debris mitigation. We should also be aware of other kinds of potential damage that can occur, like the possibility of contamination reaching levels that could be considered ecocide, or what it's been coined as ecocide, which is the mass damage and destruction of ecosystems. Ecocide in space could have long-reaching consequences for human space activity and further space exploration. There are also aesthetic and religious or spiritual concerns. The ability to enjoy a clear night sky has long been a concern for so-called dark sky advocates. While the previous focus has been on terrestrial-based light pollution, there is growing conversation about the number of planned mega constellations and how they will affect the view of the night sky. A human rights-based approach, especially one that centers Native and Indigenous peoples, will force us to recognize that space activities could have negative ramifications for peoples who view the space as a sacred part of their religious or spiritual observance. The next thing, and I'll try to be mindful of time, sorry, John, is resource development and extraction. I think we're running low on time, but the key here is to have public participation in the context of sustainable space development. The principle of public participation is outlined in Principle 10 of the UN Rio Declaration on Environment and Development, and it outlines 3 access rights in terms of public participation: access to information, access to public participation, and access to justice. And these are the pillars of environmental governance. Another document is the UN Economic Commission for Europe, produced the 1998 Artemis Convention. I hope I pronounced that correctly. This instrument is dedicated to outlining the right to public participation and decision-making for activities that affect the environment. These documents demonstrate the growing importance of public participation in environmental decision-making on Earth. This right of public participation should continue as a resource development in space, as resource development in space becomes more common. Again, we see that a human rights framework provides a strong foundation which to examine the potential human rights activities. We should also follow the rule of law, and I'm pretty sure everyone's familiar with it. And again, I'm trying to be mindful of time, so I will skip that. There are basic necessities in space. The Just Add Astra project proposes 3 novel fundamental rights. As we acknowledge these basic human necessities, these are the right to life, the right to water, and the right to a healthy environment. And I'm sure John and I can discuss that more in the Q&A, how that's different than the current terrestrial rights and how those rights should be adapted for the space environment. While human rights are regarded as universal, we should note that there is some discussion about Western dominance of the conversation. Frameworks like the Third World Approach to International Law, or TWAIL, push back against this concept of universality by noting that a large part of the foundation for our current international human rights law regime was developed without soliciting adequate input from the global south and other developing countries, and so we should take that into note. I'm ready for the next slide finally, John, I'm sorry. Okay. So the benefits of a human rights-based approach. In the context of disaster management and response, the benefits of human rights in supporting humanitarian action and social development can be viewed through several aspects. Firstly, human rights ensure that every person's need to access elements central to leading both a healthy and active life are provided and protected. This guarantees a baseline level of dignity and existence conducive to security, social harmony, and prosperity. Second, human rights protect vulnerable groups from abuse and discrimination. Human rights empower people to speak up when they experience abuse and provides them with the tools and institutions required to combat injustice. Third, human rights provide a universal standard for holding governments accountable to their citizens and the international community, promoting transparency, responsibility, and the rule of law. Next slide, John. Thank you. So our recommendations. First, we recommend that we empower space actors and individuals as human rights defenders. Astronauts and human spaceflight participants should undertake education and training on identifying human rights issues and preserving human rights in space when conducting space activities. The next is civil society engagement. Engagement with civil society is key when creating any durable and lasting human rights protections, especially in the context of space. Civil society actors are invaluable partners to state governments and international bodies when it comes to the actual practice of protecting human rights. A robust and independent civil society able to operate freely and with extensive knowledge on human rights is a key element in securing sustainable human rights protections in outer space. And the last is to engage in dialogue with UN bodies. UN COPUOS and the legal subcommittee, which is still going on, I think, until the end of this week, has a new emerging working group on outer space resources. I think a working group on human rights in space could probably mirror that or take note of that. Again, John's mentioned the UN human rights rapporteurs and the associated UN institutions like the Office of the UN High Commissioner of Human Rights. With that, I will turn it over to John to end it.
Awesome, thank you, AJ. So in summary, the application of international human rights for values and principles is central to advancing human rights and sustainability across outer space and other celestial bodies, both in the present and far-reaching into the future. This provides a framework for operationalizing measures conducive to international peace, stability, promoting individual liberty, and preserving space as the province of all mankind. So that marks the end of the presentation, and we'll swap over to Q&A now.
Excellent. Thank you very much, AJ and Jonathan. And as usual, if anyone has questions, please feel free to put them in the question box. I'm going to start off with a question from Billy Kapoor that actually Christopher Johnson has suggested to answer, which is, do human rights supersede tech proliferation laws? So, Chris, if you actually want to just answer that directly, that would be good.
Let me just see. I think I see it right. So in that sense, human rights is seen as a foundational aspect upon which technical elements and technology can rely upon, and which intermingles with technology. So, for example, you have the right to privacy as a fundamental right under the UDHR. And we can see how that ties into growing privacy concerns regarding the use of data and information and a collection of data and surveillance means by states. And in addition to that, you also have economic, social, and cultural rights as well, and how it relates to the availability and accessibility of ICT systems around the world, and the obligation for states to ensure that the availability, accessibility, and meet their obligations to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights, and are conducive to individual dignity.
Okay. I'm just wondering, Chris, did you want to weigh in on that? I see it says Christopher Johnson would like to answer this question live. I just wondered whether you'd...
Yeah. Can we bring him in? I'm not sure how.
Yeah, we can. You should.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, can do. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, sorry, I clicked the wrong button to...
Oh, that's fine.
I meant to, but I typed in an answer. Okay. But defer to the current speakers. Go ahead.
I'm one of the current speakers, so I will defer to Chris.
I mean, in principle, many of international human rights, you could argue, either constitute just Kogans or should serve as, have some type of place of centrality or primacy. I do then point out that some have argued that, that there can be conflict between different regimes of international law. So a nation has a right to economic development, a right to industrial development, and in the course of that somehow human rights, it is somehow permissible to transgress some of those rights. That argument has been put forth, but in principle, they human rights relate to the human rights law relates to human rights, and economic development relates to economic development, and those two regimes should not be in principle in conflict.
Absolutely. I think moving forward, as I stated, there are certain rights to which governments and states can derogate from. You have, mostly this is economic, social, and cultural rights that a lot of states have taken the opportunity to derogate from, given their existing inability to meet these, to supply these economic, social, and cultural goods and services to their citizens to meet basic human rights standards. And in the international system at the moment, separately, civil and political issues, civil and political human rights are considered in that separate vein as being non-derogable and absolute. For example, states cannot derogate from the right to life in any circumstance, and there's certain non-derogable opinions regarding torture as well. Do you have anything
and I would
to say,
just add, I think our internet's a bit delayed from DC to Australia, but I would just add that the concept of progressive realization is also something that I think is going to be vitally important as we explore space. I think that there are some human rights protections that we enjoy on Earth that maybe aren't feasible, both financially and physically, and all other circumstances in space. But the goal is to work towards meeting them. And that was kind of one of my questions earlier with an earlier presentation that Charles talked about in terms of freedom engineering. What's the economic cost of providing that freedom and that liberty, right? We can have multiple water and oxygen tanks, but can we afford to do that? So what's the trade-off between liberty and what's financially possible? So I think that's important to keep track of.
Yeah, and I think just touching upon that as well, it ties into, I guess, the fundamental question that people often encounter when dealing with human rights issues and economic opportunities: whether does freedom or equality come first, and how would you see that?
Who are you asking?
Just open the floor.
I think that was rhetorical.
I suppose it's
freedom or equality should come,
because that's a contentious term in itself, and particularly in an extraterrestrial environment. Equality in what, and what is being balanced against liberty?
Indeed, and that ties into how different nations, the West, and how different cultures interpret the notion of human rights. I mean, if you look at China, their emphasis is more upon economic, social, and cultural opportunities provided to their citizens, and less so upon civil and political rights.
So that was actually my question. So now you're on that, I'll ask it anyway. What was running through my mind when I was watching your presentation is, how do we know, first of all, what human rights will be important in space and their relative importance? I know that you've worked on ideas of the right to oxygen. So there may be certain rights in space that are not even relevant on the Earth. I mean, we have, of course, rights, certain regulations around clean air. So we do have regulations that are related to the cleanliness of our atmosphere on the planet, but we don't have something as extreme as the right to oxygen, just because it's not necessary, but it would be, say, on the Moon or Mars. So that's an extreme example. So yes, I suppose my question is, in building a legal rights regime and thinking about how this would be applied in space, how do you know that you have covered rights that will be important for people on other planetary bodies, maybe ones we haven't even thought about at the moment, that will only become living there, and even the ones we have thought about, like the right to oxygen, or it could be the right to a minimum amount of food produced in a hydroponic unit or something? I mean, how do you apportion the importance of these rights when we haven't yet created a society where we can understand how important those are in people's lives?
Yeah, so that's more of a philosophical and ethical sort of perspective, and I think the commonality that we can all tie to as human beings is just the issue of health and safety. And from that, we can draw common threads and expand upon subsequent human rights considerations across various fields. So that would tie into the common need to ensure individual health, safety, and dignity. And touching upon, I guess, the right to a breathable atmosphere, in that sense, the right to breathe is, I think, pretty much universal for everyone. And that's something which is definitely different within the outer space context, and something which is contingent upon governments under international law to take charge and figure out how to interpret their human rights obligations, such as the right to life, concerning the right to a breathable atmosphere. And it ties into this developing international consensus concerning the right to clean air, which is more seen as dealing with issues of cooking and charcoal briquettes used and how it affects individual domiciles, but which has room for states to expand upon that interpretation and take it to the outer space context as well.
I would also just add that law in society is not stagnant. It grows and moves. It evolves and devolves and changes. And if you look at the current international human rights law regime, you have several treaties or instruments that came after the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I'm thinking specifically about the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or the Convention to End Discrimination Against Women, or the Convention to End Racial Discrimination, right? These are all things that have come about as a collective, and I use that word loosely, again, noting that a lot of times this has mostly been driven by the West, deciding, these are standards that we need to adhere to, we should be adhering to. And so to Charles's question, as people learn, as they're inhabiting these space communities, what's necessary, I think there's opportunity to kind of grow and change what they deem as minimum standards of human rights protections.
So given the unknowns in space, are you sort of suggesting, the simplest way is a sort of living document? You arrive on the moon, you have a set of basic human rights that you perceive to be important before you left from the Earth, and at least you start there, and then you're engaging in continuous debate and democratic discussion from that point on and modifying the document. And when it's instantiated in a constitution, are you saying that you would be adding amendments, for example, as you went along, or maybe even taking some away, or depending upon the experiences you have in an extraterrestrial environment? Is that the sort of evolutionary process that you're talking about?
I think it's something which I did sort of touch on regarding human rights approach to constitutional making, and the issue of comparative constitutional law as well, and how it ties to, say, potential habitation on the Mars surface. And the conclusion that I came to there was that it's more beneficial to have a set of common principles and guidelines, but not to have a pre-written constitution, which would not, which may, given the unique circumstances which colonists may find themselves upon other celestial bodies and Mars and so forth. And as a result, this may lead to unanticipated changes in how a Bill of Rights or a constitution may be conceived and enforced and so forth. But again, to draw upon that common threads of universality and indivisibility of human rights, and how human rights values and principles provide that foundational step for people to approach these big issues.
Mm-hmm. And then a question, actually a comment, but I think it's a question as well. A very good one from Sherry Wells Jensen, who's saying, I'm afraid I don't have a lot of confidence that even the right to oxygen will be supported in space. We routinely charge disabled people who need oxygen on Earth. And I think that's an extraordinarily powerful comment. And perhaps it's an insensitive parallel to draw, but I also think in my own mind of the scenes of people trying to get oxygen canisters in India over COVID. I mean, there's a real situation where people needed oxygen gas and there's a shortage of it. So in a sort of slightly, as I say, it's a little bit insensitive given it so recently, but it is an illustration of a rare situation where human access to oxygen has been restricted, and you can see the social consequences of that. So I suppose the question that comes out of that is, you can have a right to access to oxygen, but in the in the frailties of human behavior and the realities of human institutions, how do you ensure that that is implementable in the extraterrestrial environment? And then what do you do if you do end up with a situation where there's a deficit in oxygen production? Who's going to get the priority for the oxygen that's left over?
Yeah, I think AJ definitely. Oh, you'd like to go first, go AJ.
Yeah, so I think part of kind of the problem with what Dr. Walsh-Jensen's talking about is that we live in a society that's been built and focused upon able-bodied individuals and produces an ableist system, right? And so if you take a critical disability studies lens, specifically a CRIP legal theory lens, which applies kind of disability theory to the law, you realize that this is a problem because the institutions have been built not to care about disabled folks. Now that we have that knowledge, we can educate individuals, and I think moving into space, we allow for this kind of thought across all kinds of identities, including potentially disabled space travelers, that there should be true equity, not necessarily equality. I know we've been throwing around the word equality a lot, but equity in terms of the resources that we're using. So some folks may require more oxygen than others based on their physiological bodies, right? We don't want to give out X amount of oxygen to every person because everyone's oxygen requirements may be different. And that's just a reality that we have to face together and kind of make those decisions collectively as a group, whether that's as the companies or the corporations that are sending these folks, whether it's the actual people living in the communities who have to form some type of hopefully semblance of free society where it's not a dictatorship. Of who gets the oxygen and when, and I think that's a social experiment that we have to face when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
I knew there were some questions in the Q&A that we haven't got to, and I know.
Yeah, there are a few here. Just picking up on one, there's a slightly different subject, but is it a violation of human rights to have children on purpose in an environment which threatens to leave these children with physical impairments they would not have had on Earth and suffer a lifelong isolation? This is from Itamar.
So from what I see is that the issue of reproductive rights is a fundamental human right, and the issue of disabilities tied to, which may arise as well. The result of that is seen as a separate issue entirely, and one which is addressed under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and through which governments must meet their obligations to ensure the healthy development of the child, to ensure proper access to resources and education, in order to ensure the rights in the outer space context.
Yes.
Yeah, I would just add, I don't know if I fully understood the question, but it sounded like, I guess, a potential for almost eugenics in a way. I don't want to use that term slightly, but the idea that your child may be born with a disability isn't a reason to not potentially have a child. And maybe I'm not fully understanding the question, but I would just add that in.
Okay. No, that's fine. And then I think a very good question here is from Michael Mealing. Given some of these rights, like potentially right to oxygen, is this not creating some incredibly significant obligations that can violate others' liberty? And I suppose that's the eternal question. Of course, one act to implement a social regulation is always going to be an infringement of someone else's liberty. And there's always going to be that conflict. And I suppose that's what legal regimes and human rights regimes are designed to do, is to adjudicate those competing interests. But on a general level, what do you think about in the extraterrestrial environment if some of these rights can seriously violate another's liberty? Just carrying on the oxygen side of things, if you need, let's just hypothesize you have an oxygen machine, a couple of them have broken down, you've got one left in your settlement, and it requires you coercively forcing some engineers to operate that machine in violation of some of their human rights, because a lot of people in that settlement have the right to oxygen. So I guess there's no easy answer, but my general question, I think, that Michael is asking is, how do you adjudicate very severe conflicts between obligations and other people's liberties in some of these extreme environments.
So that
I think
definitely sounds like a variation of the trolley problem in ethics.
Yes,
And,
I guess so. It's an extraterrestrial trolley problem.
I think that's also part of what liberty, and to I guess a broader sense, freedom is when you decide to participate in a society, and this is almost like the social contract, that we agree that society isn't perfect, and sometimes liberty will be violated in the name of human rights, but sometimes human rights may be violated in the name of liberty or some other societal benefit, right? I don't think the goal here is to create obligations that infringe upon the ability for people to survive. Rather, I think it's setting a floor for the basic protections that people deserve if they want to go and explore and live on space settlements. So I think when you're talking about liberties versus human rights, I would posit that there's no such thing as infinite or unmitigated liberty. And I don't think that exists here on Earth. Maybe it does somewhere, but we all have social obligations, which I think takes away from the fullest extent of liberty that we own. And I would say that in space, when we're thinking about the harshness of space, which we should all be honest with ourselves, there are some things that can and can't be done. There's going to be an extreme reliance on extreme reliance of individuals on other people. Like we have to have societies and communities, and I think that's questions for those people. When you talk about self-determination as a human right? The right to self-determination is something that we should give them in order to allow them to choose kind of how much liberty they want to give to their communities.
So let me just drill into that a little bit more, because it's got me thinking about these two forms of liberty that Isaiah Berlin talked about: positive liberty, where you give people the capacity to realize something they require, and some of your rights would fit in that, giving people the right to have oxygen. And then there's what he called negative liberty, which is that sphere of self-jurisdiction, if you like, that's free of state coercion, essentially being left alone. Negative liberty is that sphere of being left alone from state coercion and state interference, where we can get on with doing what we want. So there's there's a liberty that gives us the ability to do things, and that liberty that actually creates this space where we're free of state interference. So my question for you would be, in the extraterrestrial environment, where some of these rights may be really quite extreme, like the right to oxygen, where people depend upon this from a second-to-second time scale, is there not a much greater excuse for an infringement on that sphere of negative liberty, people being left alone? We can't leave you alone because we've got to get this oxygen to people, to the point where there is no negative liberty left any longer. The positive liberty, the need to give people access to the things that they require, the creation of the infrastructure in space that gives people the ability to express their capacities in the extraterrestrial environment, becomes so overwhelming that there is no space for people to be left alone any longer. That very Western notion of negative liberty will simply not exist at all. So how do you square up that conflict that Berlin pointed out between these two types of liberty? Or do you think that these rights must always trump other people's right to be left alone?
Yeah,
I don't think. Go ahead, John.
So just starting off, yes, there's the distinction between positive and negative rights definitely reflect upon the split within the international human rights law framework that you have between economic, social, cultural law and political law. And the answer to this question is I guess it's more of a civilizational overview perspective as to how over time it is expected that isolated human colonies, communities across the planet frontier will progressively realize these rights and in time become self-sufficient. And from the outset, when there's still a heavy reliance upon Earth authorities and governments to provide that line of support to these communities, there's definitely an overwhelming degree of positive rights to which will take precedence. And in that sense, I think for me, it sort of reflects upon how the 4 Asian target communities approach the issue of economic development first, and then political rights second. So, and that's the sort of view that I would take. Economic and social cultural rights must be realized first, and then political rights flow on from that. AJ?
I would only add that I don't think there's a possibility that necessary right to be left alone, like the right to negative liberty, would be affected, and that when we talk about baseline human rights and human rights protections, it's providing access to those rights or protection. And so if someone wants to be left alone, if they don't want to access those rights, I don't think it's incumbent to force it upon them, right? So I guess it's hard to think of an example, but I guess the right to water, you only have to provide access to the water. If someone doesn't want to drink water and doesn't want to go to the water station and fill up their water at a certain time, I think that's completely okay. If that's what they so choose.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just thinking about other types of liberties. So, for example, I get your point that if they don't want to have the water, that's fine. They can be left alone. But I'm thinking about being left alone in other spheres of life. So if you've got an infrastructure that is so all-encompassing, where you depend upon technology for your food, your water, your oxygen, and particularly the oxygen on a second-to-second time scale, there are more excuses maybe to invade people's private spaces. Oh, we need to check out this habitat because your oxygen producing pipelines are not working very well, or you need to spend less time running this club and society because we have serious problems with our oxygen and water, and you need to spend more time engaging with the governance structures that need you to be working on these problems. So whether the importance of some of these requirements in a confined small extraterrestrial settlements will all but abolish, or at least provide the excuse to all but abolish people's ability to be free of the interference of the governance structures.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. I think that's one of the main issues when you're trying to reconceptualize human rights in the outer space context, is that you have this this change in what's considered derogable and non-derogable, and what's absolute and what's not absolute, and it might switch from political on the Earth to the more economic, social, and cultural issues in outer space context.
Yeah, I also think I'll circle back to self-determination and allowing individuals to determine their own governance system, right? So maybe there is a right to oxygen, but is that an absolute right? Does the society say, or the community say, that that's an absolute right to have access to as much oxygen as you want all the time? I would venture to say, even in the most free and liberty promoting space communities, no one would say you can have access to as much as the oxygen supply whenever you want it. I don't think a community would be able to function that way if everyone had the ability to do that. I could be wrong, but I don't think in a community of 30 people, you told all 30 people you can get as much oxygen as you want whenever you want, that would turn out great.
Yeah. Great, thanks guys. I'm just looking at the time, it's 4:29, how time flies. That's great discussion. I could carry on for ages, but we must stop because the next talk is at 4:30. So thank you again for that discussion on rights. Again, another thing we haven't discussed so far, it sort of completes the discussion around some of these different types of liberty. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christopher, for joining us. Christopher Johnson is Space Law Advisor for the Secure World Foundation. He's got 9 years of professional experience in international space law and policy. Actually, Chris, maybe it's a bit longer than that. This is what I pulled off the internet. He's authored and co-authored publications on international space law, national space legislation, international cooperation in space, human robotic cooperative space exploration, and on the societal benefits of space technology for Africa. And before he joined the Secure World Foundation, he worked as an attorney in New York City. He co-founded the Space Law and Policy Project Group in 2012 and serves as adjunct professor of law at Georgetown University Law Center in DC. where he co-teaches Space Law Seminar. He's also adjunct faculty at the International Space University in Strasbourg, France. So thank you very much again, Chris, for joining us. I'll hand over to you.
All right, thank you. And I've placed in the chat a quick link to the slides that I'm going to run through. These are basically just aids to some of the remarks that I'm going to make. So, outline for the remarks is that I'd like to talk about a number of things which are changing. That I submitted was something like maybe logic, but it really gets to some sense of an agnosticism or a modesty about our understanding of our certainty and our projections for the future, and our knowledge of the state of various issues as it is today. A type of model agnosticism admits that, well, we know some things for certain, we know some things with some amount of probability, but many things are unknown or subjective. So essentially, I'm going to talk about how our knowledge changes, technology, mindset or approaches, and then consequently our laws should change or be flexible. So briefly, when we talk about knowledge changes, this is the traditional conception of our inner solar system. I'm going to talk a little, and I'm not a planetary scientist, but I'll talk a little bit about it, just from the context of that. Space lawyers and people talking in the social sciences should be well aware of these things, should be informed by these things. So our conception of the inner solar system, when we look at, let's say, resources in space, we understand that the asteroid belt exists out on the far side of Mars, and additionally there are the Trojans, which exist, in resonance with Jupiter, and further out there's the Kuiper belt. However, when we actually look at the way that the extent of some of these resources, I'll quickly send us over to the Minor Planet Center. What you see in the little red dots that you see are Earth crossing asteroids, and what is in green is those non-Earth crossing asteroids. But you see that there's a vast amount of resources in space, and that's the reason why I point that out. When we go even further out into the solar system, you see that the vastness of resources in the solar system, and that's the reason why I point these things out. So with that, I am pretty certain that the folks who are talking about space resources and space law and cope-with and governance regimes aren't fully informed of the vastness of the resources that exist in space. Additionally, and our knowledge certainly has changed since 1966 about resources in space, and where objects are in space. Here's a plot of the discovery of near-Earth asteroids, of near-Earth objects in the space domain. In the 1980s and 1990s, the rate of discovery was quite low. But when we look at, as of just the other day, there's 25,995 near-Earth objects which have been discovered, 4,594 comets. This shows that when we start looking for things, our conceptions are changing. And essentially, what I wanted to point out about this is that whether it is the moon or other inner solar system rocky body planets, or outer solar system objects, or moons of the planets, or the asteroid belt or the Kuiper belt, guess what? We have the same international regime which applies to all of those areas uniformly and homogeneously. They are under the Outer Space Treaty and subsequent treaties and normative regimes. We don't have specific regimes for the space domain, a slightly specific regime for geosynchronous orbit under the ITU. But when we talk to astronomers, they say, and that's a quote from Jonathan McDowell, he said, in the astronomy community, there are rocks and there are worlds, meaning that we have these near-Earth objects, we have the asteroid belts, we have some of these smaller moons, and then there are the worlds themselves. And in fact, some of those places are, and again, I'm not a planetary scientist, but some of those locations and bodies in the solar system are, how large is Jupiter or Saturn compared to the Earth? When we talk about resources, are those things, is that physical reality reflected and taken into account by the people discussing space law and policy. Next, this is ideas about the prevalence of water in the solar system. So think of all the water that is on Earth. Well, there's 4 places in the solar system that has more water than Earth. Europa, Callisto, Titan, and Ganymede all have more water than there exists on Earth. So it is true to say that resources in space are not infinite. They are vast. And just like I showed you with the asteroid belt, the resources that exist in space are so vast that it is difficult to really comprehend rules or norms, or even how we would be accessing and utilizing some of these resources. I don't really think that the folks who are discussing space law have taken into account these realities of locations and resources in the solar system. So I point all this out, knowing that what I've just said, there's probably should be reviewed by a planetary scientist to get the numbers straight. But to point out that these things did not exist, and they existed, but we didn't know about them in 1966 when we were drafting the Outer Space Treaty. In 1966, the drafters, if they had they looked into it, would have thought that Jupiter had 12 moons. Now we know that there are 72 moons of Jupiter. They would have looked at Saturn and said there's 10 moons. Now we know that there's 82 moons of Saturn. The same with Uranus and Neptune. And yet they were drafting and creating regimes for those places, not even knowing of their existence, not even knowing of what I pointed out earlier, the vastness of resources in the solar system, not even knowing all of these near-Earth objects. And yet they were creating regimes for that. As we, the lawyers should be informed by the scientists about the physical reality of some of these places. That's the first point that I'd like to make. Next, in addition to the knowledge, the technology. And I don't have a whole lot to say about this, except to say that our conceptions of the future continue to change. At Breakthrough Discussed this year, a guy from SETI, Brian Lasky at SETI, talked about with the development of AI, the ideas of space exploration and space settlement and development have changed. In the 1950s, the idea of space settlement and development was that, looked like Star Trek. We would go to planets, we would fly to planets, land there and set up colonies. By the 1970s, it was not even really about planets. We were looking at space stations in an interplanetary sense. You don't need planets. You can have a space habitat in the asteroid belt, space stations in the asteroid belt. But by the 1990s, conceptions of the future were really looking at a post-biological future, where AI really leads the way. Organic life is not necessary for the development and quote-unquote colonization of celestial bodies. Maybe we can send robots instead. Getting further into the future that we have, and talking about AI, it is conceivable. So instead of that 1960s or 50s models of Star Trek as our idea of the future, or 70s where floating O'Neillian space stations, or 90s, post-biological futures, he's also spoke about, this guy Brian Lasky at SETI spoke about that as we are aided by AI, timescales change, intelligence changes, and that if we do have a post-biological future, the idea that we could, download consciousness into robots, download our consciousness into AI, and that when you do that, the ideas of habitation change, timescales change, even cognition changes. He said that if you can slow down, with AI, if you think slow enough, if you can slow down your cognition, you can walk across the galaxy. So let's keep that in mind. Let's not be wedded to a particular idea of the future, because our ideas are always changing, especially as our technology changes. It was put forth by Martin Rees, whose name may be familiar to you in the UK, Astronomer Royal. He also spoke at Breakthrough Discussed, talking about AI changes the nature, and robots change the nature of space development, because you can send them, they're not really subject to well, humans are fragile, and if you can send robots instead to do work that is more dangerous because of radiation, robots can withstand higher G loads, G forces placed upon them. They're more fungible than humans, et cetera, et cetera. So the development of locations in space will be changed by AI. And so our ideas from the 1950s and 60s about human crews developing planetary installations, who's going to build a moon village? It will likely not be people with shovels in spacesuits, but it will be robots. And therefore the future of space exploration is drastically changed, and we may not be able to take that into account. I mention all this to quote Jim Dater, any useful statement about the future should at first seem ridiculous. Any useful statement, a banal statement about the future, may not be particularly useful. But a useful statement, such as I just said, if you can slow down cognition or download your consciousness, that may in fact be useful, even though right now it may appear a little bit ridiculous. I point all this out to say, I don't know what the future will bring, and I am not particularly trustful of what other people are certain that the future will bring. And maybe it will be very difficult to develop normative regimes for things which have not yet arisen. Additionally, and I'll just briefly go over this because it has been addressed previously, but to talk about what we call colonialism in space, if the two principal pillars of colonialism is the annexation of land and the subjugation and exploitation of people, in the context of space exploration and development of celestial bodies, those two pillars of colonialism simply don't exist. One, because of the Outer Space Treaty, Article 2, outer space is not subject to national appropriation. The drafters of Article 2 and the principal negotiators, the United States and the Soviet Union, intentionally meant to prevent colonialism in space. The Soviets did not want to see, empires in space, nor did the American capitalists want to see empires in space. That is not just from 1966 drafting the Outer Space Treaty. It goes back to the 1963 Principles Declaration. It goes back all the way to President Eisenhower saying that COPUOS should exist and we should discuss these things. And one of the main things we need to do in space is prevent colonial land grabs in space. So that that type of colonialism, as we think about it historically, is formally and explicitly outlawed via Article 2. However, so where I can agree with the anti-colonialist issues or scholars in space is something deeper than that, which is the colonial mindset, which is essentially about the idea that humankind is above and removed from nature and is the master of nature. And that we could use nature for our own benefit exclusively. It is our domain to exploit and dominate. In fact, this is looking at it, maybe that was necessary for the scientific revolution or the industrial revolution, but in 2020, everyone was reminded that we are a part of nature, we are intricately connected with nature, and what happens in the natural domain can affect all of us. If that is a part of the colonial mindset, that's something that we've evolved past and we will evolve past as we go to develop the space domain, especially when we have to rely on in situ resources to continue to live on celestial locations. To that extent, I understand the decolonial in space movement. It makes sense. We need to kind of refute that idea that humankind is separate and removed from nature, or let's say the master of it. When we put all these things together and, to getting near to the end of my remarks, we have inherited from the 4th century, the Code Justinian, these concepts of property and the relation between people and property and their government, these Latin maxims of res nullius and res communis and res extra commercicum. it is certainly interesting, and it's good that property law takes precedence from history. But I think it will be kind of the height of absurdity if, in the far-flung future, let's say Chinese taikonauts and Russian cosmonauts are on the surface of Mars, and they're saying, "Hold on, this is res extra commercicum. Let's look at these concepts from the 4th century AD." Honestly, the true inheritance of the past is not the concepts themselves, but the idea that we can take from the past, but that we can also innovate. The true inheritance from the past is that we have learned from it, but we can, come up with new ideas for themselves. I'm just as I'm not going to say that I'm better at predicting the future than the people who will live in the future. I also, will say that it's great to borrow concepts from the past, but these folks from the past didn't understand those first few slides that I had about the extent of resources in space, the extent of near Earth objects or water in the universe. So this gets back to kind of what we've been talking about this whole conference, is that if national appropriation is prohibited, and as Rafael Costa pointed out yesterday, well, national appropriation is prohibited, but maybe international appropriation is not prohibited. If we have this strange mix of concepts from the past, and if we have to start thinking about resources on celestial destinations as falling into these ancient categories of res nullius, res communis, res extra commercicum, in fact, what we should be doing is coming up with, possibly different rules that are not that, may borrow and be informed by these concepts of the past. But obviously, if we have Article 2, we will have to come up with a new normative regime where rights to property maybe don't derive from a national government, but derive from an international authority, or some type of, international appropriation. But they don't give a fee simple absolute or a fee simple to the title holder. But we'll have to come up with new concepts of how people can enjoy their freedoms under Article 1, respect the prohibition of Article 2, respect the idea that we are not removed from nature, or that we are a part of nature, and come up with cook up with new concepts of how we can use resources and do space development that doesn't fall prey to the steps of the past, along with this idea of the global commons. These are ideas which our forebears have created that serve their ends, but we will, I have no hesitancy to say that we can come up with newer or better means tested pragmatic ideas for what we want to do in space, along with the maxim that laws serve humankind and not the other way around, and so we can come up with our own normative regimes. Why is this, and why do analogies break down? The quote from Heraclitus is about precedence and about what the past has for us. So certainly we can, look at other analogies, and the Antarctic regime, or international other international regimes for international spaces. But we cannot step into the same river twice, for fresh waters always flow. What that means is that yesterday is different from today. Tomorrow will be different from today, and new situations arise. So a development of space, development of locations on celestial bodies will be different from what has gone before, and should not fall into the categories that I've laid out, passed down from our ancestors, passed down from the Code Justinian. We can come up with new precedents for it. And then finally, to conclude, this quote: "A civilization which cannot burst through its current abstractions is doomed to sterility after a very limited period of progress." So the abstractions that Whitehead is talking about, for my purposes, are just exactly those concepts: res nullius, res extra commercicum, global commons, res communis, we can come up with different regimes, and frankly, it will be not our generation who has to live by those norms, but succeeding generations. So I point all this out, along with my first slide about a real type of modesty in, a real type of modesty and agnosticism, and admitting that situations change and knowledge changes. To say that, I don't know what the specific regimes will be or should be. I really like the quote earlier from Chris Newman. Where did I put it? Let's keep an eye on the values. So we don't know what the laws will be, but let's keep an eye on the values of human rights and human freedom and human liberty, and keep all of that in mind as we develop our own new rules. I believe that we will have a different, he alluded to a new moon treaty or a moon treaty. I think that, we'll have separate regimes for separate locations. Then that totally makes sense that we would have a different regime for, let's say, the South Pole of the Moon, Shackleton Crater, than we would have for the asteroid belt, than we will have for Mars or specific locations on Mars. Differentiation, specialization, and in the space law regime is absolutely fine and likely will be needed. The drafters knew that they were creating an open regime, which is why the astronaut agreement follows quickly on the Outer Space Treaty. So with that, these are just been general remarks about modesty and agnosticism. And with that, I'd like to conclude. So thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome comments and questions.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Chris. That was great. And particularly, the points about the unknowns in developing these social regimes. So as usual, everyone, if you've got questions, please do put them in the question box, or if you're on the panel, you need to put them in the chat box. And while we wait for a few of those to come in, let me ask you a question. You mentioned this, you came out with that wonderful quote about not being able to predict things in the future, or you shouldn't try to do that. It's difficult to do. Are there, apart from a post-human future where you actually modify the human mind, at least in the near term or medium term, when it will be us or people like us going into space, do you think that despite the different conditions in space, there are characteristics about the human personality that remain invariant and sort of have done throughout human history? So although technology and society has changed over, whatever 10,000 years of settled human history, the basic behavior of humans through all that technology has really been quite similar through all that time. So are there things that we can predict about how humans are likely to behave in space that will allow us to develop legal systems that take that into account? Or do you think that space is so alien that in fact our behavior will also become unpredictable?
Yeah, you alluded to it earlier. Maybe the grayness of lunar regolith will give us new concepts. I honestly think that when we live in locations, whether it's lunar tubes, lava tubes on the moon with 1/3 the gravity, or, as humans have to face, frankly, the really dangerous, threatening issues of perchlorates on Mars, or the fact that on the moon, the regolith itself is like finely ground glass, our daily life will be absolutely different. And I think my life is absolutely different from folks who lived 10,000 years ago, including my daily routines. And even down to the level of the cellular level, like circadian rhythms will absolutely be disrupted, whether you're living on a celestial location or whether you're living in void interplanetary space. Yeah, and let me think, what changes that is the environment itself, whether it's, lava tubes or worrying about cosmic background radiation or different senses of gravity, different, the fact that you could live in a place that doesn't have a magnetosphere, and so you have to worry about cosmic background radiation. These things change everything. When you don't have a sun that makes the day dawn, because you're living in a distant location, quite far away from the sun. Yeah, it's difficult to even really to really predict, I'd say.
Yes. Yeah, and you also mentioned, which I also something I hadn't really considered before, right at the beginning of your talk, the fact that now we know of all these objects that were not even known when people were constructing the first UN Outer Space Treaty and the Moon Agreement. Do you, I mean, I suppose that's always going to be a problem as you move out into space, you're going to discover new objects. And maybe there comes a point at which we've mapped many of the objects in our own solar system. And given that that's the sort of boundary of where we're probably going to be for a while, perhaps we do reach a state where we understand environments better, well enough to be able to understand the effects of those objects in our legal regimes. Just as on the Earth, we don't know everything about the oceans, but we're able to have rules that govern our behavior in the oceans. But I just wondered, yeah, I mean, do you think that the discovery of these new objects has eroded any of these regimes that we created in the 1960s, or are we just adding new objects to existing laws and that's fine? Or do we need to rethink how we approach space settlement and exploration based on this new knowledge?
It hasn't eroded or changed the norms that we have. The Outer Space Treaty is a treaty on principles, and it's very vague, and it says, outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies. Therefore, it encompasses all of those locations, but it doesn't give any type of certainty or finality to what is permissible or impermissible on those locations.
Yeah. Good. And Jonathan Lim saying there was a fascinating image on the internet the other day outlining how a coastline 100 million years ago influences modern election results in Alabama, USA. Geography shapes politics. So that's an interesting question as well. And I suppose we could turn that into a question, which is, how much do you think the geography of these worlds will influence the way we establish sort of legal or other regimes in the places where we live? I mean, I suppose it's difficult to predict. Going back to the sort of grey lunar wasteland or the red wastelands of Mars, how living in a desert like that will change the way we build societies. Yeah,
I mean, as is Martin Elvis going to speak? Certainly. Yeah, I think I saw him in the participants. So when we talk about these rivalrous locations on the moon, whether it's the peaks of eternal light or places that are of significance or are unique. Yeah, I know more about the moon than I do about Mars. But if you're living on Mars and you happen to be living on the highest mountain range in the solar system, it's certain that your way of life and the rules there will be starkly different than they are elsewhere. And so of course they're going to be different whether you're living underground on a celestial body or on a desert plain or on if you're stationed on an asteroid with a team of a few folks. The one analogy that I really enjoyed, I enjoyed that shipwreck analogy from yesterday because it really is people that are just trying to survive and uncertain how they're trying to survive, and they're disconnected from national territory back in a distant and far away place. I like that analogy. I also like the analogy of the fact that this is extreme. These are extreme environments where, frankly, I think liberty will be traded off for safety and security, certainly for the short term.
Yeah, I was intrigued by, I don't know whether you were in Bob Zubrin's talk, but he was saying he thought that, tyrannies would be impossible. And I think that's an interesting question. I don't necessarily agree with it. I mean, I also see his arguments that there are strong tendencies against tyranny because of the need to keep people happy in settlements. And these are maladaptive ways of surviving in such an extreme environment. I think it's an interesting open question as to...
Well, I mean, I don't know how many people have ever been in emergency situations, but you're very polite to other people because they can severely impact you.
Yes.
Without a chance, like that prisoner's dilemma only is played once.
Yeah. Right.
So if you're living in an environment where at any moment someone else's, even if their exercise of their liberty can severely and drastically impact your safety, people are very polite.
Yes, yes. And there's an interesting comment, a question that's coming from Simona. I mean, this is a slightly divergence from what you were talking about, but anyway, interesting to think about. What will happen to some of the things that you've discussed if we actually discover other life forms, even if it's microbial in our solar system? How do you think that will change our outlook on how we should behave?
That's an excellent question, because in space law, there's no ordering of or primacy given to particular uses of the space domain. There's things which are permissible and things which are impermissible, such as placement of WMDs in space. So let's say an example where we go to a salty, briny location on a celestial body. We go to Mars or Enceladus or Europa or Titan, and it looks as though that place is of extreme astrobiological interest, where you want to send in Chris McKay and a team of robots and astrobiologists. That interest, because it has a great scientific value, I believe that if a survey or consensus of stakeholders was taken, that location likely should be given some type of scientific primacy should predominate in that location, at least so long as the scientists can go in and do their job. There's also the permanently shadowed regions on the moon, where you can get one of the coldest, the very close to absolute zero, one of the coldest places you can get to, or on the far side of the moon for astronomy or radio quiet zones. Because those places are unique, I'm willing to think that they should be given some type of primacy over, say, a mining facility that could be done elsewhere. Or let's work it out. The astrobiologists, the radio astronomers get to go there for a certain amount of time, but their lease is not infinite. It is not. It is time bound to some time in the future.
Yeah, I suppose with life, the question is, whether you stop people from going there completely and purely explore it robotically. So there have been discussions, for example, if you found life on Mars, of having robots control from Deimos or Phobos, so you would actually put a human base on a Martian moon and then explore Mars with sterile robots. And essentially ban people from being there completely. I'm not sure I agree with that view, or whether it's really necessary from a microbiology point of view, but I suppose these are more extreme examples of the way in which the discovery of life might impact the way we even just go about exploring whether we can put settlements anywhere at all.
And here's where I'm going to be agnostic about it, where I'm going to say there's other people going to say absolutely not, this will halt development, etc. I'm going to say, let's listen to both sides. Let's come up with a situation which is workable and respects everyone's interests and allows them to, conduct their activities, their scientific activities or their commercial activities, rather than saying what the rules should be at the outset for ideological reasons.
And this is, again, a slightly different topic, but nevertheless interesting. Simona Tahelini is asking US Space Force, and I suppose that's a general question about military presence in space and how that changes our perspectives on how we developing settlement issues. And I know that's a highly complex and involved discussion, of which there's a lot. But what's your view on the military dimension of some of the things that you've brought up?
I look at Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the Moon Agreement. I'm sorry, the Outer Space Treaty. The moon and other celestial bodies shall be used by all states exclusively for peaceful purposes. They included the word exclusively there for a reason. And the prohibition next, the establishment of military bases, installations, and fortifications, the testing of any type of weapons, and the conduct of military maneuvers on celestial bodies shall be forbidden. And then there's two sentences which create a very small carve out for military activity, military personnel for scientific and peaceful purposes. The moon and other celestial bodies are significantly, but not completely or totally demilitarized. That may change. I'm not worried about the moon being a staging ground for war elsewhere, though.
What do you think about gradations of that? Because the word military implies the presence of a nation state and its military capabilities. But what about, say, a bunch of people on the moon, and there's a settlement nearby which they regard as threatening? Maybe it's a bit more tyrannical. So they decide to arm themselves to protect themselves against the other settlement. They're not really military as such. They're almost like individuals acquiring weapons for self-defense. Do we know how that fits into to these provisions? Because it's not really national militarism as such, but it is still the presence of weapons.
I mean, that's a very interesting question. What dawned on my mind, I was trying to imagine UN peacekeepers, the blue helmets, going into a location on the moon where they believe where they need to intervene or maybe protect human rights.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know what to say though. I don't.
It's an interesting question because, of course, that could build up to a military capacity, and then, of course, the settlement calls in a nation state from the earth to help them. So there's a really grey area between something that starts off as small-scale self-defense and ramps up to a military presence. I don't know where you draw the line between those two things.
Well, just to say, Article 3, incorporates the rest of international law, including collective issues of collective security under the UN Charter. It's possible that in principle, in general, that they would apply to space itself.
Yeah. Excellent. It's 10 past, so I think we'll stop there and have a 5-minute break before the last talk of the day. I don't see any other questions at the moment. So thanks a lot, Chris. That was excellent. Really fascinating. Oh, is there one question in? Hang on a second. No, more
and next is Alana. So Alana, I apologize if I brought up some of the things you're going to talk about, if you're going to talk specifically about the moon. I know that's your expertise.
Okay, cheers. Thanks a lot, Chris. That's great. And everyone else will start again at 15:15, the last talk. Thanks, everyone. And thanks, everyone, for coming along to the talk. So today we've got Alana Kolikowski. Very happy to have her here in the meeting from the Missouri University of Science and Technology. And Alana has very wide interests. She has involvement in political science, policy for science, technology and innovation. She's also done a lot of work on innovation systems of different countries around the world, such as China's innovation system and the US innovation system. And she's now sort of turning her interest towards space governance and politics, and is today going to talk about building a community of inquiry into the governance of extraterrestrial human environment systems and that interaction between humans and local environments and extraterrestrial environments. So thank you very much, Alana, for joining us. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you for the invitation to join this terrific meeting. So I'm delighted to speak to you today. I'm keenly aware of the fact that I am the last speaker after a day of very, very rich and engaging and thoughtful presentations. So I think in some ways, as I've been listening over the past couple of days, it struck me that I needed to actually bring some adjustments to my presentation, and that really the moment might be ripe for something of a meta conversation, a conversation about the kind of conversation we are having about humanity's future in space. And so it's in that spirit that I really propose more of a reflection and I hope an invitation to discussion in the next few minutes. So I commend the organizers of especially Charles, all the organizers of this event, because I think we will come to see this gathering and probably many others that Charles will shepherd into existence in the future as formative moments in the emergence of a new kind of community of inquiry into how human beings live and act in extraterrestrial environments. There have, of course, been decades and centuries worth of discussion about humanity's place in the solar system and how life off Earth human life off Earth might look. But I think we're now at a moment of churn and change, social, political, philosophical change, epistemological change, where we're seeing a new kind of discussion about what humankind's opportunities off Earth look like and what our responsibilities toward and at those new environments might also be. So I think we're seeing in our meetings today a new kind of conversation, at least to my ears, about larger space policy and related issues. So what I'm especially interested in is how we, as a group, coalesce into something of a community of inquiry, a community that spans multiple disciplines, multiple epistemologies, multiple philosophical and ideological commitments. Because a community of inquiry will ultimately be a precondition to a community of deliberation. And we will, as a species, in some measure, some subset of us will be especially active in deliberating what those human futures off Earth should look like. And some smaller subset still of that community of deliberation, those active participants in that community of deliberation, will form a set of decision makers or people who have actual and meaningful input into very consequential and lasting decisions. So I see the conversation we're having today as part of a new kind of groundwork for eventual decisions that will be made by leaders in various capacities about what kind of shared futures we'll have off Earth. So with that, let me just maybe set a few parameters to the kind of scope of the discussion that I hope to animate today and that I think is the most needed and pressing. We have had, over the past couple of days and in many other contexts, discussions on enormous scales, really galactic, solar system-wide scales perhaps, and timeframes that span millennia, or certainly multiple centuries. And I think those are interesting discussions to be had. They're worthwhile. I'm happy to participate in them. But for me, what really demands our attention and where I think a conversation can be most productive and constructive is with respect to the medium term of human activity in space. And let's say that for convenience's sake, we can think of the medium term as the next 30 years. We are on the cusp of what is surely to be a flurry of new forms of space activity at new destinations. So we know that the next 30 years are likely to be very, very dynamic. At the same time, I think we have to be realistic about how quickly things actually move in space. And so I don't think we're quite likely to see the biggest developments, or at least in the sense that's interesting to talk about today in a much shorter time frame than that. So let's say that for convenience's sake, we're keeping in view the medium term, defined as roughly the next 30 years. To me, the most interesting discussions are about the moon and about space stations orbiting Earth, because I think those are the most likely sites of intense activity in this period. Beyond that, eventually, I think asteroids and Mars are, of course, also interesting. And surely our activities on the moon and at space stations will provide templates or models, or at least lessons for those activities at those other later destinations. I think the construct of the human environment system is a helpful one to bring to our discussions. This is a term that many people in different disciplines of the social sciences use, and the natural sciences, I should say, use to describe various terrestrial systems. But let's just say that, again, for simplicity's sake, a human environment system is at minimum a system that features a patterned interaction between humans and the natural world at new destinations in space. And by the natural world, we mean the non-human and non-human built world. I'm a political scientist, so to me, any human environmental system will evolve in its material, physical dimensions in a dialectical relationship with institutions and various forms of governance that we devise for it. So we can expect that the material and physical dimensions of a human environmental system will co-evolve with the political and social priorities that we emphasize and the rules that we set for it. Political scientists often think of rules as rules in a given area of activity, in a given issue area, as together forming regimes. So we have various kinds of regimes, and we have an international regime that governs most space activity. Regimes in that sense are configurations of institutions. And institutions are rule sets for conduct. Marriage is an institution, but so is the World Bank, and so is the Outer Space Treaty. And for our purposes, I think it's helpful to remember that those regimes, even though they may be global in effect and scope, aggregate elements at very different levels of structural organizations, ranging all the way from formal international treaties, like of course the Outer Space Treaty, all the way down to bilateral agreements, national pieces of legislation, and even local measures like regulatory provisions for what type of conduct is acceptable at particular launch sites, for example. So regimes in this sense are collections of these different rule sets that exist at these very, very different levels. And we're now in a period of dynamic regime building, even though it may not always appear to us that way. So for all the stagnation we discuss in international treaty making and the outdatedness of the Outer Space Treaty, I think we're in many ways actually in a very, very lively period right now. But the locus of activity is at the national level with new forms of national legislation, and perhaps at the in new forms of bilateral arrangement. So these regimes are especially important to us political scientists. I'm arguing that they're dynamic and under construction right now. And they're consequential for numerous reasons. Regimes for space activities can take many, many different forms. They can be really comprehensive and detailed and prescribe conduct very strictly, or they can be very incomplete and fragmented and provide for large areas of gray space or no space that effectively are kind of regulatory or rule vacuums. But when regimes work well, they're very important. So we, in work with Martin Elvis and Tony Milligan, both of whom are also speaking as part of this conference, we've described the kind of medium-term problems that space missions are likely to encounter that could be addressed by the creation of new regimes. Not necessarily universal, totalizing, sweeping new regimes, but maybe local isolated regimes that target very specific problems. For example, problems of crowding and interference at sites of interest on the moon within the next, say, 2 decades. On Earth, when regimes work well, one of the things that they deliver that goes often unacknowledged is predictability. Regimes and sets of rules define what counts as acceptable conduct, what counts as normal and normative conduct. So what is the default expectation, the standard of conduct against which behavior is measured. And in so doing, they introduce predictability that doesn't otherwise exist. That predictability is this kind of background, almost infrastructural condition that we often take for granted. But it may well be that it's a precondition to many of the things that we really cherish or hope to see in space, or at least that some of us hope to see. Like, for example, investment. An environment that is predictable is probably one, certainly on Earth, that is more hospitable to large-scale investment. These regimes are, as I said, already in the process of, or always evolving. We already have a regime, and it's now in experiencing a period of new evolution. That rulemaking is, in some sense, already very contentious, and it's contentious not only between entirely different stakeholders and constituencies, but even among people that we might recognize as credentialed expert specialists. In that respect, I have foremost in mind a recent, I guess, micro controversy between Robert Zubrin, who we heard speak today during a keynote address, and a group of experts who submitted a report to the US decadal survey on planetary science and astrobiology. I mean, the long and the short of it was that much of that debate about what kind of rules should govern activities at new destinations in space and achieve the goal of planetary protection, what type of rules should be set for those activities. And much of the contention actually doesn't really hinge on questions that admit of a straightforward scientific answer. They don't hinge on absent data. They don't hinge on new widgets or technology or capabilities. They really hinge on fundamentally different worldviews, different appraisals of history, different understandings of the transatlantic intellectual tradition, of the Enlightenment, and of at least 70 years worth, 77 decades worth of intellectual currents in the social sciences and adjacent disciplines and the humanities. So those are really big epistemological, political, and social questions that have now infiltrated what are otherwise thought of as pretty technocratic, expert-driven, technical or scientific discussions about rules for our activities at these new human environmental systems. So that contestation is not to be recoiled from. I would argue that it's to be leaned into and celebrated. It's in the process of airing different views and seeing them clash and test against each other that we will forge, I think, a more capable and productive community of deliberation. So a community of active participants who help shape these rules for our future in space. I think so. I welcome the contestation and the deliberation. I think the question before us in many respects is, how do we foster the most constructive version of that conversation? What can we do? Those of us who have joined this meeting and in a sense are, at least I would argue, participating in one of these formative moments in the coalescing of a new community of inquiry and eventually a community of deliberation. How should we think about the quality of the conversation that we're having, and what can we do to ensure that it is as productive and generative as possible, but also that it meets today's and our evolving and ever refining standards of what counts as representative, equitable, and inclusive. So to that end, I really want to just leave the group with a few observations and questions that I hope will invite an interesting exchange of views. I think one of the things that I take away from our past few days is that we do lack something of a shared vocabulary. We make use of words that we assume we all understand in the same way, very casually. For me, the one antidote to that is to try to bring things really back down to ordinary language and try to express ideas in the very, very simplest and most familiar language possible. And so my questions are posed with a view to that priority. But before that, a few general observations. My work in this area has led me, and I think many others, to the conclusion that different policy regimes, different regimes of various types, the rule sets that we create for humanity's future in space will entail very substantial trade-offs. I think trade-offs was in many respects the theme of yesterday's meeting. I heard many speakers refer to the various trade-offs between really incommensurable values, incommensurable goods in space. We have just begun as a community to really think of these rule choices, these fundamental choices before us as posing trade-offs. So we've just begun to acknowledge that. I think our next step as a group is to characterize the trade-offs. And that characterization of fundamentally competing goods, often equally legitimate or desirable, but incompatible goods that different systems can serve. Just the characterization of that will go a long way toward clarifying our differences and laying the groundwork for a more productive discussion. Second, as a community, I note that we are in my view, at least at the very early stages of learning to accommodate plural epistemologies. This is a challenge in any kind of interdisciplinary work, and especially in work that bridges very distant disciplines. Which is certainly the type of discussion that we're having here. When I say different epistemologies, what I really mean is that there are different regimes of deciding what counts as knowledge, or different sets of rules by which we decide what counts as knowledge in different areas of inquiry. The natural sciences and the physical sciences have their own epistemologies. The social sciences have their own plural epistemologies, some very positivist, some very post-positivist. The humanities have a yet different epistemological framework. I would argue that legal reasoning also rests on a fundamentally different epistemology, a different relationship between claim and evidence and what counts as usable truth than what we'd find in the natural and physical sciences, for example. But beyond that, we also probably have to extend the umbrella to include more distant epistemologies still, like maybe religious and spiritual forms of knowledge. After all, there are standards for what counts as a better and worse argument within every religious tradition, and those standards form an epistemology. There is nothing about our discussions today that is devoid of the cultural, ideological, social, and sometimes spiritual stuff that makes those epistemologies, in fact, appropriate for inclusion in our conversations. So many communities struggle with this. Look at the debate over stem cells in the United States. Look at the contested epistemologies that arise there. But suppressing one or another type of claim to knowledge is not ultimately a long-term solution for building a legitimate or a regime that's regarded as legitimate. So our best way forward is to learn to accommodate these plural epistemologies rather than to try to suppress or dismiss some rather than others. And finally, I'd say we're also at the very early stages of bringing what we call in higher education critical thinking or critical awareness to our depiction of human futures in space. We are really just beginning to bring a kind of explicit scrutiny to the assumptions behind so many of the promises and envisioned potentials that we hear articulated by various advocates of human activities in space in their different forms. So with that, my questions to the group, there are basically four. I think it's really worth talking about, or I'd certainly be interested to hear how we as a community, or the different voices within our community, would characterize the values, the social priorities that guided resource exploitation in the 1830s. And how different are those from the values that we expect to guide resource exploitation in the 2030s? I think that is not a facetious question. I really wonder, what have we learned from the experience of resource exploitation on Earth, from whatever environment you can think of? The examples are abundant, but what have we learned from climate change? What have we learned from our history of environmental destruction on Earth of the past 200 years, if anything? And what lessons will we draw that we take with us to new spaces, new places? Fundamentally, I think many of our conversations assume kind of the collection of unstated assumptions about how off-Earth systems will, on the one hand, be sui generis, be intrinsically novel, be really of their own lineage and species, and to what extent those new off-Earth systems will be extensions of the terrestrial. We can kind of probe this in greater depth, but in one way or another, the question arises in the way we discuss the possibility of constitutions for new settlements in space. It also lurks behind some of the imaginations or proposals for property rights in space. I don't think we really have systematically even are able to say to ourselves, what do we assume we will extend and what do we assume will be entirely novel? When and how do we presume that these new space settlements will be built on terranellas, on tabula rasas, and when is it that we expect that some select features of our terrestrial experience will naturally follow us to these new places? An implication of that question, or a kind of corollary of it, is a different kind of, is a related question. And that is, what rules should be created to guide the first human environmental systems off Earth before they exist? So how much have we already learned that can inform basic parameters we set for activities in space? versus how much should be left to be decided by the actual participants in the systems who will evolve them to suit their own needs and demands. I think that's not a straightforward question. There are arguments both ways. And my final concluding question really is a question about terrestrial politics and their extension into space. How, if at all, can we or should we build a community that deliberates governance of new human environmental systems in space in an age of intensifying rivalry between two superpowers who no longer see themselves as mere political rivals, but rather increasingly understand each other to be presenting competing civilizational models, who understand their rivalry not to be one that's reducible to economic questions, but really one that revolves around technological questions, including control of the strategic technologies of tomorrow, of the commanding heights of technology of tomorrow, and indeed, therefore, the strategic spaces of tomorrow, including perhaps space environments. So what are the implications of what is now a very multidimensional competition between the United States and China, competition between different worldviews and different conceptions of the state-society relationship and different conceptions of technology itself? What are the implications of that for how we think about creating common rules for life? Sustained patterns of interaction between humans and natural environments off Earth. So with that, I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to any questions or responses.
Thank you very much, Alana. That was just great. And yes, if anyone has questions, please do put them in the question and answer box or in the chat. And while we're waiting for some to come in, I'll ask you a question. You mentioned earlier on, communities having these discussions, like in its small way, this meeting here. And then later you talked about this potentially rivalries between, say, the US and China as two competing models about how civilization should be developed. So it makes me wonder, to what extent can the sorts of discussions, for example, we're having here, or in fact in any conference or workshop where people like us get together and talk about these things, to what extent can these things really influence the direction that this conversation goes in? Or are we just being caught up in a tide of much greater historical directions set by superpowers like China and the US? And clearly when these nations are on the moon, or private entities from those nations are on the moon developing resources, does a conference like this really matter? So I'm wondering what you think, where the influence will come from to really truly shape what happens with governance beyond the Earth, liberty in particular, but in fact all forms of governance and legal regimes beyond the Earth. Do you think there's a role for small meetings like this, or do you think it will be determined by much more powerful forces?
Yeah, I think there certainly is a role for meetings like this. It's not necessarily a direct role that has like an identifiable point in time impact on a specific decision that goes this way rather than that way because of a meeting like this. But I think it creates the context within which big decisions are made. I can't think of any modern policy question, any contemporary policy question that doesn't heavily rely on expert input. Whether it's public health or environmental protection or setting interest rates in the United States. All policymaking is highly dependent on communities of expertise, the conventional wisdoms that emerge within those communities, and the process by which commonplace understandings are established within communities of expertise are these ongoing processes of exchange, sometimes contentious, sometimes more obviously harmonious, but either way, those exchanges play out in the pages of journal articles, they play out in meetings like this, they form the kind of basic substrate within which then policy questions are posed in the first place, policy problems are identified, and solutions are, a menu of solutions is at least elaborated. So I think as long as we understand our role to be diffuse and contextual in that way, and sometimes it's more than that, I think, yeah, the impact is there. And that's why people make a point of participating, I think, is because they understand that if some concerns aren't raised here, there won't be any other forum within which they can be meaningfully raised.
Thank you. And Scott Cassingham asked a question that's, I think, related to the question I just asked. Does a community of deliberation require new institutions, or is it more of a practice of how we use existing fora or means, e.g. the UN?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think the answer is yes to both. I mean, it's, I think we're on the cusp of a new way of talking and thinking about humankind's potential and responsibilities in space. And so to me, the pasture is wide open and green, and there's possibility for development within well-established formal institutions like COPLOS, but there are also new kind of formations and bubblings of conversation in different settings. There are working groups, there are all kinds of different new constituencies or kind of socio-technical communities emerging. So I wouldn't be able to say. I think truly that is unwritten.
Yes. Excellent. And then, you know, again, related to this, Billy Kapoor is asking, you know, given these strong strands of thinking, particularly that come, for example, from the West European epistemologies that might drive the way we think about things, is it not the case that we need non-state, non-Western actors in space to balance future development, I suppose, to create a more balanced view of these sorts of deliberations that you're talking about?
I think the imperative to include non-Western perspectives is striking and apparent. I mean, if you care about the moon, you must recognize that perhaps the most dynamic right now, or certainly among the most dynamic lunar programs, but the biggest actual on the ground impact is the Chinese lunar program. Mm-hmm. So if you care for elaborating some standard of conduct for what counts as responsible conduct on the moon, it's a futile, or I think it's at least a limited, I shouldn't say futile, but it's a limited endeavor if it doesn't encompass the Chinese perspective. I think realistically, what I would think is more likely, and this is a speculative statement, but my impression will be that the space for a lot of non-state actors will vary a lot by context. I think in terms of setting up something like the Artemis Accords, I can, just looking at what we see on Earth in other contexts, whether it's the governance of the internet or development finance or countless other areas, or for that matter, freedom of navigation on the seas, I think what we may be just as likely to see as Chinese participation in a expanded version of the Artemis Accords, what we might see instead is a Chinese alternative to the Artemis Accords, mm-hmm. that very quickly collects a dozen or so developing countries as supporters and signatories, countries that maybe benefit from new opportunities to access space and participate in space as a result of the Chinese space programs and their openness and willingness to extend technical support to the space establishments in developing countries where those opportunities are fewer. And I think we, if that comes to be, I don't expect to see a strong place within a kind of bipolar system like that. I don't expect to see a large space for non-state actors in any kind of Chinese and Russian-led alternative rule set. Yes. I think it would be very state-led. But this is, again, a very highly speculative scenario, but I'm just saying in terms of what one could imagine as a possible future.
I suppose it's also true to say, right, that throughout human history, some philosophical ideas that have shaped entire civilizations, I'm thinking of Marxism, for example, in the experiment in the 20th century, came from one individual writing a couple of books. So although we tend to focus on big state actors, and of course they're the ones who implement the ideas, there is still a role, right, for even individuals, but certainly groups of people to come forward with ideas that, even if they're not formally connected into some process of discussion at the state level, still permeate into the intellectual environment and may or may not have some influence at some point.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly said. Yeah, absolutely.
There's also a question here. I think you sort of probably answered this, which is that actually it sort of disappeared, but anyway, I don't know whether someone's removed it. Anyway, the question was, rather than having, and I think, as I say, we've probably just answered this, but instead of having a focus on these state actors, is it more about creating lots of overlapping groups of deliberation? Is that the most healthy way to advance this conversation? And I think you've in some sense answered that already. I don't know whether you want to elaborate on how one can pluralize in practical terms these sorts of discussions.
Yeah, I think it's normal that there be sort of multiple loci of I don't know, whatever it is, academic inquiry or public outreach or other discussion in various forms. But in the end, if we're too balkanized, as I think sometimes the space community has been, I think there's often been really a striking distance between some of the most fervent advocates of some visions of space settlement and really many other constituencies outside them. So to some extent, it's easy for us also to balkanize ourselves and to fragment in ways that are not constructive then, and that just create a kind of fever pitch discussion, very ideologically charged discussion, but one that really then just remains a discussion rather than like a pathway toward collective action.
Yes. And there's two wonderful quotes, one from Keynes: practical men who believe themselves to be quite exempt from any intellectual influence are usually the slaves of some defunct economist. And then the Isaiah Berlin quote, which is, I've seen this one before, philosophical, it's a good one: philosophical concepts nurtured in the stillness of a professor's study could destroy a civilization. But, you know, despite the slight flippancy of those comments, I think they're important for drawing to attention, if not in a slightly extreme way, but at least drawing attention to the fact that discussions like this can actually be useful. Maybe following on from your suggestions, we should turn this group into some informal society of extraterrestrial liberty and meet every 2 or 3 years and have a conference like this to advance these ideas. I mentioned before we had meetings at the British Interplanetary Society a few years ago that were a lot smaller than this. This has turned into a 4-day event. Perhaps this is something that we should do more regularly rather than sort of one-off interest. And as you know, and perhaps draw people in from different areas of the space community to involve themselves in this discussion, but it could still remain a quite informal forum like this for discussing these sorts of ideas. I don't know whether that's of any interest to anyone to do this again. I enjoy them anyway.
I'm sure you'd get a lot of takers.
Martin's writing, good plan. Yeah, does anyone want to form a Society for Extraterrestrial Liberty, informal group of people, not registered anywhere, but just an informal grouping of people, and meet, I don't know, it could be every 2 or 3 years, but to discuss this as civilization advances into the solar system? If you're interested, put it in chat. Okay. See whether we can do something practical. Anyway, Alana, just looking at the time, it's we should probably end. I could carry on with this discussion, but probably we should end just because it's the end of the meeting and maybe other people have things to go and do. So thanks a lot again. I think it's a really wonderful way to end today's discussion, which is on these general concepts of how we carry out these discussions, not just the content of them, but the way in which they're done and the way we create these sort of deliberative communities. So that's been a fantastic way to wrap up the second day. So thank you very much for joining us. And thank you everyone else today for an excellent set of talks throughout the whole day. We're only at the end of day 2, so hopefully see you again tomorrow morning. We'll start again at 10. And like I said yesterday, the same introduction I gave today. So those of you who have been in today or yesterday, you don't want to really hear the introduction again. So you can turn up at 10:15 when we'll have the first talk. Otherwise, we've got a fantastic set of talks, everything from federalism to becoming indigenous and copyright and IP agreements in space, sovereign states, private actors and space laws, and so on. So good day tomorrow. So thanks a lot, everyone. Have a good evening, and hopefully see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you again, Alana, for your talk, and thank you to all the speakers for today. See you tomorrow. See you.